What's up, guys? Don't forget to smash that like button, drop a comment, hype up the video, and if you're new here, hit that subscribe and join the family. The story begins with a city in ruins as wounded people try to escape from a gigantic monster that advances, destroying everything around and opens its enormous mouth, unleashing a roar mixed with humans turning into zombies, while survivors run and beg for help. On top of a building, a boy is beaten by two people, until the woman throws a liquid on him and says she'll see him in the next life, while the guy beside her tells Xia to forgive them, claiming that everyone is taking everything for themselves. Lying on the ground, the boy whispers the name Xiao Yun, and the warrior summons a bear while saying that his beloved sister was devoured by zombies before him, blaming the boy because she refused to hand over the emblem, adding that her plasma is very useful. Xia gets furious when he hears that. People around stare at the bear and recognize Shi Jun, the user of the strongest ability blessed by the gods, believing they are saved. Shi picks up his lover in his arms and asks if the fallen boy doesn't like flames, telling him to disappear in the fire as a lighter is thrown onto his body. Meanwhile, the bear charges at the giant creature and they exchange blows that make the air tremble, while the boy burns alive, thinking that if another life exists, he won't allow that to repeat, until a voice responds that everything will begin again and his heart keeps beating. Later, the protagonist wakes up in bed completely confused, remembering that he had been burned before and finding it strange to be without injuries or flames, trying to understand if that voice was real. Xia grabs his phone and sees it's July 1st, realizing he's gone back 3 days before the apocalypse and wondering if everything really restarted. He looks at himself in the mirror and notices flames in his eyes, seeing that his right eye is golden and questioning if that is the seed of fire left there when he was being burned to the end. Xia opens the door, goes outside, and thinks that nobody would imagine that in 3 days all of this would be destroyed, remembering that the apocalypse will turn many humans into zombies while strange gods appear, and even with some gaining powers, nobody will react in time, transforming entire cities into living hells where humans become demons fighting for resources to survive. He thinks about the betrayal of his girlfriend Ruo Lan and his best friend Shi Jun, until he receives a call from her asking why he took so long to answer and implying that he's trying to break up with her. Yan remembers it's always the same. Whenever something doesn't go her way, Lan threatens to break up, and in the past he would get desperate trying to calm her down, but now he answers yes, and she asks him to repeat it. Xia says they are breaking up and that he's tired of it, that he no longer wants to be her servant, putting the phone in his pocket as he walks, saying he finally has some peace and needs to take care of a few matters. At Ruo's house, the phone is thrown and she explodes, asking if he dares to hang up and block her, while Shai, lying on the bed, asks if he found out about their relationship. Lan says it's impossible, explaining that the fool followed her everywhere, and if she told him to go east, he would never dare go west, not seeing how he could discover it. Jun tries to calm her down, saying his father just sent a message asking him to collect some old inheritances with spiritual energy, commenting that something big might happen. Ruo remembers those inheritances and says Xia had a very ugly family emblem that looked centuries old, and Shi asks where it is now, receiving the answer that it's with his sister. Lan says Xia is crazy now, and that when he calms down, he will go back to flattering her as always. And when that happens, she'll only ask for the emblem. Shai smiles, saying it will work. Elsewhere, someone holds the emblem while Yun asks why her brother is suddenly asking for it, saying he traveled 30 kilometers by taxi and that he wasn't even working today, also finding his gaze strange. The protagonist asks if she believes him, and Yun says yes, that they rely on each other, and she trusts him without hesitation, believing that everything he does is for her sake. Xia asks her to go to school now, grab her things, and come back home with him immediately, and his sister says she'll go and see him in 2 hours, and Yan asks if she doesn't want to know the reason, but Yun only says she trusts him. The protagonist thinks that this time, he will make sure to keep his sister alive as he stares at the emblem and remembers the bear, imagining if there is something special in that object, as the golden in his eyes grows stronger. A hot drop falls from his eyes onto the emblem and words appear on it, revealing the 6 great hells, releasing noises and a violently strong light as chains appear bound around something. Xia watches it all as the heavy aura fills the environment, and monstrous creatures emerge from every side, making Yan think that it truly is terrifying. Lightning slices through the space as monsters roar, and the protagonist tries to understand whether that light is suppressing the creatures inside the tower, until a voice asks if he is scared. A girl appears and Xia asks who she is, hearing that her name is Su Daji and that she's welcoming the new warden of the Hell Prison. She explains that 10,000 years ago, the Immortal Emperor gathered the 20 Immortals, including Tai Bai, Tai Shang, the 3 Pure Ones, Guayin, Fuqi, and Zhuanu, to forge the land of demon suppression that gave origin to the six hells where countless fierce beasts and sinful gods were cast to have their souls burned day and night by the sacred light. Su continues saying that the emblem of forgiveness in his hand is the only key capable of opening those doors, and Jia understands why she called him warden. Daja asks if he wants to enter to inspect the prisoners and offers reports along the way, and Jia agrees. They cross a portal where the aura becomes even more brutal, but a light coming from his eyes blocks the surrounding pressure. Su praises him, stating that the flames in his eyes are the seed of the inferior fire, which is why he managed to restart life even after dying in the underworld. Yan asks why she spoke to him in his past life, and Daji explains that the bonds between her and the Xia family run deep, and as the spiritual guide of the six hells, she couldn't stand seeing him being finished off by villains. The despair and hatred of the last moment awakened the flame ability that ignited the seed, and she merely followed the flow. The protagonist understands that he was reborn because of that, and that with the apocalypse about to begin, his powers awakened and everything will be different, asking her to show the way. During the walk, Su explains that the six hells have 5 layers and that the doors he lights represent the limit of his own soul. The higher he climbs, the more dangerous the prisoners will be, demanding that he strengthen his soul to face them. Jia notices that only the bear's section is lit and thinks it looks like the beast she rode in the previous life. The bear opens its mouth, releasing a crushing pressure, and Yan is surprised as it asks if that is the new warden, saying the young one is promising and that they have waited for him for 1,000 years, offering help for anything. Su calls the black bear shameless and tells it to disappear, commenting that it is crawling too much before the warden, and that it did not even let her take the lead, explaining that those 1,000-year demon kings stayed there too long and ended up turning into dogs. A bird asks what is so special about the warden, saying they only obey the emblem, and that if he wants to prove authority, he can leave them another 1,000 years under the blows of sacred lightning to see the result. The protagonist is amazed to encounter Su Daji and now the demonic black bear, realizing that the prison holds legendary creatures. Xia approaches the bird, observes its appearance, and asks if it could be Lei Zhenzi, and Su smiles, saying that as expected from the warden, he recognized it right away. She goes on explaining that in that world, monsters are divided into soldiers, generals, commanders, kings, and sages, and that the warden is on the lower layer of the tower where criminals of general level are kept. The higher he climbs, the stronger the monsters will be, and it is said that on the highest layer there are immortal criminals of sage level, besides rumors that Lady Nuwa once saw a god-level being roaming the world before disappearing into the sands of time. She concludes saying that if he works hard, he will soon ascend the levels and control the entire prison. Yan says that tower is even more formidable than he imagined, since even the general level beasts, the lowest tier, possess terrifying strength, and he finds it hard to picture what is locked at the top. Regardless of who is there, they will all become part of his power in the future, and in this apocalypse he intends to become the strongest. Su explains that with his current soul power, that is the limit of exploration, and that he needs to gather more spiritual strength to light new doors and reach the next level. Back in the common world, the protagonist walks reflecting that soul power is totally different from abilities, since abilities can be obtained from zombies and mutant crystals, but soul powers only come from slaying gods. In 3 days, when those entities descend, the hunt will begin and he will make all preparations. In the old street, he keeps walking and remembering that in the previous life, someone tripped there on an immortal bidding rope and became a powerful ability user. And if he is correct, the treasure should still be in that area because the energy of ancient relics cannot escape the seed of inferior fire. Ahead stands Song Tian, leader of the Song family and father of Song Shurujun, accompanied by Elder Huang, appraiser of antiquities. Tian notices Yan from afar and recalls the conversation with Shi, when he advised his son to choose useful friends and heard that the boy was just a loyal fool, easy to manipulate. In the present, the appraiser asks what happened, but Tian answers that it's just someone familiar and that they should continue the search relying on the specialist. Huang reassures him, saying that appraising antiquities is his only true skill, though he finds it a pity that almost everything there is merely common craftsmanship. Song thinks about the ancestral ceremony from a few days ago, when he dreamed of old masters asking him to search for certain objects, and decides to believe in it by inviting the elder along. Suddenly, Huang notices something and declares he has found it. Another buyer grabs the item first and asks for the price. The seller, believing he is just another naive buyer, claims it came from the Ming dynasty and is worth at least 10,000. The protagonist comments that it is too expensive and questions if that's all, examining the object and saying that it is broken and even tied up, and that from his perspective it is only simple craftsmanship worth at most 100 yuan. The seller snatches the item from his hand angrily while Huang asks to examine it. Yan steps aside discreetly holding the tied part and thinks he succeeded, since that discreet string is actually the binding immortal rope, a magical treasure, and now he will enjoy the show. He remembers that in the previous life, Yun was captured by the Song family. They lost the emblem and used her in plasma sacrifice. This time, that will not happen. Meanwhile, the elder comments that the head holds a small spiritual aura and is a legitimate antiquity. The protagonist approaches calling Tian Uncle Song and says he now understands why he looked familiar, asking if he is also there searching for antiquities. Tian says he didn't expect to see him interested in this, and that he heard from Shi that his family has an ancient inheritance, wishing to talk about it later. Xia provokes him, saying that since it is a rich family, it is strange he struggles so much over a small gourd, implying the item might actually be truly valuable. People around rush over, recognizing Elder Huang and believing that if he is appraising it, then the piece must have something special, and they start offering 12,000. Then someone offers 20,000, irritating Tian, who complains about being there first and asks them not to raise the price. The seller remembers that he hadn't made an offer yet and says that the highest bid wins. People keep increasing the amounts until Tian declares he has spent more than 17,000, complaining that what was worth 10,000 has become more expensive because of Yan's interruption. The protagonist asks if he didn't mention being curious about his family's inheritance, and Tian confirms, saying he heard from his son that the young man possesses an ancient family emblem and asks to see it. Xia shows it quickly, and the appraiser nearly reacts with surprise, stating that it looks like a treasure and asking to examine it closely. But Yan refuses, saying it is an heirloom passed down for generations, and that he wouldn't let someone analyze something so important that easily. Tian insists, saying that he and his son are good friends and that he should show the emblem for a moment, but Yan retorts, asking what story about Shi that is, stating that he doesn't know him and that there is nothing else to discuss, turning to leave. Song calls him back and asks what he wants in exchange for allowing them to see the item, and Xia replies that he wants money, charging 10,000 for 1 minute and offering 5 minutes for 50,000, asking if that isn't even cheap and saying that if they don't want to pay, he will leave. Tian accepts the deal and Yan comments that it works perfectly. With the money in hand, he thinks he will first stock up on water and then food, remembering that there are many empty cells in the 6 great hell prisons where he can store supplies. Su comments that anything placed inside remains unchanged, even live animals, and he jokes that it makes sense for a fox to like chicken, imagining that people might think he's starting a farm. Soon, a notification of insufficient funds appears and Xia realizes the money ran out too fast, asking Tian if he is done looking already, reminding him that the 5 minutes have passed and offering to extend the time. Song changes the subject and asks if he would sell the emblem, and Yan says he would, asking what they think of 10 million. Both are shocked at that price, and the protagonist pulls the item back, asking what the problem is, stating that it was passed down for thousands of years and without doubt is a valuable antiquity, saying that 10 million isn't even that expensive, and if he doesn't want to buy it, he can move on to other matters. Huang tries to intervene, saying that the emblem truly is an antiquity, but that it is worth at most 500,000, and that Yan is exaggerating too much, suggesting negotiating a lower price and saying that in his opinion, it could be acquired for 100,000. Tian thanks him for his help that day and ends it there, while the appraiser takes his leave. Song immediately calls his son, ordering him to gather the clan members, telling him to act at once, find Xia and his sister, and bring both them and the emblem to him. After hanging up, Tian complains that the brat dared to provoke him and remembers that their ancestors not only sent them to retrieve antiques, but also to prepare plasma from a young girl for a sacrifice, and that he had been hesitating before, but now the boy is asking to lose his life. Yan realizes the plan has finally begun and thinks it is perfect since he feared Tian would not take action. He only regrets not squeezing more money out of him, but thinks there is no hurry and that he will charge everything bit by bit. Somewhere else, Yun appears with a suitcase saying she is ready, and the protagonist tells her to head home. Teacher Bai Shiyin runs over and asks them to wait, and Yun asks what she is doing there. Bai says she wants to know why she suddenly decided to abandon school and reminds her that there is an important exam the next day, insisting this is crucial for her future. Xia explains that he was the one who asked her to return home and that he needs to keep her away from school for now. Bai confirms he is the brother and says Yun is the best student in the class, commenting that she heard about the parents passing and assumed the brother was responsible, but she didn't expect him to be so careless as to jeopardize her future. Yun tries to ease the tension, saying it isn't that serious and that she will only go home to handle some things. But the teacher asks what could possibly be so important to interrupt her studies, saying that unless the earth is about to explode, school should not be stopped. She feels awkward realizing she raised her voice too much, but continues saying that a student must. Then Jia interrupts her, thanking her, saying she truly is a great teacher, and as a token of gratitude he will give her a warning. When she gets home, she should stock as much food, water, medicine, weapons, and especially a lot of painkillers, as that will help survive the difficult times that are coming. Bai doesn't understand, thinking he speaks as if the world were really going to end and hopes Yun will be alright. At home, Yun asks what they will do now and if something big is really about to happen, and Yan confirms it is, saying he will protect her and telling her to put on the clothes he hands her, explaining that he will go out for a while and that she must not open the door for anyone, no matter who it is. Yoon says she will prepare dinner and asks him to come back soon to eat. The protagonist leaves thinking that since the emblem is with his sister, he can feel her location at all times, and that now the top priority is to get more money. He heads for the elevator while elsewhere Ruo talks on the phone, asking if his sister is not at school and ordering them to go straight to the ex-boyfriend's apartment, saying he cannot run forever. Shuri answers that he understands and that she can keep him busy because they are already on their way. Lan asks if he missed her, and comments that Jun said he wanted to spend the night with him eating snacks, claiming he will be there soon. But Xia keeps walking while Ruo insists, wanting to know what he meant by that, asking if he really isn't thinking of breaking up with her and telling him not to act childish, claiming she knows he's just jealous. But Yan pushes her hand away and says that just remembering he once was in a relationship with her already makes him sick, telling her to stay away from him. And Ruo calls him ungrateful while the protagonist asks if her mask has fallen off and says she should pick it up before someone steps on it, which makes Lan furious, shouting where he is going and demanding he return. But Xia replies he is going to sell his own house, making Ruo ask if that's not the only house he has and if he hadn't said it would be their wedding home. And Yan says he needs money now and will sell it cheap, asking if she wants to buy it, while Lan tries to understand how he suddenly became so cold and is even selling the house left by his parents. A home in a prime location worth at least $3 million, thinking that if it weren't for that house, she wouldn't even go out with him, asking how much he intends to sell it for, and the protagonist answers $1 million final offer, leaving Ruo stunned at how cheap it is and asking if he is in trouble and needs to pay off debts. And Xia simply asks if she wants it or not, saying he is going to the agency and that even so, it is a huge steal. And Lan says she wants it, but doesn't have all the money at that moment, offering $300,000 as a down payment, and the rest later, while Yan asks who said anything about installments and whether he looks like an idiot, stating he wants $1 million in cash, not a cent less. And Ruo thinks Shuri will soon arrive with men to deal with him and that Yaya is better off eliminated anyway, and that even if she pays the $1 million, he will have to return it later. So the important thing now is to trick him until the transfer is done, saying it will be $1 million and they can go to the real estate office right now. At the office, Lan talks on the phone telling her mother not to worry, explaining that she's just buying a house and got a great deal and the money will return soon, while her mother questions how she could be going out with a broke guy like that and now spending all the family's savings to buy his house. And Ruo replies that she just needs to transfer the money and soon he will disappear, while the protagonist asks if she is finished and says he will only sign after receiving everything, and Lan confirms she is transferring and will send the receipt, thinking she hopes he lives long enough to spend the money, while Xia receives the amount and thinks that when the apocalypse arrives that house will be worthless, and without that $1 million Lan will lose her last chance of survival. And she smiles, saying she is happy, and that they can go to his house to celebrate, and Yan agrees, telling her to go celebrate. At the same time, in another building, Shur appears with some men saying he found out Xia took Yun home that afternoon, and that before he gets back they will go up the stairs and have a deep conversation with his sister. While inside the apartment, Yun prepares food and the emblem hanging from her neck begins to shine. They reach the door and Jun knocks, telling her to open, saying it is him, while Yun asks why brother Shur is there if Xia is not at home. And Jun lies, saying he knows, and that Xia went to prepare hot pot ingredients and asked him to come ahead, telling her to open because it is too hot outside, but Yun places her hand on the door and remembers her brother said not to open for anyone, so she answers that it is better to wait for him to return, making she knock harder and ask if she is kidding and if she is suspicious of him, ordering her to open the door. And Yun tries to apologize until one of the men shows up with a toolbox, saying quietly not to worry because they are experienced in the gang and opening locks is easy, while Jun asks if the family amulet is with her, and Yun confirms saying her brother gave it to her, until they manage to unlock the door and she says he is relieved, entering and grabbing her arm while commenting it would have been better if she had opened earlier, touching the emblem hanging on her neck and asking if that is the antique his father wanted, saying that now, with her and the amulet, Xia will be forced to kneel and beg forgiveness from the family head. Yun asks why and questions if Jun was not her brother's friend, and he arrogantly replies asking if she knows why he stayed with Xia, saying it is because he is an idiot who believes everything and always made mistakes. So when something blew up, they needed someone to take the blame instead of him, leaving Yoon with her eyes full of tears as she asks how he can say that. And Shai still says that if it were not for him, she would not have even met Ruo, saying the girl is truly a treat. June then slaps her face and tells her to stay quiet, warning that if she keeps talking, he will shove a cloth in her mouth, while one of the men says he has talent for that and asks if she is of age, and June replies that they can check themselves since there is still time. As they advance, a voice appears asking if they have ever heard of the great wine pool in the forest of meat, and Sher immediately imagines a pool full of women serving him all the time, until hearing Sue asking if the meat tastes good, and June replies it is delicious, then hears that of course it is delicious, because he is tasting his own flesh, and that is exactly the flavor. The men panic asking if that is plasma, screaming that this is no paradise and that it is more like hell, and Sue asks if he is not satisfied with the menu and which heart he would like to taste, Biggin's, Yikao's, or the eyes of the great minister. In the real world, everyone starts screaming desperately while Yun, not understanding, asks what is going on, and they shout, "It is a ghost," questioning where those visions came from and why they are scared if they have already killed people before, asking if there is something wrong with that amulet. Shai pretends courage, ordering them to move forward and destroy it, saying it is just a useless amulet until a burst of light explodes from the pendant and a hand appears cutting his face, making the amulet fall to the ground. Someone enters and picks it up, commenting on the mess, and when everyone looks, they see it is Xia. Ruo also enters asking what happened to Shi, and June, in panic, says it was a demon, saying that amulet is a treasure and ordering them not to let Xia escape, while Yun screams for her brother to be careful. The men advance with clubs, and Sue comments that the amulet's soul power has just been consumed, and that it is Gensi's fault for using the claws, otherwise they could have been controlled longer, while the bear says he cannot come out, and Shia says that with that size, if he really came out, the building would collapse, saying he has no fault at all and just wants to show a bit of his own abilities. Flames then surge toward the men and begin to burn them, leaving everyone in despair asking what that is and telling him to put it out, running to the shower while Shai asks what is happening and whether Xia knows how to use magic. And Lan warns him not to get close, saying that June is his big brother, and asking him to take their past relationship into consideration. Xia furiously replies that she came to his house, brought men to try to abuse his sister, stole the amulet, and even knew everything from the beginning, saying it is disgusting and asking how she still dares to act innocent as if nothing happened. Sure tries to deny it, saying he doesn't know what he is talking about, that it is a misunderstanding, and asking Ruo to convince Jia, reminding her she is his girlfriend and that they are getting married soon, claiming he will be the best man, while Ruo asks if he doesn't want to marry her anymore, saying she won't demand any dowry, that he no longer has anything, and even so she is willing to stay by his side, asking him to say where that power comes from, and saying she will always love him. June appears holding a knife, and Jia stares at both before launching a wave of fire over them, saying he also wanted to know why he awakened to the power of flames and now finally understood. Maybe it is because there are too many rotten people in this world, and that is why he wants to burn them all to the end. In the ancestral temple of the Song family, Tian stands before the memorial tablets asking the ancestors to bless the bloodline with prosperity, abundant harvests, and favorable weather, guiding them towards success, until a red mist takes over the altar and an ancient voice announces the need for spiritual antiques, the plasma of a maiden and a sacrifice. Tian answers that the ancestor need not worry, because they will soon deliver what was requested, and the voice informs that in 3 days, the apocalypse will descend upon the world and he must hurry. Tian repeats in shock about the apocalypse coming in 3 days, and immediately orders someone to buy large quantities of water and food, saying that if the ancestor's prediction is correct, the end of the world is near, and orders she and the others to be called to perform the sacrificial ritual at once. A sound echoes, and someone approaches saying that is not necessary, and the protagonist appears saying he came on his own before throwing June to the ground. Tian asks what he did, and how he dares invade the family's ancestral hall, questioning who he thinks he is and ordering them to eliminate him. Everyone advances while Xia closes his eyes and, upon opening them, releases a wave of light and flames that incinerates the attackers, leaving Song terrified while Yun comments that it had been a while since he had used that, as the men scream, writhing amid the fire, and Tian is both frightened and furious. Song draws a pistol and tells Xia to go to hell, but when the shot is about to hit its target, the protagonist moves only one finger and the weapon explodes in Tian's hand, injuring him. And Xia comments that firearms are not toys and are dangerous, thinking that even being only a level 1 ability, the fire of the underworld is surprising, managing to deal with about 10 people at a range of 2 meters for 10 seconds, and that if there are flammable or explosive materials, the effect becomes even greater. Irritated, Song begs the ancestor for help, saying the family is about to be destroyed, pleading to save the bloodline with divine power. The voice responds saying it is the elder of the ancient star and orders the impure creature to kneel. Yan is struck, and Tian celebrates, saying that his hand no longer hurts, and the people have stopped burning, claiming the star elder has descended to defeat evil, and Jia will lose his life. The ancestor appears ahead, and the protagonist says the Song family really foresaw the apocalypse, and that there was someone behind them, saying he only intended to steal some antiques and some money, but now he has to deal with such a powerful being. The elder lifts his foot to crush him, but Xia dodges. The ancestor stretches out his hand to eliminate him, and Tian says that now he is truly finished, but is surprised to look ahead and see Yan smiling as he summons the bear, asking who he said was finished. At the instant of the attack, Su comments that Huo is a fire star, an innate fire spirit that accumulated spiritual power for 1,000 years thanks to the family's offerings, and says that if it is captured and absorbed, the abilities of energy and fire control will drastically increase, making the protagonist ask what she is suggesting. Daji explains that the spiritual power of the great evil talisman is still insufficient, but if he is willing to take a risk, there is a chance to capture it, and Jia asks if that is serious and requests details. Su explains that he can draw a little of his own spiritual energy and infuse it into the talisman to summon one of them who will come help in the battle against the god, and Yan replies that he can do that, but the spiritual energy comes from the soul, and if he fails to capture Huo and cannot repair his soul in time, he will lose his life and disappear, besides the risk that the summoned spirit can easily escape, and Daji asks if he intends to take that risk. The protagonist says why wouldn't he take the risk. Jia then releases flames over the emblem, and Su asks what he is doing, hearing Yan explain that he implanted the underworld fire seed into the talisman, and that if he dies, the underworld fire will be activated and destroy the talisman completely, and without the talisman, no one in the world will be able to open the prison, and she will never see the sunlight again, saying that if she wants him to return alive, she knows exactly what she must do. He begins to absorb spiritual energy, and an intense light explodes, while a voice announces that the exit has been opened and the path to escape is clear. And Xia declares that he summons the great guardian demon of the mountain in the southern sea, the Black Urdo, calling him to battle. The bear emerges surrounded by a terrifying aura. The spiritual cage is opened, and Daji warns him not to do anything stupid, saying that the prison master cannot lose his life. In the fight, the bear leaps toward the ancestor, saying he is finally free and the feeling is wonderful, while Yan hits him, saying to finish it quickly because his spiritual energy will not last, and asking if he wants to see him die. And the bear replies that he understands, that he has always been loyal, and that he summoned the right demon. The bear then charges at the ancestor, asking if an elemental god of the 5 elements dares to block his path, ordering him to hand over the fire spirit immediately. The ancestor tries to invoke something, but is struck and asks how he dares attack him, claiming he transcended the limits of the world and cannot use all his power, saying it is better to retreat. A spiritual ribbon is thrown against him, and the protagonist responds that retreating is already too late and orders the god-binding rope to capture him. The rope coils around the ancestor and immobilizes him completely, making Song shout that it is impossible and asking if that is not the rope that was stuck on the antiquity. And Xia comments that thanks to him, since he bought only the broken piece, he obtained the god-binding rope. Tian screams in despair as the ancestor is converted into a fire spirit, and Yan holds him, asking what he thinks about closing a deal, saying that in exchange for preserving the Song bloodline, he wants to know how much he is willing to pay. Shar, almost without strength, asks if the father really handed over all the family's money, and Song replies that the apocalypse is coming and asks what it matters to be without money, saying what matters is that they survived, stating that no one can know about this and that they must sell all properties immediately, turn everything into cash and buy rice and water, reminding of the mansion on the border that has an underground shelter where they can reinforce the structure and prepare, also ordering the old Huang to be called to continue buying antiques. He says the boy is on his own now, that thanks to the apocalypse he gained powers, and that if the Song heirs seize this chance, this apocalypse will be their triumph, and will make Jia regret all the disgrace he brought to the family. Elsewhere, the protagonist observes the balance of 38,960,000 yuan, equivalent to $23 million, and thinks that if he wasn't under so much pressure, he would have squeezed more from the Songs, but it doesn't matter. From now on, he needs to be efficient and take what he needs. He says he would like to buy 1 ton of spiritual cleansing pills. The vendor responds politely until she realizes it is 1 ton and asks if it is a joke, saying that cleansing pills only serve for fevers and toxins. Yan asks if they sell it or not because if they don't have it, he will buy somewhere else. And the woman says they do sell it, but such an absurd amount requires a special order that may take 2 days and won't be cheap. The protagonist says he will give 20% up front, but wants everything by tomorrow night. He leaves thinking he already bought around 10 tons of pills in Jade City and placed online orders, thinking it will be enough, and reflects that no one would imagine that during the apocalypse that simple pill would become the most valuable item on Earth. Xia remembers that in the previous life he felt terrible and thought he was going to die, while his sister said she was sorry for not being able to buy enough pills since that medicine accelerated the emergence of abilities and held back the effects of zombification. And if they had known that they would have stocked more and to not give up, she went out looking for a nearby pharmacy. Yan told her it was dangerous outside, but even so, she left and never returned. And this time, he will not allow that to happen. The protagonist thinks that the Song family only worries about stocking food for the coming apocalypse, but they don't imagine that in the initial stages, the most important thing is to control ability users, and by dominating the pill supply, he will also be able to control an army of users who will follow his orders. Xia holds the emblem and releases flames. An intense power erupts and Su congratulates him, saying that the infernal fire has been purified by the fire spirit and has become Red Lotus fire, which breaks barriers and cuts illusions, preventing illusions like the wine fantasy and the meat banquet from affecting him again, as well as advancing his power to the second phase and making his flame control more precise. Yan summons a weapon and comments that the fire spirit is even more useful than he imagined, while the bear asks him to remember to summon him next time because that was very fun, saying his evil level dropped to 90 and now he will get an extra piece of meat at every prison meal. And Su explains that helping the master reduced his evil and improved his treatment, though it also stole a bit of his energy. The protagonist tells them both to be quiet, and a bird beside them provokes, saying that watchdogs tamed for a few benefits should stay silent, and that it's better the boy never summons him again, for he will only watch from afar waiting for a chance to escape. Xia says that now, with his power raised, more prison doors can be opened, and asks why he would summon someone stronger than him, claiming that when that happens, it will likely be that someone going after him instead. The amulet extinguishes the flames and Yan looks out the window thinking that tomorrow will be the second to last day before the apocalypse, and he must use every minute. He still has millions available, and that is enough to buy that item. The next day at the exhibition jewelry auction, the protagonist enters saying this is the place, remembering that during the apocalypse, common resources can be looted, but the energy cores needed to level up only appear when killing zombies, and that stone contains crystallized energy enough to advance from Phase 2 to Phase 3. In his past life, someone obtained that stone and surpassed everyone, gaining huge advantages, and this time, he will do everything to ensure it stays with him. At the auction, the presenter slams the desk and announces that the Spring Jade set has been sold for $1,300,000, and introduces the next item, a rough stone with great potential that may be worth at least $5 million, starting at 3. A blonde young man offers $5 million, and everyone is surprised, saying they expected no less from the Great How, stating that he already went straight to the maximum value and with him involved, no one would dare compete, praising his company. The boy thanks them and says he will invite them for drinks next time, until someone bids $6 million, making the girl ask who that student is. A boy with glasses comments that this is an exclusive auction for club members and only those with a black bank card can participate. Yan shows the card asking if there is any problem, and the staff member says none, imagining he must be an heir of some family. The presenter announces the $6 million bid and asks if there are more offers, and the blonde says $7 million, asking the boy to show courage before the Great How so they can get to know each other, and the protagonist responds with $10 million. Everyone is even more shocked, saying the price has already surpassed the real value of the stone, and the girl comments that it is not worth getting angry with him, saying he's just showing off, and they can let him burn money. The blonde asks his name and Xia answers, and Hao says he will not forget him. The employee hands the stone to him and Yan comments that he finally understands. The presenter announces the next item, a golden jade fan with pearls and gems, and people ask what that is, if it is a monster or demon, calling for help. The protagonist, who was already leaving, looks back and sees an intense aura around a flying creature, commenting that it seems the stone attracted it, and that the fan must have been near it before the auction and absorbed energy. With the apocalypse near, the evil spirit inside the fan awakened, and the world will soon fall into chaos with supernatural events increasing. that being only a preview. Hao shouts, asking what that is, and tells the boy to be careful. Yan releases his power against the monster and dodges the attack. His eye shines, emitting intense flames that finish the creature, and he comments that it was not even that strong and barely managed to awaken that ability. Hao, lying on the floor, says Yan is someone special and needs to become his master. Below Xia's building, several people observe the goods and ask if the boy bought all that and if he's going to open a supermarket, saying he seems like a good-hearted guy, and asking if he is starting his own business. A woman comments that young people are reckless and think they can conquer everything, saying that his store will fail. A girl asks if she herself didn't want to rent the warehouse to open a supermarket, and the lady says that dismantled place doesn't interest her. Xia thinks he has just spent all his money buying supplies and wonders if he's forgetting something. The worker informs him that all the goods have been delivered and asks if he wants to inspect them, and Xia says there is no need and thanks him. And the worker warns that another shipment will arrive tomorrow, and the warehouse may not have enough space. The irritated lady asks if there will be another shipment, and if he really got rich, complaining that he has no parents, does not respect elders, and now wants to open a supermarket, saying she is the one who should be making money and wanted that place. The child says he needs to pee and runs off, urinates inside the warehouse and sighs in relief, and the lady comments that he is so good he can pee on his own, saying children don't know any better, and asks Xia if he doesn't mind. The protagonist pushes the child into his own pee and then throws it onto his mother, who looks surprised, asking what he's doing, saying the boy was only playing and asking if he has no shame messing with the child. And Xia replies he has no shame at all before closing the warehouse. The woman leaves irritated while the child says he wants to set off fireworks, and the lady notices something and says that his grandmother will buy fireworks for him tonight and set off many, hinting that if any spark hits Xia's warehouse, it would be a shame. Inside the warehouse, the protagonist says everything is gathered and orders the great mortal prison to absorb. A light appears and all the boxes begin to disappear, and Sue comments that there are so many things that they can finally celebrate. Xia tells her to find an empty room and organize everything, and Daji replies that she is an expert at that, saying there are many live animals and they can separate an area in the tower to raise them, noting that with the tower's spiritual energy, the meat will become even tastier and they will have a constant supply of chickens. Yan comments that the apocalypse is about to hit the world and he does not know how long it will last, so he intends to take other living creatures to preserve a trace of human civilization, and the bear says that he should cultivate because in times of hunger the most important things are seeds and soil, and as long as there are seeds, every form of life can continue, mentioning that he bought some of them. The protagonist says he understands and will be right back. In the surroundings, Xia wonders if all that soil will fit in the demon ceiling tower and orders it to absorb, and Sue tells him to stop saying that it can't hold more, that his spiritual energy is insufficient, and the created space is too small, stating that they will end up drowning in there. Yan says he has already gathered around 10 tons of soil, but thinks it is little because after the apocalypse, all soil will be altered and that good earth will be impossible to find, and says there is no time to waste as a light envelops his body. The lady elsewhere prepares fireworks, saying that tonight she will see Xia eliminated when the child arrives holding something in his hands, and she asks where that mirror came from and if he took it from the shop where they bought the fireworks, praising her grandson for bringing gifts to his grandmother. The little boy then says there is someone inside, and the woman asks who, and he replies that there is someone in the mirror. A monster's face appears and the lady is frightened, saying that it is a ghost and tells him to take it away. But the child asks why his grandmother doesn't look at the mirror if she can do whatever she wants. The monster emits energy and the woman screams to get away, but the creature comes out of the mirror and attacks her. The child smiles sinisterly, saying it is fun, and calls his grandmother to keep playing. The energy in the place twists as the woman rises with a strange intent and absurd mana around her, calling the boy and saying she loves him, transforming into the monster and pulling the child as the pressure around increases. The next day at the port warehouse, someone asks if it will rain heavily, and another inside the ship says there is a problem, that they caught monstrous fish whose bodies ooze pus and have fangs, asking if they can eat that and blaming countries that dump polluted water into the sea, saying the fish mutated. Then someone enters a room saying the time has come and asks old Wu for the warehouse inventory. Wu has strange hands and the worker asks if he's all right, if he caught a cold and needs a day off. Men approach and the worker asks who they are, hearing that all the spiritual cleansing pills in the city are stored there, and answers that those goods are already sold and that if they want to buy, they can buy normally. The men advance and throw him away, moving toward the boxes, but one of them is pulled by the leg by old Wu, transformed into a monster. The others get ready and attack together until they defeat him, asking the boss if he is all right, and the boss replies that they must grab the medicine first, and if someone tries to stop them, they should simply, and the guard asks simply what, and if he plans to eliminate someone. The protagonist steps in saying that everything there belongs to him and was bought with real money, asking if the man wants to steal and if the world hasn't even ended yet, and he's already in such a hurry to lose his life. The boss tells him to be reasonable, stating that the port and the industrial park belong to his boss. And since the goods haven't even left the port yet, he asks why he doesn't accept that as a favor and let them set the price. Shia replies that he has no interest in negotiating and tells him he has 1 minute, and if he doesn't leave, he will face the consequences, also asking if zombification has already begun. The men advance, but they can no longer see him, and Jan moves over the boxes, asking if he said that all the port's goods belong to the boss, including those. The worker asks what he intends to do, and the protagonist says he wants to learn from him, steal. An explosion occurs. Elsewhere, a voice asks what he just said, and a woman asks if they not only failed to retrieve the medicines but also allowed all the goods to be stolen. The leader comments that the man clearly possesses powers and isn't someone ordinary, he's practically a monster, recalling that there were many things inside the warehouse and that when he shut the door it took an eternity to open again, and when they finally entered, nothing was left. The chief agrees and asks his name. The guard replies that he checked the recipient's data, and the registered name was Xia. She grows thoughtful, wondering if he is also a skill user. It even seemed like he had some kind of storage ability. But before she could conclude, she notices that the employee begins changing appearance, as if turning into a monster, and states that the poison has already reached his brain, that not even a spiritual cleansing pill would work now, and they must take him outside and burn him, ensuring nothing touches him and no one comes into contact with the plasma. The zombie leaps toward her, but the chief stands up, stretches out her hand and releases her herb magic that pierces his body while the surrounding pressure increases and the herbs close in. And she says, this is only the beginning, ordering them to keep searching for medicine and stocking weapons using the logistics warehouse as a base supported by the coast, reinforcing the front and gathering all men to prepare because the end of the world has come. Somewhere else, someone holds a spiritual cleansing pill while the protagonist explains that water and air are no longer safe, and that anything that touches the skin or is consumed must be bottled water, and everyone must take 3 spiritual cleansing pills a day, and if they feel cold, they must tell him. Yoon asks what is happening, and Xia answers that it is time for her to know and that he will explain while they walk, taking her somewhere. His sister comments that ever since she came back from school, it is the first time she has left the house, and that the feeling is strange. And Jan explains that evil spirits are visible. A voice behind them says it finished eating but is still hungry. And it is that same old lady turned into a monster, saying she wants everything, complaining thousands of times that she couldn't stand people walking around the house and waking her up, saying everyone was against her and she should swallow them all while loud noises echo. In another spot, the protagonist gets into a taxi with his sister, just as Ruo passes, accompanied by a woman who asks if there is no security in that neighborhood, and Lan answers that poor security does not matter when someone as strong as Xiaoyan is around, stating that this will be their home forever. The woman comments that they did not invest hundreds of millions for nothing to give Ruo the most advanced reconstructive surgery and a Sakura-style makeover, and with that beauty, she would surely win over her target. Ruo agrees, saying he always loved that look and used to be obsessed with her, following her non-stop. And even though she does not understand why she was treated so harshly this time, now that he is strong and powerful, it will be easy to make him fall at her feet again, and with her abilities, no one will stop her, remembering that he even took something from the Shai family, and so there is no doubt he belongs to her. All she needs is to find him, flirt a little, and he will surrender, until Lan notices him entering a car, immediately gets in another, and tells the driver to follow quickly. Inside the car, Ruo yells that he is a treasure and she cannot let another woman take him, until the car stops at the zoo. There, a man argues, saying his son's cap was almost broken, and his face nearly hurt while the employee tries to apologize, explaining the animals are usually calm and he does not understand what happened. Yoon asks if the animal's aggressiveness is also related to the end of the world, recalling that he already explained many things and she understands the apocalypse is coming, that humans may turn into zombies or survive and awaken special abilities, and that he could only predict all this because he awakened earlier. Xia confirms and thinks it is better not to talk about the suffering of his past life, so she does not feel bad. Yoon asks if they shouldn't hide and why they were at the zoo, and Yan explains that hiding would only work for a while, that in the apocalypse, strength will be essential, and even if he has combat abilities, he will not always be able to protect her, because anything can happen and she also needs to become strong. Yoon asks if she will manage, saying she does not want to be a burden and wants to improve, and the protagonist tells them to keep moving forward. Meanwhile, Ruo, still following the car, asks why he went to a zoo, and her mother advises her to stay close. simulate a casual meeting and charm him while Lan retouches her lipstick. The animals behind her keep staring strangely. In the turtle area, Sue comments that there is a special being there, and she can already sense its scent. The bear complains about being tired of dealing with foul-smelling, resistant, and long-lived creatures, while Xia observes a turtle on a rock. DG and the bear recognize it as an ancient turtle, and Yun thinks it has lived there since the zoo was built. Over 100 years old, even with its own name on the plaque. The notice says it is an unknown long-lived land turtle named Nanan, and Yan remembers that in his past life she became famous because a god once tried to pass through the place where she was and was bitten by her, fighting for days without managing to pierce her shell. Hearing that story, he imagined that if he could make this old turtle protect his sister, she would be absolutely safe. The protagonist approaches calling the turtle master. She stares at him and Xia releases his power through his eyes, saying he got hungry while they were walking and asks what she thinks about turtle soup. The turtle replies that humans are impatient, that in the past, some visited a cabin 3 times before asking for help, and that if he wants support, he should be polite, asking how he dares threaten her. Yan states that the end of the world is near and there is no time for formalities, introducing his sister, who is impressed to see the animal speaking. The turtle coughs and explains that if she had not overeaten and gotten indigestion, the former zoo director would never have found and cared for her, and that name was just a coincidence. Hundreds of years pass, but for her more than 3,000 years, that is only the blink of an eye. The bear is astonished at the 3,000 years and comments she is about to become a god, and that consuming her spiritual essence would extend life by 100 years. Yan asks her to help protect his sister and inquires about the conditions. The turtle replies that the world is in chaos, and the red moon dominates the sky, and that when the apocalypse arrives, her species will also suffer. The protagonist suggests taking the small turtles from the lake to the great mortal prison, building an internal lake and keeping them in safety, and the turtle asks about that place. A light appears around them, releasing lightning, and she recognizes that space filled with bolts where gods are imprisoned, stating that now everything makes sense, and that destiny brought him here a century ago for this reason. She then asks if he really thinks a brat can control such a dangerous prison, and says that the apocalypse is terrifying, but if he steps aside, he would cause damage even worse than the gods of the end of the world, questioning why she should help someone who might not even withstand the weight of 3,000 years of power. Xia faces the animal wrapped in an aura while blocking the attack, and the turtle unleashes her strength. Still at the zoo, Ruo comments she heard noise, and suddenly, her wig is snatched off by the animal behind her. Lan raises her purse, screaming for them to return the wig, but the creatures throw some liquid on both of them, and Ruo says it is drool while the mother is disgusted. Lan promises to eliminate them, but the mother insists they should forget it for now and focus on finding Yan. The old woman puts the wig back on her daughter, who complains it is backwards, and both start running until reaching the turtle area, commenting on the bad smell. One of them steps on something, and the mother, disgusted, says at least that useless turtle served to clean her shoe. They keep moving until Ruo pushes aside large leaves, saying that if she moves everything, she might see Yan and appear fragile and seductive when emerging from the bushes, believing he will fall instantly in love. When Lan parts the bushes, she comes face to face with the turtle, which immediately bites her arm. The small, sharp teeth exert immense pressure, causing unbearable pain and making escape difficult. Ruo is startled seeing the arm being bitten and thinks this ruins her plan, staying silent so as not to look ridiculous. More turtles appear heading toward the mother, who begins to scream in pain while Lan begs them to release her and for someone to save them. Both fall to the ground as the turtles keep biting. On the other side, the protagonist continues facing the larger turtle while the bear insists on letting him go, saying that with a slap, he could finish off that old creature and then they would divide the meat. Flames spread. Xia falls to his knees and the turtle laughs, saying that if he cannot endure, he should give up because everything is born and dies for a reason, asking what anyone can do in the midst of an apocalypse and saying it would be better not to entrust the great prison to him, assuring that she could keep everyone in peace even if the world were destroyed. A strange feeling arises while the turtle continues, saying that the great mortal prison is far too dangerous for someone untrained, and the bear feels dizzy and defeated, while Sue says she lost the will to do anything. Yan asks if she has not learned the basics after living so long, saying that whoever does not move forward falls behind, and whoever does not believe loses their own life. A huge aura explodes around them. A thunderous sound echoes, and the turtle is startled to see Xia breaking free from the Buddhist mantra. The protagonist tells him to keep his tricks. Xia ties a rope to the turtle, and the bear states that she took the chance to attack and seize the great prison, and that they should eliminate her. Sue comments that she is one step away from becoming a goddess, and they almost fell into her plan, but the master has an unshakable will. Yan orders her to surrender or die, and the turtle asks them not to attack while he replies that he will keep hitting. And the turtle complains that he is using the ancient technique from Mount Tai to stimulate bone reconstruction, asking if that is how he treats an elder and telling the girl to warn her brother to stop because he was mistreating an animal. The protagonist states that his abilities have improved and his strength has grown, and Yun appears asking him to leave Grandpa Turtle alone, saying he doesn't seem to want to do any harm. She touches his arm and Xia interrupts the strike, and the turtle thinks that even furious he maintained some clarity, asking not to be called Grandpa and only by Nanan. He reduces his size and states he can detect malicious intentions and that the boy has potential. From that moment on, under his protection, he will be safe. Yun thanks him and the bear asks if that means there will be no turtle soup, while Yan says they still need to be cautious and cannot leave her alone with a monster out of control. The turtle states she was only joking before, explaining that the Great Mortal Prison is an ancient and dangerous artifact that requires a bearer of extraordinary luck and that she would never dare covet it. A light surrounds the place, and the turtle declares that her soul will enter the prison that day and will be under his command. The protagonist says that her real body will stay beside his sister, and if anything strange happens, it will be struck by 10,000 lightning bolts, thinking that this way, her safety is guaranteed. An explosion happens, the smoke clears, and Xia appears atop a tree saying that was the problem. Several red-eyed animals start gathering. Yan observes that many types of animals are gathered, but not all have mutated, and he decides to take those that are fine and store them in the tower. He approaches the turtles and begins to collect them, and they thank him. Xia picks up his sister, saying he will take her to a safe place, and they move quickly until they hear someone calling. Ruo appears in the water, injured, without a wig and with torn clothes, calling herself his girlfriend. And Yan asks what she was doing there. Lan, right beside her, claims he is just being stubborn, saying he has always liked her, and that he just did not swallow his pride to reconcile, reminding him that she is very beautiful, and since the breakup, he certainly cannot eat or sleep properly because she is perfect. The mother agrees, saying her daughter has always been in love with him and asks if last time he did not say he wanted to propose to her, stating that she answered too quickly, but in truth is enchanted by him. And Lan says she can forgive him for being rough with her before. The protagonist keeps distancing himself and comments that they are completely crazy, while Ruo begs him to return, saying he should admire someone as beautiful as her and asking how he dares treat her that way. Animals begin to approach them, and Ruo panics, asking what they are doing, ordering them to get out of the way because, according to her, the most beautiful woman in the world would become queen, and all men should kneel at her feet. Impacts continue while Xia swiftly moves, collecting the remaining animals that are still normal, saying they have gathered almost all those in good condition and that first they must find a safe place. Just ahead there is an office of the zoo administration, and Yan notices that all staff have already abandoned the place, remembering that the park is in a distant rural area, flanked by a mountain, and for now, there will be no visitors besides the creatures. The cameras still work and there are dormitories with basic supplies, and Yun says the place is great and she will stay there for now, stressing that he has his own matters to handle and that he can go ahead because she can manage on her own. The protagonist asks if she is not afraid, and the sister replies that she is not alone, asking if Nanan is not with her, and explains that she knows her brother always protects her and that now she needs to become strong too. She says she already talked to Nanan and he will teach her to train her abilities, and in the future she wants to help her brother, which is exactly what he expected from her. Xia calls the turtle. Nanan tells him not to be so formal and states he knows what needs to be done, releasing light through his eyes as a great barrier forms around the place, preventing passage. Yan says everything is under control, and Yun asks her brother to take care of himself, saying she will wait for him there. The protagonist moves rapidly through the city, passing by destroyed cars covered in plasma, zombies devouring people, and a growing pressure in the air, thinking there is not much time left and he must hurry. Explosions and noises take over the city as it begins to collapse. A reporter announces that there was a car accident and chaos has spread, with many patients showing bluish skin, red eyes, and persistent high fever. And the National Health Committee is coordinating rescue operations. Specialists advise the population to remain at home, warning about climate anomalies and an impending storm, recommending stocking food, water, and medicine. Elsewhere, a sleepy girl watches the news and asks what is happening, saying everything feels like the end of the world. Scared, she sees recordings of zombies and reads comments confirming it is real, mentioning that a classmate felt sick, went to the hospital, and witnessed someone transforming and attacking. She looks out the window and sees the shadow of a huge creature, keeps reading the comments and finds it all strange, asking why she also feels feverish. Her hands start changing. Bai wonders if it is what she thinks or just a simple cold. She sits on the floor, grabs something, and remembers what Yun said, realizing she bought many things because of him. She takes a spiritual cleansing pill, her eyes grow heavy, and Bai ends up passing out on the sofa. Meanwhile, the protagonist heads to another spot and comments that there is still 1 hour left. Before that, from 6 in the evening onward, small gods will begin to appear, remembering that the first one appeared exactly at the Imperial Tower building. That day, the deity descended, causing massive destruction and toppling entire buildings, throwing humanity into panic. And if he could find it again, he might act beforehand. Jia sits on the ground, closes his eyes, and releases mana around him. As the colors change and a light surrounds his body, Yan opens his eyes, saying that his power has reached the peak of the 3rd level and that the red lotus seed has undergone a new mutation. He observes his attributes excitedly, commenting that with fire spirit and a few turtle bones, his ability will rise 2 levels and the bone absorption will greatly increase his spiritual power. The light becomes redder until Xia hears a noise, and a young man appears asking who allowed someone to come up there, saying it's an imperial private area and that he must be removed immediately. One of the men approaches, telling the manager that the elevators and access points are locked, and asks how the boy got up. But the manager hits him in the face and says he is tired of excuses, claiming everyone looks lazy and he will deduct a whole month's salary. The employee apologizes, holding his face, and the manager watches irritated while the men prepare to attack the boy, but Yan announces that the manager is right there. Everyone stops when they see the terrifying red light appearing in the place and ask what that is. An even stronger light explodes and summons a many-legged monster, a bull demon rank soldier. The manager is terrified to see it and starts screaming, telling the bull to look at him, asking it to run to protect him, promising to raise everyone's salaries if they help him, until the bull slices him in half. The men panic and run, but the bull chases them, crushing several while saying there are too many insects and he will turn them into paste. He raises his foot to stomp the protagonist, but the strike does not descend. Xia holds the foot firmly and asks if with that strength it really thinks it can crush him. Yan releases his flames, saying he will use it for training, and the bull asks if he can understand what it is saying. The protagonist holds the foot with one hand and his weapon with the other, jumping with a smile while the men watch shocked, commenting that maybe he really can eliminate the creature. The bull stares at the boy, saying he thought eliminating insects would be simple, but this was fun, and promises to tear him apart, ordering him to be grateful for being a sturdy insect. The protagonist advances, the bull shows its teeth, and Xia smiles, asking if it gets emotional having a leg cut off, suggesting cutting an arm now. Yan leaps onto its horn with his sword. The bull grows furious as flames spread and everyone watches closely. The bull's arm falls to the ground and it asks what the boy did, and Xia comments it would be better to go easy since there are still several legs and an arm left, and it cannot lose its life so quickly, not before satisfying his own training. The bull feels intense pain. Attacks continue and Yan increases his flames while the bull complains that the day to break the barrier has not even arrived, and it still wanted to eliminate more insects. The protagonist slices it into parts and comments that it is even weaker than he expected, but that this is only the first creature, sitting breathlessly and saying that the next divine monsters will be even stronger. Yan touches the enemy's head and commands it to willingly give up its spiritual energy if it wants to end things quickly, asking if it prefers to keep being tortured, and the bull states it would rather die than be humiliated and will fight to the end. A light appears, its body deforms, and a blue light shows up right after, leaving the protagonist puzzled, asking what that was, saying he fought the whole time and it never gave up. But a single look at the great prison was enough to terrify it. Xia's spiritual energy reaches 3.5%, increasing 5%, and he considers the result excellent, also feeling that his control over fire has become more precise. Yan thinks it must already be past 2 o'clock, and that several emergence points will begin to appear. He remembers some and decides to act according to the situation. The men approach impressed, saying he is incredible for having eliminated the monster. They admit they offended him earlier and ask what is really happening. The protagonist simply states that the apocalypse has arrived and they ask to follow him. Xia jumps from the building without responding, and the men grow desperate, asking what to do, until one of them tries to grab an axe, saying the corpse could be worth a lot of money. He raises the axe, but everyone becomes confused when they see the bull's body moving, thinking the corpse has turned into another corpse, when a voice warns them to be careful and says it might be better to wash first. One of the men begins to change, his skin twists, and he transforms into a zombie, charging toward the group. The survivors scream in despair while explosions continue erupting across the entire city. In the Song family, inside the village shelter, a boy opens the door warning that one more person has a fever. Tian orders him to take them to the isolation wing and asks if he needs to repeat it, but the boy says desperately that this time the one with the fever is his own son. Song runs to Shi, who speaks with difficulty asking his father to save him while his body seems to be reacting strangely. Tian asks where the medicine that could treat that illness is and why they still haven't found it. The boy explains that only one family member took both spiritual cleansing pills and his fever decreased, but he still hasn't fully recovered. Song asks what he is waiting for and orders the medicine quickly. He throws the pills, Shi catches them and immediately swallows them, trembling. Tian watches closely while Jun says he is feeling much better, and Song, surprised by the effectiveness, orders them to find more spiritual cleansing pills. The boy says they are searching, and Tian asks why only those remain, reminding that he had ordered medicines to be stocked. The boy explains that spiritual cleansing pills were seen as traditional remedies for colds and fevers, with many modern and expensive alternatives in the market, so no one paid attention to them before. Tian orders them to go out and steal or loot if necessary, saying they have weapons and ammunition. The boy mentions that all the pills were bought in advance by someone named Xu, and Song complains saying he tricked them for $60 and bought everything. The boy adds that the city is in chaos. Underground networks have stopped working and asks what they should do now. Tian says it is unbearable, that Xu has supernatural powers and asks how they could face him in that situation, fearing that the Song family is about to die. At that moment, the door is smashed open and Tian is startled to see Shi surrounded by an intense aura. Jun says he feels something strange, as if all the filth has been washed away from his body. Shi strikes the wall forcefully and says he is much stronger, laughing while Tian watches in disbelief. He says he has awakened supernatural powers and finally knows what it feels like to be full of strength. Song concludes that the pills have miraculous effects when taken right at the beginning of the illness and asks if they really can grant abilities. He says it is excellent and orders to prioritize those with mild symptoms, stating that with 3 boxes, at least 3 new users can emerge. Then he says to gather everyone and take over the medicine warehouse, affirming that when the Song family controls the ability, users, everything will be theirs. Elsewhere, Bai wakes up commenting that the medicine really worked because her symptoms have almost disappeared. She grabs the pouch with the pills, confused, asking if she's seeing it clearly when someone knocks on the door saying it is someone she knows. The teacher asks what is happening, and Zeiner, breathless, says, "There are zombies in the building. Many residents have transformed and are attacking people, and anyone who gets injured turns into a zombie too," insisting that she must be saved. Bai tries to open the door, but the chain jams and she panics. Zeiner hears noises coming from the stairs and tells her to hurry because the zombies are coming up. Bai finally unlocks it and tells her to get in quickly. Zeiner rushes inside and the teacher notices a scratch on her back, asking if she was hit. Zeiner, with a strange look, asks if she noticed, and Bai remembers that she herself said that the injured turn into zombies. Zeiner replies that she will not transform if she takes spiritual cleansing pills, saying that's what everyone says on the internet, and asks if Bai has any. At that moment, a hand pushes through the door opening. The zombies are now managing to force their way in. Zeiner says that now it is too late, pushes Bai outside and says she only wants to ask a favor, that she may gain a little more time, while Bai desperately bangs on the door, telling her to open and asking what she is doing. For a moment, Zeiner asks what she was doing, but soon her expression changes and she says Bai has no idea how much she hates her, asking why she had such a better life than hers, why she was born without worrying about food or clothes, why she always had spare money to help someone like her, thanking her for supporting her all those years and at the same time saying she despised her for it, claiming she only wanted to buy a designer handbag like everyone else. The teacher asks why she thinks that way and reminds her she always helped, asking if that too would have been a mistake. Zeiner replies it was her obligation to help, and asks if Bai never felt that false satisfaction for being so generous with someone like her, saying she might lose her life now. Noises begin to emerge, and Zeiner claims that Bai is being slowly devoured by the zombies, and says she is very lucky, hoping that when the zombies finish, they leave some peace so she can stomp on it and relieve all that accumulated generosity. Zeiner's back begins to turn purple. She looks in the mirror and realizes she will also transform into one of those horrible creatures, saying she needs the first aid kit. She finds a box of spiritual cleansing pills and celebrates, saying she is saved, but when she opens it, she realizes it is empty and complains that the damn woman ate them all, looking at the receipt confirming Bai had bought many. She searches everything in despair, claiming she can still survive if she finds any, but her eyes widen when she realizes there is nothing left and asks why she cannot find any. Her hands begin to change and Zeiner screams until music starts playing. She grabs the phone and notices it is the exclusive ringtone she set for Bai, becoming even more frightened when she sees it as her sister calling. Bai appears on the video call looking better than ever, and Zeiner asks how she is still alive. The teacher shows the pills in her hand and asks if Zeiner was looking for those. Desperate, Zeiner asks if they are spiritual cleansing pills and if Bai has them all, and Bai asks if she truly wants them. Zyner panics and says she was just confused for a moment, that she was wounded by a zombie and became scared, with her mind clouded, not knowing what she was doing. She says she will come to her wherever she is and bring the pills, saying she always cared about her and asking if Bai does not care about kids like her, promising to kneel and apologize if that makes her less upset, claiming she has always been good and begging for forgiveness. Zyner thinks Bai has a soft heart and that if she pleads enough, she will not resist, and once she gets the pills, she will deal with her afterwards. Bai tells her to stop acting, saying it is disgusting and she will not fall again into her game. The teacher states she always thought Zyner only had not matured because she grew up without proper education, being spoiled and rebellious, which is why she treated her as a sister, never imagining she would be repaid with so much betrayal. She asks how many people, with the arrival of the apocalypse, will reveal a nature even more terrifying than the flesh-eating monsters. Zyner insists on being helped, saying she was wrong, but the teacher says she is not a saint and tells her to go to hell to repent, ending the call. Zyner collapses on the floor, repeating several times she does not want to die until she screams in despair. Meanwhile, Bai leans against the wall holding the pills when a zombie appears. She notices and runs with an aura around her, managing to escape. She thinks that after being pushed outside, she believed she was doomed, but when the monsters came close, her body turned transparent and she was able to run, realizing that the zombies could not see her. Bai understands she does not know why she can become invisible or why it happens. She only knows her energy is being drained quickly, and she will not be able to maintain the state for long, needing to flee that place as fast as possible. With invisibility activated, she escapes through the corridors until the effect fades. Noises arise and Bai asks what she should do now until hearing someone calling. It is Grandpa Chen and Sister Wang. The teacher runs toward them but stops in the way, asking if they were all right, and Wang says yes, that they were not infected and were walking around the neighborhood when they saw the messages in the resident group and hid there. Bai asks about the messages, grabs her phone and realizes there are more than 999 unread notifications. And as she begins to open each one, she becomes completely shocked. Grandpa Chen comments that many people were trapped in the buildings and even more lost their lives, that they tried calling emergency services but nobody answers, calling all of that a tragedy. The boy beside them starts crying, saying he can't reach his father or mother, that he had only been working for a few days and never imagined something like this could happen. Wang asks what they should do now and says that if this continues, everything will be lost. Bai looks around frightened and asks if the entire city is already doomed, warning them to be careful because zombies are advancing behind them. The three step back while the zombies murmur that they want to go home and ask them to open the door, insisting they are also residents. The teacher orders them to stand up and run to the security room and grab an electric baton. The boy says yes, darts through the corridor, grabs the baton and hits the zombies, knocking them down while Bai says they are almost making it. The boy gives a thumbs up, but immediately more zombies emerge, a lot of them, and everyone freezes, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, the zombies rush toward them, and they all start running desperately through the hallways as they realize there are undead everywhere surrounding all exits. A bright light appears in the sky and a huge spider is summoned, crashing to the ground and destroying everything around, leaving the teacher terrified. The creature stares at everyone, saying those prey belong to it, throwing webs over them and around as if marking territory. Bai wonders what kind of monster that is, why it fell from the sky, and if there are more creatures like it above the clouds. The teacher feels like the end of the world is literally the end and wonders if Xia really knew all of this and what she should do now as the spider keeps advancing. In another part of the city, many finished zombies are piled up, and people start recording. The protagonist observes a crystal in his hand, thinking he did not expect to find something like this while searching for the second descendant of God, realizing that even the zombies are evolving. A boy approaches with his phone, thanking him for saving them, and asks what kind of magic he used, saying it is incredible and that he is streaming everything, claiming the viewers already passed 10,000 until Xia destroys the phone. The boy asks angrily what he did, and everyone looks scared to the side. Xia thinks he was not the only one to react and that everything has already been looted. Inside the warehouse, only some boxes of canned food, sodas, instant noodles, and other basic products are left. It is not much, but still a good reward. Yan opens the door and several people look at him asking for help. The protagonist releases a light and throws some food to them, telling them to take care of themselves. The people thank him, relieved to be alive, and ask who he is, commenting that he is impressive and they were lucky to find him. One of them says he is a good man and that without him, they would be dead. Another replies that good man nothing, that he took almost everything by himself, leaving only a few noodle packs, asking if they did not see that and if he's treating them all like dogs. The irritated boy says that besides that, if Xia had not broken his phone, the stream would already have passed 1,000 viewers and he would be famous. He complains saying everyone was at the supermarket and the supplies should be divided, asking how long that food will last, claiming clearly he was mocking everyone. He also says that just because someone has special abilities does not mean they can do whatever they want, saying that many people on the internet also awakened powers and asks why he cannot have his own too. He says that if he had abilities, he would be a great hero, distribute resources and save everyone, and that people like Xia are selfish. The partners beside him agree, saying that since he saved them, he should help them until the end and share the supplies, claiming that maybe that catastrophe was caused exactly by people with special abilities like him, who only think about getting stronger and ignore the rest. A bearded man asks what they are saying, reminding them he just saved everyone there. The enraged boy calls the other one a dog for defending Xia, saying that even if he offered loyalty, Xia would not accept it, and asking if they do not realize that the greater the power, the greater the responsibility should be, and that Xia should have saved them completely. Some men approach and Sure asks if they can say something, and soon a fight starts between them. The boy falls to the ground, begging not to be eliminated, and says he already told them everything, pointing to the right and revealing the direction Xia went. Jun grabs the food and asks if the boy really wants to know the reason, and the boy, trembling, asks if it is because of the instant noodles, saying Xia can keep everything, and asking if that is okay. She replies that he is ashamed that the boy got everything wrong, and Jun smiles faintly. At that moment, someone appears dragging a zombie, and the boy asks what he is doing. Sure explains it is just a small experiment, while Jun brings the zombie's head close to the boy's face, and the undead immediately bites him. Sure tells him not to despair, that this sacrifice is for the great cause of humanity against the zombies, and the boy screams while the men around comment in horror that the zombie has already devoured all his insides. When the body falls, Jun cuts off the zombie's head and collects the crystal core, saying it is exactly as he expected, that if the zombies eat enough humans, they can condense these cores, and that this is amazing, just like the one he absorbed earlier. He says he feels his power growing, that he may break through another barrier and become even stronger. The partner beside him says that when Jun becomes more powerful, it will not be difficult to trick Xia and defeat him like a punching bag, and that now they have discovered a method to mass-produce these cores. Shizher says the most important thing now is to make Xia pick all the spiritual pills, because there are many level 2 zombies in the city. If they find any while following him, they must eliminate it and get the crystal. As for the men in front of them, it is better to get rid of them for good. The three beg for their lives, saying they are also ability users, but Shai asks if they think ability users are worth more than pigs and dogs. The bearded man tries to argue, saying that an ability user saved him before, but the partner answers that all of this is his fault, repeating that it is his fault, and the villain beheads the three without hesitation. Sure yawns, saying he is bored and orders them to get out of there. They walk to the place where the building collapsed and realize Yan went in that direction. They get in the car and follow. Everything around is polluted, and the protagonist is observing when he feels something and estimates the distance to be about 2,000 meters. With his current speed, he can get there quickly and stays alert. The giant spider is about to swallow Grandpa Chen while Wang screams for him. Bai tries to free herself from the webs without success, saying she cannot break free. She tries to activate invisibility again, but her energy is depleted and nothing happens. Wang begs for help despairingly, and Bai tries to remember how she awakened that power, realizing it happened after she took the spiritual cleansing pills. With no other option, she swallows another pill just as Wang is about to be devoured and hopes it works. Mana spreads around her body and the spider senses something strange, unable to see her for an instant. When it looks to the side, the protagonist uses the chance, grabs Wang in his arms, and puts her safely on the ground. She immediately runs while Xia notices the spider's shell has some resistance to fire. The creature says he looks delicious and now belongs to her. Yan leaps with the axe and strikes the monster. The spider launches webs, but the protagonist burns them, making it scream. He touches the ground and notices small spiders emerging from everywhere surrounding him. Near the buildings, Shui approaches by car with his partners, running over everything ahead and collecting another core. Jun comments that with 7 or 8 more, he may take an even greater leap, and that the number of level 2 zombies only increases. One of them points forward, saying that looks like a spider nest, and there is a burned hole, as if someone had gone in, probably Yan, the fire user. They discuss whether to enter or not, but soon notice many spiders around. A sharp sound echoes, one of them fires a pistol, and the spider keeps approaching until it is struck by She. Jun observes the oozing liquid and says it is disgusting, but notes there are traces of crystal core energy there. And even if minimal, it is pure energy. If they hunt enough, it will not be worse than zombie crystals. Meanwhile, the protagonist keeps fighting the giant spider. The villains finally spot him and remark it truly is enormous. Shai says that eliminating that spider would bring far greater benefits than any zombie, and the partner asks what they should do. Jun says to let the giant monster fight Yan while they hunt the small spiders, absorbing energy and strengthening their abilities. Thus, when the hero and the spider destroy each other, they will be stronger than ever and will seize everything like true opportunists. The bigger spider advances across its own web toward the hatchlings, and Xia unleashes his flames against it and the swarm, creating an explosion of fire that lights up the entire nest while Yan leaps across the ground. The blazing flames keep spreading and the spider screams in pain. The protagonist asks if it intends to use the small spiders to wear him down and says to see who will be faster, her spawning more creatures or him eliminating them all. At that moment, Jia notices Shi beside him crushing smaller spiders while Jun splits open their bodies and drinks the internal fluid, saying it is amazing because he has become even stronger. Yan watches and wonders if Shi has become an ability user again, remembering that in his past life he already had exceptional talent, even managing to steal the insignia of the Great Prison and become a leader praised by everyone. This time, he also achieved a breakthrough. The men beside him do the same, drinking the liquid from the small spiders and claiming that now they can kill any hatchling with a single blow, gaining strength equivalent to 50 kilos, and that with Shay there nobody will be able to face them. Shi says he wants to step on Xia's face, explaining that even with a little energy, those creatures have something addictive, and the feeling of getting stronger is irresistible. The protagonist flies over them and comments that it's disgusting that they are eating spiders, saying their appetite surpasses even that of zombies. One of the men asks about the giant creature, and Xia points to the side, asking if they are looking for her, saying that if they like eating spiders so much, they should apologize directly to their mother, because she does not look happy. The larger spider falls over them, staring at the group, and releases new hatchlings, ordering them to tear everyone to pieces. They panic as they try to fight the small creatures. Yan watches from afar and comments that Shi is truly good at provoking hatred, since he has a face that invites attacks. Jun, burning with energy, declares he is an ability user and that he will eliminate Xia. The protagonist says that's amazing, and that he has something to tell him later, but first, he must settle things here and asks him to wait a bit. Shi asks if he dares underestimate him, while the gunman says he is out of bullets and asks why they don't retreat to think better. But Shi says they can't and that they must eliminate Xia immediately. The partner asks what is happening to Jun because his body begins mutating and his shirt tears at the shoulders. Shi grabs a live spider in his hand and rips off its head with his teeth, saying he has gotten stronger again. The boy calls Jun, but he tells him to shut up and keep hunting spiders, claiming they are all his food and the more he eats, the more he will grow. He tells them to watch closely because that is his power evolving, and if anyone mentions retreating or blocking his path again, they will know what the result will be. The gunman backs off, saying they will hunt more spiders for him, guaranteeing that Jun will be able to eliminate Xia. Meanwhile, the protagonist continues fighting the Spider Queen and comments that her carapace is very resistant. They exchange blows, webs are launched, and the creature tries to corner him with precise leaps. Shu observes from afar until a web wraps around him, and the spider gets excited, believing she has captured him, saying she will savor him completely. Xia asks if she really intends to lose her life by daring to get so close, and the flames intensify, rising like blazing pillars. The spider screams as the fire consumes her. Amid the flames, Jia says that heaven may have gates he won't enter, but hell has no gates and he enters anyway until the burning spider turns completely to ashes. Yan says it's strange and asks where the creature's spiritual power is. Something behind him believes the protagonist has fallen into a trap and shouts. Xia touches the energy with all his strength. The dying Spider Queen wonders how he can be so strong and says she must report it until Xia absorbs all the energy and claims to have reached the 4th stage. Yan feels something strange and says it is hot, until he notices a glow at the center and says it is the red lotus flame, wondering if a spiritual beast fell there, and realizing his new abilities allow him to directly observe the sources of energy. Xia comments that this must be the meaning of the penetrating fire vision. Behind him, Bai and her sister Chang watch, and Yan wonders if that energy is theirs, and if the sister's teacher truly has an invisibility ability, until the protagonist notices something and Shai screams holding a spider in his hand and says, he did it. Jun's body grows larger and says he is stronger now, that this is how it feels to be at the 2nd stage of energy and power, that he is full of strength and sees that all that power has 9 stages. It is a heavenly gift, and after the 9th stage, he will become a god and he is seen and set foot on the divine path. Shi notices Xia ahead and says he has always been inferior to him in everything, and this time will be no different, and asks if now that he's at the 2nd stage, how could he face him, and tells him to kneel and lick his feet until Jun is struck in the face by a punch and thrown far away by Yan. Shur is shocked and says it cannot be. He is in the second stage and asks how he can defeat someone like himself. And the protagonist asks why he doesn't try to guess and says he will tell him that if it weren't for the money his family gave him, he wouldn't have improved so fast and he is a good brother. And Jun says that it cannot be and that he can still become stronger. And Shur keeps eating spider pieces. Xia smiles and says he has always been a cautious person and asks why he is so desperate now. And Jun asks what he is talking about. Yan replies that in the past, even knowing that mutant creature cores could increase power, he would have conducted experiments first to make sure they had no side effects. But this time, just to eliminate him, he ignored everything and swallowed those disgusting things. Shai asks about side effects and says he is making things up non-stop and that it is impossible, that he is on the divine path, an ability user, one of the chosen ones, and needs to become stronger. The protagonist asks about the divine path and says if he is serious, why doesn't he look more closely? Jun is surprised and looks at the enormous shining tree in front of him and says it is beautiful, that this is the true divine path, the path to becoming stronger, and that Xia is just trying to confuse him with lies, and that he is finished because Jun himself is now stronger. Shur laughs and tries to hit him, but fails because his foot is stuck, and there are several monsters there and voices tell him to come down and join them. Jun asks for help and questions what that is, as his eyes start turning red and his hands and skin become strange. God Essence, the protagonist asks if that was zombification, and comments that he didn't realize it even after eliminating so many zombies, while Shai, in despair, wants to know the reason, and Xia explains that he absorbed too much energy from zombies and creatures, and that in the previous life, many ability users ended up turning into zombies precisely because of that accelerated absorption. Although there was still a solution, making Jun ask for help and question what that was and what the way out was, and Yan replies that the solution was the spiritual cleansing pills, leaving Shur shocked as the protagonist says that if he had advanced slowly and absorbed in moderation, he would have controlled the toxicity of zombie cores and mutant energy, since the pills eliminated toxic heat, balanced the energy and calmed the spirit, allowing him to overcome that crisis and continue advancing through the so-called divine path. And Jun starts crying, begging to be saved, and even promising slavery, but Yan asks what he is saying and reminds him that they were Iron Brothers, making Shur smile immediately before being struck when the protagonist states it would be better for him to lose his life right now because he insulted and even tried to harm his sister, was given a chance and showed no gratitude, destroying himself in a way that not even gods could undo. And lying on the ground, he still begs for the spiritual pills, while the protagonist shows the box and asks if that was what he wanted and how a single box would be enough, leaving Jun shocked when Xia states that it was at least a ton of spiritual cleansing pills, and that if his family had access to that, ability users would advance without difficulty and become extremely powerful, saying that if he were still his Iron Brother, he would have received everything without restraint. But it was a pity, and that was the fate he chose himself. And Jun tries to attack from behind, but is struck by the still exhausted teacher, making Yan admit he didn't expect such courage, while Bai apologizes, saying she heard the whole conversation and thought they were friends and maybe he didn't really want to eliminate him. So she acted on her own, thanking him for the suggestion about buying spiritual cleansing pills, and she keeps holding the weapon firmly, piercing Shur's body and hitting his face, saying she saw on the internet that by eliminating stronger zombies, it was possible to obtain energy crystals and asks if it was there, handing the crystal to the protagonist, who confirms that Shai, being a level 2 ability user, really possessed a crystal after turning into a zombie and says that crystal belonged to her, and the teacher thanks him and begins absorbing the crystal as an aura spreads around her body, and Bai thinks her energy has recovered quite a bit, but remembers she needs to be careful with her own body's limits so she doesn't end up like a monster. And Xia comments that her ability is interesting, similar to invisibility, but working in a different way that, if used wisely, would greatly increase her chances of surviving the apocalypse, allowing her to do whatever was necessary to stay alive. And the teacher asks if he is Xiaoyun's brother and says she wants to propose a deal to him, making Yan ask what deal that was, while Bai states that the spider he's hunting is very big, and that over time, monsters of that level will become more and more common, and that he will need to hunt them to strengthen his abilities. And the protagonist says she observes well, as the teacher says that in the end, he's just one person and won't be able to eliminate all monsters alone. So maybe she could help. And Xia asks how she could help eliminate monsters, hearing that she can gather information, search for resources, act as bait, and even hunt. asking only for a chance to prove her value, and Yan asks what she really wanted, hearing that she only wished to become stronger and survive, and asks if that bothered him, and the protagonist says he wants her to go to the hospital, eliminate the monster hiding there, and bring back the loot, asking if she accepted the challenge, and the teacher replies yes, and that she would go immediately. And Jia warns that the monster is very strong like the spider, but Bai asks how long she would survive in an apocalypse if she couldn't face something like that, saying she would take the risk, and leaves walking while Yan comments that that was determination, and the teacher goes ahead using her invisibility ability. The protagonist thinks everything is under control and that if she really completes what she intends, he wouldn't mind having another partner because there is no time to waste, and the best thing is to start putting out those two fires. In another part of the city, objects are thrown while Song, consumed by fury and pain, cries over his son's end, and the boy beside him comments that the young master consumed too many monsters. The body couldn't take it, and the other took advantage of the opening to deceive him, revealing that the one responsible has a sister, and her location has already been found. Tien demands that everyone move immediately, stating that since they eliminated his son, the sister will face the same fate, assuring them that she certainly carries spiritual cleansing pills and that they must capture her to take them, reminding them that no matter how strong Xia is, the sister is still just a normal person, and he's in the city, unable to be in two places at once. Meanwhile, Yoon is watching television as the reporter announces terrorist attacks and a growing epidemic, instructing everyone to stay home and wait for rescue. Experts link the outbreak to the dumping of nuclear wastewater and mention that spiritual cleansing pills may relieve symptoms, while the police remain paralyzed and the government activates a Level 1 emergency plan, sending in special forces, leaving Yoon uneasy. Elsewhere in the city, lightning tears through the sky and the rain grows heavier. Yoon watches through the window and asks if her brother will be all right, and the turtle tells her to stay calm, explaining that with the master's spiritual strength, very few things can harm him, then asks if she has already chosen which ability she wants to learn, saying it possesses 3 talismans, each containing a heritage of immortal arts, now called abilities. Yoon says she thought it through and chooses the Chihuang art. The turtle says that technique will help her brother even more since it is focused on healing, and praises her kind heart. A powerful energy fills the air as the turtle begins the process, telling Yoon to embrace what is incomplete within her and keep her mind calm because the knowledge will be released little by little, reminding her not to be greedy and to absorb slowly. The Chihuang talisman came from a great being who asked for it to be given to someone with affinity, which is why the turtle never learned that art itself. And it doesn't know how much Yoon will be able to absorb on her first attempt until it notices someone approaching. Outside, Song advances with his armed men, while Tien claims that with so many combatants and 3 ability users, capturing a little girl will be easy, guaranteeing that they will tear her apart to avenge his son. The guard tries to break down the door, believing she could never withstand his attack, but he is thrown back feeling sharp pain in his shoulder. Another tries next, calling the first useless. Yet as he charges in with 2 other soldiers, he too is knocked down, leaving everyone stunned, since with that kind of strength, they could shatter a 500-kilo iron door and making them question what material that door was made of. Song, impatient, pushes the others, who say they're almost getting it. Since they can't open the door, they decide to strike the windows, but their weapons hit the glass without causing any damage, raising suspicions about extremely high-resistance tempered glass. One of them says they need another strategy because the patriarch is losing patience. Another soldier suggests high-level explosives capable of opening underground vaults, warning that the building might collapse and the girl might die, and his partner replies that anyone who dares offend the Song family deserves that fate. The explosives detonate, but the door remains intact thanks to the barrier, shocking them all. They notice the protection and conclude it is an ability. At that moment, other youths approach and the blonde releases electric sparks, saying he knew they wouldn't open the door after all that time, so now they'll have to solve it themselves. The 3 charge together, causing a massive impact that shatters the barrier, and the blonde says he wants to see what's hiding inside as he breaks down the door, assuring that before his lightning projectiles, any evil spirit will be exposed. His partners watch with interest, remembering that this boy has always had a volatile temper, and after awakening his ability, he became the strongest of the group. A surge of electricity fills the air and the 2 comment that it seems the savage succeeded. They wait, but soon notice something strange and warn the patriarch to stay back with the others, as the 2 of them will enter first to check. As they proceed, they find the place completely dark. One activates thermal vision and spots something above. The archer prepares to fire, but the turtle suddenly leaps right onto his nose, leaving him confused, asking what that was and where that sea turtle came from. He wastes time trying to get rid of it, throws its small body away and asks where the person they were searching for is hiding. The turtle protests, saying it is a turtle, startling the archer as he realizes it's speaking. And the turtle indignantly replies, telling him not to compare her to that old man and not to put them on the same level. Immediately afterwards, she unleashes a burst of water that pushes everyone back, making the men question what was happening as they are thrown outside. The turtle then appears mounted on the back of the already weakened blonde and declares that by nature she is calm and peaceful and has no desire to hurt anyone. The swordsman orders them to eliminate that creature and the soldiers open fire non-stop. But the barrier activates and the turtle sends the bullets back at the shooters, warning that everyone will be spared except those who insult her by calling her a sea turtle. Those will be the ones hit. The swordsman tries to dodge, irritated, and charges at her while the archer attacks as well, causing a violent impact. The turtle struggles to maintain the barrier and the two of them smile, believing it worked and they can proceed, until they are horrified to see her growing in size and asking why they keep insisting. They freeze in shock as the barriers shatter and the fragments float around them. The ability users are terrified before the colossal size of the marine creature, who releases a blinding light accompanied by waves of water, inviting them to stay there as her guests. Panicked, they scream to run. The turtle strikes one of them with a paw while the other tries to flee, but is reached by the water. Both beg for mercy as they nearly drown. The turtle says she holds no grudge and didn't care about being called a sea turtle, but declares that harming her master is unforgivable. Horrified, the two are crushed. The turtle then says that the real culprit is among them, and looking around, wonders if the infiltrator has already entered. Meanwhile, Yoon watches through the window as Song approaches from behind, holding a gun and smiling sinisterly as he says he only had one son and her brother dared to eliminate him. Tian fires, declaring that she will pay with her life, but the bullet falls to the ground, stopped by the protection around the girl. Song notices the barrier, and outside, the turtle states that the master entrusted that mission to her and asks how she could leave the girl in danger, saying that with the arrival of the apocalypse, Yoon must also face trials and grow, using that man as a whetstone since time is limited. Tien keeps firing nonstop and asks why she still hasn't lost her life, while the bullets only hit the barrier and Yoon remains frightened. Song insults her, saying that she is nothing but a commoner who deserves to be trampled by the wealthy, used and exploited to generate profit and then give plasma and descendants, destined to be enslaved generation after generation, and questions why she dares resist and is still alive. Tien stops shooting when Yoon, eyes wide, tells them not to come closer. Song approaches holding a dagger and starts striking the barrier, wanting to see how much it can withstand and how many cuts it can take. Tien opens a crack and says he's about to break everything, and once he repeatedly stabs her until she's gone, he'll send the photo of her corpse to her brother, ensuring she suffers more than they do, and learns what happens when you anger those two, promising that her brother will soon join her. The noise intensifies as Song asks what happened, and if she is frozen in fear, saying everything is fine. Yoon stands up saying she can't lose her life, and Tien asks since when that depends on her. She insists that if she dies, her brother will be sad, so she needs to eliminate him first and asks to be allowed to stab him as well. Tien mocks her, saying she has never even killed a chicken and thinks she is capable of taking someone's life. Song steps forward again saying he is right there and asks why she doesn't try to eliminate him. At that moment, the barrier starts to crack and the turtle outside, looking at the moon, notices the protection breaking until it finally shatters completely. Yoon says it's all right now and that he can lose his life in peace. She activates her technique stating that Chi Huang is not only meant to save lives because someone who tries to harm her brother does not deserve forgiveness. She launches the attack and Tien, terrified, wonders if he is really going to die, lamenting that he has yet to avenge his son, whose corpse hasn't even cooled, and realizes his family is destroyed. He thinks that as head of the Song family, he led everyone to ruin and failed his ancestors in disgrace, fueling hatred toward the girl, her brother, and everything around him. In desperation, he cuts his own neck and declares that with his plasma and the Song family's fortune, he curses her brother and all of his. Plasma spurts from Song's body and the surrounding energy turns terrifying. Tien remains paralyzed as multiple snakes begin to emerge. Song kneels in the pool of plasma and a horrifying creature appears, demanding that he surrender his soul in its purest form and offer everything he is, hinting that it might be interested in descending early to have some fun. Tian, in tears and holding the dagger, cuts his neck again, and the creature calls him a stupid insect, saying that even so, he will serve as an appetizer. Song begins to laugh hysterically as massive amounts of plasma spray in all directions, with such overwhelming pressure that even the window glass shatters. The aura that forms is brutal. Creatures begin to be summoned, and he describes that resentment as something delicious. The turtle watches from a distance and wonders if that is a demigod. the surrounding barriers reorganize and reactivate. A snake slithers across the ground and as it rises, transforms into a serpent man, introducing himself as Yamata no Orochi and telling them to look at what he has found. A turtle brimming with energy and a strange little appendage announcing that after 1,000 years of hunger, he can finally feast. His aura spreads across the whole city. Elsewhere, the protagonist stands beside a freshly finished beast and comments that as his power grows, eliminating lesser creatures becomes increasingly simple. A noise emerges as the creature's plasma spreads into the river, runs across the trees and contaminates the fish. Jaya observes that these monsters, whether alive or not, keep devouring the world and that, with time, not a single patch of fertile land will remain. He releases flames that ignite everything around him and upon noticing another monster charging forward, leaps onto a building, absorbs energy and keeps his gaze fixed ahead. He comes across a huge tree surrounded by people and asks if that is a demonic creature. In front of him, civilians retreat in fear as zombies draw near, while ability users struggle to hold them back. Shia lands on the ground and notices that the zombies do not approach the base of the tree, concluding that everyone is taking the opportunity to enter that protected space. Some people gathered beneath the tree notice that the zombies have really stopped, and Yan senses that something is wrong, for although many are there, their expressions seem strange. Others around them sigh in relief, saying that at least there the zombies would not dare come closer, and ask what everyone is doing. Someone clasps their hands and says they can finally rest a bit since the fight was long, while ability users say they are exhausted but satisfied for having protected so many people. A girl asks what that tree is, and a boy explains that if she wants to survive, she needs to listen carefully. The protagonist recognizes that man as Supervisor Chen, who announces that the world is over and that everyone has already seen the chaos outside. Zombies, monsters, and eliminations everywhere. A lady says she saw her husband being devoured, and another asks what they must do now. The supervisor replies not to worry because, for now, under that tree they are safe. As long as they remain there, zombies won't approach, and everyone will stay alive. Then he says there is a price for that protection. A little girl asks what price that is, and Chen explains that the tree that defends them is called the Tree of Human Faces, a demigod from another world that feeds on offerings and devotion. He says the entity has a good heart and chose to save civilians, but to remain under its protection, tributes must be offered. A woman, surprised, asks about a demigod, saying she now understands why the zombies did not approach, and that it is lucky they are alive. Jia asks what kind of tribute must be given, while the people admit they did not bring incense, ritual money, or any kind of offering. They ask what they should offer the god of the tree, and the supervisor recognizes Yan, thinking he is still alive and extremely lucky, but also that he arrived at the perfect moment. He then states that nothing complicated is needed, just sacrifice one person every 2 hours to the great Tree of Human Faces, comparing it to the risk of everyone losing their lives and questioning whether that is not a fair deal. Everyone stares in horror upon hearing the word sacrifice and wonders if the tree devours people. Chen replies that he does not know whether the tree eats humans or not, but he is certain that the zombies outside are just waiting for their banquet. He then asks them to listen until the end, explaining that the Tree of Human Faces is merciful and would never eat anyone, and that those present must only bring their blessings. A frightened woman asks what he means by blessings. The supervisor then speaks about the future of the world, monsters roaming uncontrolled, human civilization collapsing, scarce resources, and reminds them that this is only the beginning of the apocalypse, because the chaos has barely begun and no one there has yet experienced the true hunger. In a few days, he says, they will be without water, without food, and surrounded by endless hordes of zombies, asking what they will do when that happens. He adds that dying of hunger or thirst will be everyone's inevitable fate, but now the great Tree of Human Faces has extended its protection and is offering an exchange, homage for food. At that moment, he reveals ginseng fruits. Everyone pays attention as the supervisor states that for each person sacrificed, the tree grants 3 fruits, and that a single fruit is enough for someone to survive for an entire week. He also states that whoever eats one of those fruits gains extra abilities, mentioning that after eating one himself, he managed to establish a bond with the sacred tree and became its representative. He then argues that with just one sacrifice, 3 people can live and even gain supernatural powers in this cruel, ruined world, asking if there is any god more compassionate than the Tree of Human Faces, and if this is not clearly a blessing. The people respond that yes, it is a blessing. A man kneels, begging for a fruit and saying he will do anything. Soon, a lady steps forward, demanding they give it to her. Next, several start shouting for the fruit. A woman asks who will be sacrificed. Chen replies that those who fought the zombies cannot be chosen. One of them adds that they will obviously start with the newcomers. A little boy protests, asking why not start with the eldest. The crowd begins arguing to decide who should go first. The supervisor orders them to calm down and listen, declaring that since the blessing comes from the sacred tree, the first sacrifice must be of sinners, for that would be the fairest way. He explains that he himself will decide who is guilty, carefully evaluating everything. One of the men agrees immediately, saying that sinners must be sacrificed. Another woman also agrees, stating they will follow everything the supervisor says and that if he declares someone guilty, then that person will be guilty. At that moment, the protagonist raises his hand and questions how the 3 fruits will be divided after the sacrifice. The people pause and realize they hadn't considered that, since only 3 fruits would be distributed among the 30 or 40 people gathered under the tree. He asks how everyone can be sure they will receive one, and what the criteria for division will be. Chen replies that obviously those who contribute the most will have priority. Xia then asks how he measures those contributions and mocks him, asking if the supervisor intends to create a KPI chart where giving massages to a superior is worth 1 point, blindly obeying is worth 2, and anyone who challenges him is expelled from protection. Chen becomes furious and asks what he just said, claiming that every word he speaks carries the will of the sacred tree, and that Yan dared contradict him. One of the boys orders him to show respect, demanding to know how he dares defy the representative of the tree. Yan throws the question back, asking who would dare contradict him, recalling how the supervisor exploited workers like pack animals, cut bonuses for any excuse, stole credit for achievements, and blamed others for mistakes, and now stands there serving a monster and turning human lives into KPI scores, asking if he feels no shame. Chen explodes, saying he still has the nerve to speak like that and asking if he knows how many problems he caused by missing work for a few days, adding that he only asked him to work 18 hours of overtime, and even so he dared complain. He declares he wanted to fire him long ago and orders everyone to capture him to sacrifice him to the tree of human faces. The crowd agrees immediately, claiming he is offending the sacred tree and that if they let him live, they will all be doomed. Without the ginseng fruit, they will not survive, and ask if he still hasn't understood that. The protagonist asks about the fruit, tells them all to open their eyes, and questions whether they truly believe that is a ginseng fruit. He explains it is a demonic fruit created with the plasma, flesh, and soul of the sacrificed people, and that whoever eats it will not be fed, but turned into a puppet of the tree, becoming half human, half monster, just like the zombies. The people react saying that is impossible, that the fruit is clearly sacred, asking what he is talking about. Xia then asks what is wrong with the supervisor's right hand and challenges him to show it to everyone. When Chen reveals the deformed hand, the people are shocked and ask whether eating that fruit truly turns them into monsters controlled by the tree. Chen replies that even if that is true, they will still be alive, and that in the middle of the apocalypse, staying alive is all that matters, besides having the protection of the sacred tree. His hand has already become a tree hand. Then Chen orders them to eliminate Yan, saying that zombies have already surrounded the area. No one can escape, and if they do not obey, everyone will die. He promises that whoever eliminates him will receive a ginseng fruit. The people quickly move to attack the protagonist, while the supervisor says that he should feel honored for having been exploited at the company, because people like him deserve to be crushed by their superiors. Now he will become their dog. The protagonist declares that his journey has come to an end and unleashes intense flames against Chen, burning him alive. The supervisor screams that it's impossible until he is fully finished and hurled toward the tree. The tree smiles as the protagonist stands before it, facing it directly. A light appears in the tree's eyes and a voice calls Xia's name. It is a newly summoned flower, saying he cannot eliminate it. The protagonist is surprised, and Chen, now with a monstrous appearance, declares that he already said he was the representative of the tree of human faces, that both coexist and that he can live forever, while the protagonist is nothing but fertilizer. He charges forward again, but Xia unleashes flames, saying that in dry weather, fire makes him even more disgusting than the other monsters. The tree comments that humans are delicious. It begins pulling everyone in, and people ask why they angered the tree, saying all they had to do was sacrifice one person and eat the ginseng fruit. Yan watches everything coldly as the tree drags them and devours them, describing them as delicious. 3 girls still alive state that the tree is clearly a monster and ask why no one dares insult the older brother. An injured woman says that even if it is a monster, resisting is pointless because no one can escape. The tree keeps repeating that they are delicious. The protagonist releases flames toward the tree to protect the survivors, breaking and burning branches. The woman, in agony, begs for help, asks him to cut the roots wrapped around her body and demands that if he is so strong, why doesn't he save them? She tells him to move forward. She is taken by the tree and repeats that no one can escape, that only sacrifice allows survival, and that only the tree of human faces grants life, insisting that all must be finished along with it. Xia charges toward the zombies, burning them with his flames and knocking many down with a single strike. He summons his weapon, faces the creatures, and orders the survivors to run. They thank him, while those who are trapped in the roots fall into despair, saying it cannot be true that he eliminated all the zombies, and that if they had known earlier, soon after, those trapped are devoured. The tree looks at the protagonist and complains that he let so much food escape. The roots reach toward him. Xia meets its gaze and declares he will end it first. The tree smiles until the rain begins to fall. It tries to shield itself from the attacks, but the protagonist keeps advancing until he notices something strange and says, "That thing is extremely tough." The tree replies that it cannot defeat him directly, but it can wear him down, reminding him that he is human, with no food or water. The protagonist takes out a bottle and asks what it just said. Then Xia summons a feast and begins eating in front of the monster. The tree becomes irritated, and Yan asks it to repeat that it wants to wear him down, questioning whether it doesn't know that his storage is larger than the tree's entire body. Su comments that this demonic tree has an absurdly long health bar, regenerates quickly, and even being just a soldier-class demon, is more troublesome than a warrior-class demon. Taking it down completely with a single strike would be difficult. Su then tells them to try a chicken leg, and if they don't want it, to settle for the chicken tail. The bear asks what the taste of that black tail is, and the protagonist declares that whoever figures out how to defeat the tree gets all the food on the table. DG says he will check and asks if the protagonist knows that lightning can bring down a tree, saying that if the Master of Thunder, Genzi, were willing to help, a simple tree like that would vanish in an instant. The bird responds by asking if they really want its help and tells them to forget it. A light emerges. It is the turtle, warning that the protagonist's sister is in danger. Jia widens his eyes upon sensing the dreadful pressure and claims that a demigod is approaching her. The turtle explains that Yamata no Orochi was summoned with malice and has already appeared near the girl, saying she fears for her because it is not a mere apparition. It is in a critical state and may arrive at any moment. Su, frightened, lets her chair fall to the ground. The bird insists that no matter what the protagonist says, it will never help him. Xia then opens its cell, saying there is no time for negotiations, reminding it that as lord of the great mortal prison, he governs that place, possesses summoning power, and, regarding the prisoners, also holds the right of execution. He approaches. The bird is completely paralyzed and only stares back at him, while the protagonist thinks that might be the day of its finalization. The trembling bird asks him to issue the decree. At the same moment, the tree says it did not expect the great Yamata no Orochi to descend earlier than predicted, but to a human who survived 1,000 years, a few more hours make no difference. A light crosses the sky and powerful attacks are unleashed by the bird. The protagonist stands on its shoulder and orders it to destroy the tree. The bird charges, unleashing all its power, and easily destroys it, generating massive pressure around. The tree is completely finished. Xia tells everyone to leave and they head elsewhere. Soon after, the chief arrives with her men, noting everything was annihilated and not even a trace of soul remained, praising the terrifying thunder. A man reports movement at Chunhua Hospital, and the chief laments the loss of that wood spirit, saying it would have been useful to her, ordering them to head to the hospital, and commenting someone managed to exterminate the monster before her, asking who could do that. At the zoo, the lion's area is open. The lion devours its prey until a terrifying presence approaches. Sensing it, the lion looks for a moment before being struck and finished with no chance to react. Plasma spreads as snakes advance everywhere, eliminating everything in heavy rain, slithering across the plasma while the creature watches smiling. The snakes surround the turtle's barrier. One flicks its tongue approaching, but its head is ripped off instantly. Others try again while the exhausted turtle forces her energy to protect. The creature comments it is strange someone so hard to defeat still exists in the underworld, and that if the turtle used water and clouds and abandoned her shell, she might escape alive. But now that she shrank into that corner, she is an easy target. The turtle replies she cannot afford to look incompetent, fearing the master will blame and punish her. The creature explains the underworld was sealed for 1,000 years, spiritual energy severed, cultivation impossible. Gods and great monsters beyond ordinary level were eliminated long ago by the 5 paths of the gods, asking how strong her master can be. The turtle answers she heard Yamata no Orochi was a servant of Susanoo. The creature asks what difference that makes, and the turtle claims Susanoo before her master would only be fit to carry his shoes. The attacks continue hard, causing huge impacts as the turtle uses all she has, coughing plasma from effort. Yoon stays hidden and the turtle says it must be him. A divine command must reach Susanoo, so he personally intervenes, asking if the land of Yangxia is truly that important to them. The creature comments it is no surprise since all gods of the five paths are so terrified they cannot sleep, and tells the Serpent Lord not to underestimate her master. The turtle unleashes waves of water and raises overwhelming energy. The Serpent Lord is surprised as an explosion consumes the area. Yoon covers her head and sees a huge mouth about to hit her, but the wounded turtle shields her, saying that finally, until a light appears and the Serpent Lord reappears. The turtle asks if that is all he has. The Serpent Lord asks how they dare harm him. The turtle, gasping, asks about the 7 heads and whether 7 lives remain, lamenting that even with her final soul-consuming attack, she couldn't sever more heads. The Serpent Lord charges, asking if the turtle still has strength to stop him, and the turtle replies, of course. She looks at the bird approaching and comments she has no energy left, but reinforcements have arrived. An attack strikes the snakes, launching the Serpent Lord far. He asks how that is possible and if the newcomer is the high-ranking general. The bird stares and asks if he is the worm from Japan, declaring herself reincarnation of the celestial Thunderstar disciple of Yu's 3rd generation, and that on that day, with Thunder's power, she will burn evil and purify the master himself, allowing him to be finished. The Serpent Lord begs to wait, but the bird without hesitation smites him with overwhelming power, calling him foreign god, trash, saying that's all he is. The protagonist warns there is still life below and heat is rising. He praises the turtle and tells her to enter the tower to recover. The turtle says Yamata no Orochi has 8 heads and 8 lives, doesn't fall easily, and no one can lower their guard. They watch as power releases, forming a vortex until a presence with red eyes appears and more snakes emerge. The bird retreats quickly but sees a huge mouth behind and angrily asks if he intends to devour her, declaring he is unworthy and unleashes power. The serpent opens its mouth and expels something toward the bird, who asks what that smoke is and if it is poison. She backs away, trying to escape, and asks the master what to do, but before he answers, the Serpent Lord laughs, mocking that he is called Master, despite being just an inferior human who learned a few superficial cultivation techniques and still dares compare himself to Susanoo, who once defeated him, calling it ridiculous. Jia states that he doesn't seem convinced and asks if he wants to make a bet. The Serpent Lord demands how he dares to suggest that and if he is worthy of betting with him. The protagonist replies that if he and his comrades manage to defeat the Serpent Lord, then he will do the same he does with Susanoo. He will recognize Yan as his master and asks what he thinks. The Serpent Lord starts laughing, asking if a mere human from Yangxia with nothing extraordinary truly believes he can subjugate him, the great Yamata no Orochi, and if he understands how absurd that sounds, saying he has angered him and will now make him experience the worst pain in this world, though he will not allow him to die. The protagonist smiles and says that since he didn't refuse the bet, it will be taken as a yes. The Serpent Lord says he wants to see how that bird of general rank, who cannot even face him properly, plans to defeat him and that no one will escape. Jia comments that snakes possess intelligence, explaining that the enemy is split into 5, that 4 heads surround him above as a distraction, and that the largest is hidden, preparing the strongest attack, ordering him to stop hiding because the tail betrays him. The Serpent Lord asks how that is possible and if the protagonist is trying to deceive him. Yan asks who is deceiving whom and tells him not to look behind since another of his comrades is right there. The Serpent Lord says this is absurd and that for a moment he nearly believed it, saying that gods and high-ranking demons were eliminated 1,000 years ago and that the bird is only there by coincidence. He claims that even Susanoo cannot pierce his poisonous mist and asks how a mere human could see his position, saying it must be coincidence, and calling humans despicable for trying mental tricks, declaring that very well, he will send the protagonist to the other world immediately. The bear pats the serpent's head and comments that his body is not in prime condition, asking the warden if he could give him a bit of it since snake bile is an excellent tonic. Elsewhere, people run from zombies. A child's hand begins to change and she asks her mother what is happening to her body. The woman replies that the rain is poisonous, but everything will be fine, and that she is there with her daughter, begging the gods of heaven and the ancestors for help, until everyone stops. The bear fights the serpent, the two exchanging blows, and the Serpent Lord wonders if that bear is also high-ranked, asking why the protagonist has 2 entities of that level at his side. He thinks that if he reflects well, even the turtle was 1 step away from general rank, and notices how many powerful beings are gathered around that human, questioning what on earth he really is. The protagonist answers, telling him to guess. The Serpent Lord thinks that the protagonist hides a great secret and must report it immediately, but before he can, a light explodes and the bird charges forward to attack him. The snakes release powers from their mouths, lightning tears the air, and the bear keeps crushing snakes with his bare hand, saying it is bold of them to even try biting him. Everything around is in ruins. The Serpent Lord stands still and then comments that his bones and muscles are injured. The situation is urgent and he must prioritize transmitting the information. At that moment, he notices Yoon hiding and says that the devoured energy of resentment will guide him to her in seconds, promising to act swiftly. He advances, but someone appears in front of him, the protagonist, asking where he thinks he is going. The Serpent Lord demands how he got there and how he knew, and Xia replies that of course he knew, because he clearly saw that after attacking Zhenzi, one of the heads went into hiding and fled secretly. He says that those 6 heads would already be a generous reward, but instead of fleeing, the monster still had the audacity to go after Yun. The protagonist declares that he has already chosen the path of finalization, but the Serpent Lord laughs and asks if he truly believes that, saying he underestimated him. He explains that only one of his heads is here, and that the protagonist is just an insignificant cultivator unable to defeat him. Since they call him Warden, he says that by devouring him, he will solve the issue of the other 6 heads and also deal with the girl behind him. Jaya unleashes intense flames, causing a massive explosion, but the Serpent Lord dodges. Yan raises his hand, believing he struck him, until the Serpent Lord bites his arm, saying he has caught him. However, the protagonist pulls his arm from his mouth effortlessly, grabs his sword, and the Serpent Lord is shocked, asking if he truly possesses that much strength. Meanwhile, the bear fights by crushing snakes barehanded, and comments how incredible that is. On the other side, the bird, wounded in the chest, touches her injury and says the plasma has stopped, stating she will continue and hoping that the last head is tougher. The Serpent Lord thinks that only 4 lives remain now and that he must end everything quickly. He recognizes that the human has a constant flow of energy and a tenacious body, and he cannot allow the fight to drag on. He declares that the truth is simple. The weak point of humans is the soul. The Serpent Lord turns into soul form and invades the protagonist's consciousness, finding it far too easy, saying he entered without resistance, and that after all the boy was born only a few decades ago, while he is a demigod thousands of years old. So the protagonist's spiritual barrier is as fragile as paper. He decides to rummage through his memories to discover where the general rank demons came from, how he obtained his powers, planning to turn him into his personal puppet. But soon he wonders why there is a tower of consciousness. The Serpent Lord begins to scream in pain as the light weakens. He smiles when he notices a hole at the base of the tower, saying he will enter it. Upon doing so, he believes he has finally survived, and comments that the tribulation lightning struck him twice and destroyed much of his soul. He asks where he is, and whether he truly entered the tower, complaining about the darkness. A presence approaches. The Serpent Lord senses countless eyes fixed on him and panics, unable to understand why. He, the great serpent Yamata no Orochi, a demigod at the peak of the general ranking, remembers that not even Susanoo ever made him feel such fear, and wonders if those eyes are even more powerful than Susanoo's, speculating whether they could be gods sealed inside the tower, but claims that is impossible. The Serpent Lord opens his eyes wide as a terrible sound echoes and lights erupt. Outside, the snakes collapse defeated, emitting shrill cries, and the Serpent Lord falls to the ground asking what that was, saying that he saw it and forgot. He completely forgot what it was. The protagonist feels disgust and comments that just a moment ago that cursed serpent looked at him strangely and dove straight into his consciousness, crashing into the tower. The bear says he can't imagine what happened, and the bird states that the intelligence of those outer gods is truly pathetic. Heaven offered a way out, but he chose hell. Sue remarks that it happened on the 4th level and that not even she has ever been there, asking what happened when all the Impriso gods witnessed it at the same time, saying the result was so insane that plasma splattered across the ground. The protagonist feels something, looks to the side and stares at the moon, until a single eye opens fully. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a mother is with her daughter, and the child asks her to look at the moon, which is no longer there. Everyone looks on, shocked, as an intense light appears and colossal pressure spreads. The turtle whispers, "Susanoo," while the Serpent Lord claims there is a great secret. The bird orders them to stop immediately and kneels on the ground as the enormous eye hovers above them. The bear asks if they are going to just stand there and do nothing, saying that thing is about to be rescued. Sue replies that of course not. Flames erupt and the protagonist grabs the Serpent Lord and hurls him away. The snakes fall into a cage, utterly confused. Jia pushes them into the tower, saying it's nothing much and already handled. The bear praises the warden, and Sue states that with the power of the great prison of evil, blocking the gaze of a commander-rank god is simple. The pressure suddenly intensifies and a presence descends. Yan watches, looks upward, and the eye asks how they dared deceive him. Something approaches with deafening impacts. A light pierces the tower, and the protagonist feels his spiritual energy being completely drained. He orders everyone to fall back. One of them says the situation is critical and they must think of something quickly. Xia recalls that in his past life before reincarnation, the strongest ones he saw descend were only a few general-rank demigods. Midnight was the exact time Yamata no Orochi was meant to appear, but since Song summoned him early, it affected Susanoo, whose arrival should have been delayed indefinitely, causing him to lose control and attempt to break the dimensional barrier. Now the entire balance is destroyed. Terrifying gods who were supposed to descend one by one may fall prematurely. He wonders what he must do. The turtle says that, according to fate, humanity would have had time to awaken abilities and evolve until they could face the gods. But everything has been sped up. If the barrier is destroyed and the general rank gods are freed, the nation of Yangxia will notice it. The protagonist's eyes widen as a colossal mouth opens and releases an overwhelming power that strikes Yoon, flinging her away. She spits plasma and comments on her ears. Yoon activates her technique to seal hearing, throat, and heart, saying that her brother took the full impact of the sonic wave and asking how he is. She looks outside, sees something, and freezes. Her brother is pinned against the wall. Yoon begins to cry, calling out to him. Elsewhere, people cover their ears in desperation, asking what that thing is, saying that not even the moon remains, and that the apocalypse has arrived. There is no hope. A barrier breaks and a woman looks through the window, saying that if she had known this would happen, she would have ordered another portion of pork belly the night before, and now she can't even eat. Flower petals fall as explosions erupt across the city. The little girl is in her mother's arms, kneeling on the ground. At the zoo, someone sits as petals fall and there is an emblem beside them. The creature notices the object, comments on it, and holds the emblem. Voices say that gods are cunning, but it's a shame they saw through the deception. The creature says Jia is trash and asks if they will continue to be humiliated by him. A trembling hand rises and shows the middle finger. It is the protagonist who curses the monster and retrieves his object, which releases a powerful light. Someone appears within the brightness. Long hair, strange clothing. And the creature says that this is impossible, telling them to retreat immediately. But the protagonist, now transformed in appearance, says that it's already too late. A weapon appears and Xia mentions the sunset bow, saying that Hu Yi used it to shoot down the 9 suns and end the monsters that tormented people like Yayu, Feng, Xu, and Zhao. The creature screams and Yan says that next time he enters someone's home, he should be more polite. The creature grits its teeth and says that not even in his dreams will he stop being a god. The arrow is released and strikes the monster's eye. The protagonist asks about a god and says he has already eliminated many, that one is the weakest of all. There is no more discussion, and now he can be finished in peace. Xia hits his face with flames, creating a devastating impact. The god says he is still alive, repeating several times that he is alive and claiming that behind him lies the barrier of the world, asking if the protagonist is capable of crossing it to eliminate him. Yan appears before him fully embodied and summons his sword. The god feels the pressure and asks if that is the Hyoshin's sword, saying that then he is the human emperor of Yangxia, the one who tens of millions of years ago led the gods of Yangxia in a bloody war against them, the gods of the 5 paths. In the end, they completely sealed him in the outer realm of the 9 heavens and raised the barrier to protect all living beings of the world, warning that on the day the barrier breaks, his moment of finalization would also come. The protagonist raises the sword and swings it, finishing the god once and for all. An explosion spreads, the smoke clears, and people stare in disbelief as it begins to rain. Only then do they realize the rain is blue plasma and ask if that enormous god truly lost his life. Everyone looks at the sky, frightened. Elsewhere, a woman regains consciousness on the ground and searches for her daughter, who is no longer there. The child stands before several zombies, drinking the blue plasma. The mother asks if it is her, and the girl replies that she is fine, telling them to leave that to her, saying she is hungry. Her appearance becomes frightening as she begins devouring the zombies without hesitation. On the other side, a blonde young man fights the creatures and asks why his ability has become so much stronger, saying his wounds healed completely and that it even feels like the heavens are helping him. He charges forward excitedly, saying that when he, Hao Ge, ruled the city of Kowloon, zombies this small didn't even exist, so they can all come at once. A voice says that this is a miracle. They look up to the sky and comment that it is split. The protagonist, flying, says he didn't expect to open such a huge hole, but that it's fine, and tells the gods of the 5 paths to listen. He doesn't care what they do elsewhere, but it was he who built the world barrier on the land of Yangxia with great effort, so they must not dare continue to destroy it aggressively and must wait patiently for it to fade away on its own, and whoever disobeys, it will be annihilated immediately. and comments that if there are small demons capable of crossing the barrier without damaging it, they are welcome as guests and may enter whenever they wish, saying it is even better that way. A blinding light covers everything. The warrior says they really destroyed it all and that it is a nuisance. Around Yan, the energy expands and the sky begins to close as the pressure lessens. The warrior watches, saying there are not enough celestial repair stones, staring at the sky disappearing along with that strange light and commenting that the dawn remains so beautiful, he will never tire of looking at the human world. In the beast realm, inside the pavilion, he states that he fulfilled the agreement and cut off Susanu's head, but admits he spent far more energy than expected and fears that those enraged evil gods might come and destroy that fragile protection, because if they attack in full force, everything there would be wiped out. The protagonist approaches, saying that cowardice before overwhelming power is part of human nature, so he imagines deities are not so different. And with that display, gods of commander rank or above would not dare peek for a while, since they have Susanu as an example, and the stronger they are, the more they cling to life. The warrior says that is what they call killing the rooster to scare the monkey, comments that he is interesting and recalls that in the moment of desperation when he took over his body, instead of feeling fear, he started giving orders, asking how he was so sure he would be helped. Xia answers that in the great mortal prison there are demonic creatures and sealed gods, that on the first floor he saw general-level monsters and that the tower has 5 floors, so there should be even more powerful gods guarding everything, and that he does not understand why they cannot be freed. But he gambled on the idea that inside, there is a force capable of suppressing them all and that Susanu would never dominate that place. The warrior laughs, saying he was right, that they would never let that prison fall into the hands of those wretches, and that if he had more than that soul fragment, he would break the world barrier and exterminate them, making everyone beg. He admits having many doubts, calls those broken memories fragmented remnants, and asks for them to be analyzed when there is time, because his soul has already been completely erased, and from then on, everything would depend on Yan. They stare at each other, shake hands, and the warrior begins to fade until vanishing completely, while the protagonist watches before collapsing unconscious. Yun runs to him and the emblem falls beside him, releasing smoke. In the chaos outside, a voice states that Susanu is truly finished, says that 3,000 years have passed, yet Jiayan is still easily controlled, and that they could not even seal him beyond the world barrier, calling it humiliation, and saying they must advance together to devour the prey. The Yangxia barrier is about to collapse and he will not endure much longer, and they admit the price to surround and destroy him is high, so it would be better to descend their domains, rule the masses, and absorb power. They say Yangxia is protecting the territory and cannot reach their domains, so the stronger human power is within its own territory, the wider the barrier's coverage, and they ordered the expansion of the domain, declaring that Yangxia's lands will be divided among them. Lights appear and violent pressures spread along with flames. A reporter states in the news that an enormous number of humans turned into monsters and an apocalypse began, with hordes of zombies attacking and killing about 10 million people in 2 days in Los Angeles. Monsters appeared in North Africa, and faith became the last resort as people begged the gods to save the world. The Saudi region became a sea of fire. Nations lost communication, and the kingdom became isolated. In Emerald City, a rain of divine plasma turned many humans into ability users, creating several factions, including the Jackal Gang, led by Chen Gu, and known for its brutality as it sweeps through the city hunting anyone who refuses to join them. Elsewhere, 2 people face a group of young men, strike first and launch some away, and the blonde one jumps, saying they are the ones who will lose their lives. The boy with the monstrous hand advances, attacking, while the girl, injured on the ground, watches the enemy take her bag and ask if they really think they can escape the clutches of Chief Go. The boy approaches, saying that the East District has been cleared and almost all humans have been massacred, asking if the plan is to let the strong team develop while eliminating Wan Hao's team in the West. The chief replies that Wan Hao is nothing but a brute, and that by gathering ability users and supplies for themselves, they can simply relax and reap the benefits. The boys agree, saying they are right because those people have what they value most, the important resources, the Benkong pills, asking when the boss will distribute the medicine, and claiming that with that miraculous drug, humanity can search for critical resources without fearing infections and mutations. The boss laughs, saying that whoever has the Shangxing pills has a future and does not need to worry as long as they obey him, and that there will be no restrictions for the last powerful ability users of Emerald, something the entire kingdom should understand. They agree, saying they work to the end for him and that he is incredible, and one of the boys says he found a small fortress in the suburbs. The bald man comments that by eliminating people and looting supplies, He may be bothering the boss with trivial details, but the boy assures him that no one who enters that place comes back. The group rides motorcycles to the location and stops in front of the building. The boss asks if that is the place, and the boy confirms, saying the house is strange, almost as if it devours people since no one who entered ever left, and he can still hear screams coming from inside, something terrifying. The boss asks if, in the middle of a zombie apocalypse, he still wants to enter a haunted place, reinforcing who he is, and giving them 5 minutes to gather all supplies. If they want to join the gang, their past can be left behind, but if they fail to seize the opportunity, he will not be responsible for what comes next. Inside the house, Yoon notices many are arriving, and Bai says a fight is inevitable, both looking at the protagonist unconscious on the bed and wondering when he will wake up. The teacher orders them to stay there, guarding to avoid surprise attacks, and says she will go down to fight. Yoon asks her to be careful, and Bai says there is nothing to worry about because she is stronger now, remembering she defeated all those guys before, and that no matter what happens, she must endure until her brother wakes up because he saved her life and is in a critical state. Yoon promises she will stay and protect him even if it costs her life. Bai opens the door and goes down the stairs, thinking about what really happened that day, remembering the group of ability users that appeared and saved her. Then the heavy rain fell and her ability evolved to the second level, allowing her, with her vanishing technique, to eliminate a monster and steal its essential soul. When Xia impacted the ground with his essence, a mysterious vibration spread everywhere, and feeling that, she immediately returned to find him, and since then remained by his side, protecting Yan and his sister. In this apocalypse, where everyone only thinks about surviving, the only ones she can trust are the two of them, and she will not let anyone harm them. Outside, the boss comments she chose the hardest path and orders his men to surround the place, announcing they will tear the house down. Bai grips a staff and watches as the men advance. One of them uses his ability inside the house but finds no one until he is struck and falls to the ground. Others keep advancing while the teacher uses her invisibility. The men retreat upon seeing their partner on the floor, and the bald man warns them to be careful because someone is launching surprise attacks. The man beside him, irritated, says there are many of them and asks why they should be afraid, ordering the attacker to appear and threatening to kill and devour her, until Bai strikes him directly in the neck. Everyone is shocked to see she is a woman. They try to attack her, but the teacher vanishes again with her power, confusing them, and the bald man says he will handle it personally. He lights a cigarette and releases thick smoke, explaining that the poisonous vapor is designed especially for women, and as soon as they inhale it, they will be immediately paralyzed. After inhaling the smoke, the men say the woman must be finished and order them to find her quickly. Bai, covering her nose, goes out determined to eliminate the leader first. The teacher, still invisible, advances behind the boss, but the moment she tries to strike him, Bai is thrown far away, and the boss says she's too bold, asking if she did not know he carries a protective treasure. The teacher loses her invisibility and the boss charges, stabbing her with the dagger and saying that since she has appeared, she should not even think about escaping. The others wonder when she got out and what kind of ability that is, asking for calm. Then the bald man shouts that there is someone upstairs, apparently another woman, and says they will go get her, while the men comment that this will be fun. Bai lies on the ground with the dagger in her shoulder, thinking of the two, and Yoon watches through the window, terrified, until the men invade the room. Yoon orders them to stay away. The bald man says she is cute, and Yoon trembles, completely frightened. A red-haired man appears behind her with a weapon, saying he cannot wait, and they all notice someone lying on the bed, commenting that he looks almost finished, probably useless. Yoon insists they must not come any closer and must not dare harm her brother. The bald man laughs, telling her not to worry because they will not hurt the brother. They will hurt her right in front of him. Outside, Bai activates her invisibility, calling the leader a bastard, but the boss pushes the dagger even deeper into her shoulder and says that since she is trying to use her ability, he will keep her in that state so she cannot accumulate mental energy. He says that is the proper way to deal with stealthy thieves like her who come and vanish without a trace. He comments that the man in the bed wants to protect her and says that afterwards he will have someone cut off each of his limbs, turning him into a human stump to feed dogs. Even so, he praises her ability and offers her a chance. If she joins him, he will leave her alone. He begins a countdown for her to decide. Meanwhile, Yoon is surrounded by men licking their lips as they stare at her. The protagonist remains motionless on the bed until an energy moves toward him and enters the beast prison, making Xia glow. Su says it is truly him and that this would explain everything, thinking they are trapped there because of him. A voice promises revenge, and Daji comments that many great demons committed grave crimes, but others were thrown into the suppressing tower for minor offenses, and asks how they could accept such fate. She says that now that Yang Xia has appeared and the external gods are approaching, even a fool understands what is happening. The suppressing tower is the seed left by Yangxia and the ancient gods of the 9 provinces to confront the external gods, a secret weapon prepared tens of millions of years ago, and the great demons and sinful gods are the backup plan kept hidden. The pressure increases around them, and the turtle asks if everything is going to collapse, saying not everyone can accept the truth because the divine plan used myriad demons as sacrifice, and it will only get worse. The energies intensify, and Sue asks if the master of the prison will not wake up yet. A voice continues the countdown, and Daji asks if they heard that, stating something outside has gone wrong. Everyone is suppressed by an enormous power, and they cannot leave the tower to face the enemy, asking not to blame them when the moment comes. Lights and violent powers appear along with enraged beasts. The light around the protagonist weakens as the countdown reaches 2. Then Xia awakens and moves forward as the count reaches 1. The boss orders them to capture him, and the men attack Yan and Yun together until an explosion erupts, causing a massive impact. The protagonist jumps onto the roof of the house engulfed in flames, and the boss asks what is happening. Bai smiles, saying he finally woke up. The boss asks who woke up, and on the rooftop, Xia appears beside his sister, saying he is the one who will take his life. The boss demands to know who he is and orders him not to come closer, threatening to eliminate him. Yan extends his hand and moves it through the air, striking the boss without approaching. And then the protagonist closes his fingers, breaking a piece of the bell and causing scorching flames to rise across the boss's body as he is burned alive. The men run, asking what happened to him and who that person is, surrounding Xia and his sister, but Yan complains about the noise. The protagonist then charges forward, releasing an absurd amount of flames and incinerating everyone at once, leaving the rest shocked to see someone so strong. Some try to flee, and a blonde boy celebrates thinking he escaped, until he begins to burn alive as well. Xia realizes that after facing Suzanu's avatar, he managed to absorb the essence of that creature, imprinting its mechanics and power within his own ability, while everything collapsed around him. He understands that his skill evolved to level 5, and that against level 1 and 2 users he had already surpassed level 6. His mind became sharper, his control more precise, and his destructive power even greater. Amid the flames, someone completely charred insists it is not over, revealing himself to be the boss who tries to talk about his treasure but has his hand cut off by Bai holding a dagger, saying he is the one who caused all this and asking if that item was really what blocked so many fatal blows. Yun appears and uses her healing ability, explaining that Bai is severely injured and she will treat her, while Bai thanks her, saying he finally awakened. The protagonist asks how long he was unconscious, and the teacher explains that since the battle against that causality monster, he remained in a coma for 7 days and 7 nights, and that during this period, many things changed, as people with abilities began to appear. A leader named Kan gathered users who have access to the Shangxing pills, and everything indicates he is not acting alone because someone bigger is behind him, organizing something enormous. Xia understands and says he will need to ask the right person for some clarifications. The boss, still alive, orders them to finish him if they have the guts and asks who the hell he thinks he is, saying his ability is only slightly stronger than his own and that the family's leader will never let him escape. Bai asks what family that is, but the boss laughs, saying it is a joke to think he would tell, declaring that even if he dies, he will never reveal it. Sue appears laughing with a killing intent. A boom echoes, and elsewhere DG comments that he has already confessed everything. The power behind Chenggu comes from the Yuan family, as well as the support given to the Song family, but the Yuan clan is enormous and far stronger. Yan explains that they discovered something in Emerald City days before the apocalypse, and therefore began hoarding pills, raising the suspicion that they might have foreseen the apocalypse. The Yuan family gathered all their strength and is about to dominate the city in only 3 days. And Sue mentions that according to Gu, they possess countless magical treasures, including the ancestral bronze bell the boss carried. Yan adds that within 7 days they gathered mysterious pills and countless treasures. Sue says he found another important piece of information, something hard to believe, because it seems an ancestral god even appeared. The protagonist wonders how such power could have come from ore while an ancestral god emerged, remembering that the Vein's first-level ability can raise any skill's level, and that since Yangxia destroyed Susanoo, the external gods have not dared attack again, leaving the soul force flow without reinforcement. He concludes it is time to travel to Black Obsidian City. Elsewhere in the city, people bang desperately on the gate begging for shelter from the zombies, until one of the survivors is shot in the head, and the soldier demands silence, saying only those who hand over Shangqing pills or zombie crystal cores may enter the Yuan family shelter. They explain they are just ordinary people with no abilities and cannot obtain anything so rare. but they are ignored when the soldier states that ordinary folks only waste food and mean nothing to the Yuan family. At that moment, they notice zombies approaching, and everyone begins crying and pounding on the gate for help. While the soldier comments that when the zombies finish devouring that trash and level up, the crystal cores will be even more valuable. The people are attacked by the zombies as the guards watch smiling, remarking that the zombie is about to level up. And the partner mentions it used to be level 3 and asks if at level 4 they can still defeat it. The soldier asks what there is to fear and claims that this is Yuan family territory, where countless experts, ancient ancestors, and even another being, far more feared, dwell. And anyone who identifies a level 4 zombie already earns merit. His partner agrees, saying it makes sense and that it is nothing more than military merit with a Shangqing pill as reward, until someone approaches on a motorcycle, running over the zombies, and the protagonist drives straight over the larger zombie, leaving the soldier stunned. The big zombie grabs the motorcycle and smashes it to the ground, and Jia leaps forward with scorching flames striking the monster until he summons his sword and attacks, causing an explosion. The zombie burns until collapsing, and the smaller ones rush in as the protagonist complains about the annoyance and launches swords that pierce the monsters, burning everything around while some survivors duck, asking if they are finally safe and who that powerful man is. Xia then notices a level 4 crystal coming out of the zombie's body. At that moment, a group approaches saying it is not bad at all and asking if he is the new team member, commenting that taking down a level 4 zombie alone is not something anyone can do, and that they will praise his performance since he hit the monster exactly when it leveled up, making the hunt very profitable. Yan warns them not to touch the core, and the soldier asks what he means, while his partner says he checked and noticed the protagonist is not one of them, not part of the team, and besides, there are many fire ability users in the Yuan family. The soldier asks if someone from outside has been killing their zombies and if he is trying to steal the kill, and the protagonist asks since when those zombies belong to anyone. The soldier replies that of course they do, since they created that low-level zombie themselves, and asks if the protagonist has any idea how many human lives had to be cut short for it, suggesting he hand over the crystal core and leave if he wants to survive. Xia asks what if he refuses, and the soldier fires back wanting to know if he's from that region, and if he does not know the Yuan family dominates abilities, with the young master already at level 4 and backed by a foundation he cannot even imagine. He claims that in this apocalypse, the Yuan family is humanity's last bastion and the ladder to superior evolution, and that countless experts travel from afar just for the chance to join them. So if the protagonist insists, he will die right there. Yan grabs him by the neck and asks if that is really so, saying he would love to find out, and that if he killed him right in front of the Yuan family's gates, he wanted to see whether anyone would come save him. The soldier tries to deny it as the others begin shooting and order Yan to let him go. The flames intensify while the protagonist squeezes with overwhelming force, and the soldiers comment that the fire is so powerful the captain cannot withstand it, saying it burns even the consciousness and absorbs every attack. They fire, but the bullets melt in the air, leaving everyone shocked at the absurd heat. Xia asks the captain whose core he thinks it is, and the captain admits he was wrong. A female voice appears saying crystal cores or Shangqing pills have always belonged to the strongest, and asks whether she is wrong, and the soldiers recognize her as the third miss, begging her to save the captain, claiming that domineering outsider is stealing treasures in the heart of Yuan territory. One of them is struck by a whip as she calls them all trash, saying many of them cannot even defeat an outsider, and that the Yuan family wastes food feeding those dogs. The soldiers admit they did not expect the protagonist to be so strong, while the third miss observes the intense flames, praises his handsome face, and says his eyes are cold and his style is bold. The captain begs her to save him, but is struck in the face as she calls him useless and orders him not to interrupt while she looks at such a handsome man. Xia hits all the remaining soldiers and asks who she is, and the third miss responds that her name is Yuan Ying, ranked third among the Yuan family's young generation, allowing him to call her third miss or simply Yinger, and invites him inside for tea and a calm conversation. The protagonist warns that his flames do not distinguish between allies and enemies and suggests she keep her distance, but Ying asks him not to be so hostile and to come closer. The gate opens and some confused soldiers wonder if brother Qiang died for nothing, and upon entering, Xia notices all guards are on high alert, and Ying explains that in this apocalypse monsters are only half the danger, because human hearts are treacherous too, so no one overreacts by staying vigilant. Inside the pavilion, she offers tea, and Yan asks if the Yuan family knew of the apocalypse beforehand, and Ying says that is just one among many tools and asks him to state his name. The protagonist questions whether she is trying to recruit him, and the third miss confirms, saying he is strong, efficient, and definitely needs more resources, something the Yuan family can provide without limit. Xia comments that he fears she will regret giving so much, and Ying replies that the Yuan family's resources are far too deep for regret and that those Shangqing pills are something she distributes without thinking. Yan mentally recalls what he stores, while Ying continues saying they also offer crystal cores according to each ability user's merit and that he could be classified as level 4. If he joins them, he can become a captain immediately and command 5 level 3 ability users under him. The protagonist thinks about his own beasts, and Ying emphasizes that the most important thing is the abundance of food and water, and that by joining the Yuan family he could even eat instant noodles and drink clean water every day. Xia imagines millions in supplies, cattle, and land, while Ying assures that as long as he agrees to accumulate contributions, he will have infinite resources, clothing, level-ups, and even her company at his side, and asks how happy that would make him. Yan tries to answer, but Ying draws her whip and warns that if he's thinking of refusing her, she will turn him into a specimen and keep him in her closet, promising to make good use of his body because she likes him, and asks whether he noticed he cannot move. She explains that the tea was mixed with poison, specific to ability users, and that a man as strong as him needed a welcome worthy of him, and demands an answer. A call interrupts the scene, and Ying complains, saying not again, while a soldier reports that the young master summons her immediately. She tells Yan to think carefully and says she wants a satisfactory answer when she returns, ordering the guards to stay alert because if he tries anything, he must be eliminated on the spot. The door closes and Su comments that he was lucky that disgusting woman took advantage of him first, since she has not even tasted him yet, and the bear agrees, saying he is available too. The protagonist stands up and tells the bear to shut up, surprising him, and he asks if the poison did not affect him. DG strikes the bear, calling him an idiot, and says the master of the prison would never have drunk that tea, and the bear tastes it and feels the strong venom, as Su thinks he is a hopeless case. Inside the prison, Jia asks about his sister's situation, and the turtle assures him that with her the girl is completely safe and is now working with the teacher on something special, promising a great surprise when he returns to Emerald City. Yan comments that the girl is starting to form ideas of her own, and the snake says it is hungry while the turtle claims it is not, and thanks the master for granting her soul, explaining she is refining her own living soul and that when the time comes, by joining turtle and snake into one body, she will form a Xuanwu and ascend to martial rank, and the protagonist considers this excellent. Ever since awakening, Xia notices that a new staircase has appeared on the first floor of the fierce prison, a sign that the second floor has been illuminated and new cells can now be opened. He remembers that the first-level beasts were already insanely strong, and wonders what kind of formidable monsters and sinful gods are sealed on the second floor. Deciding to check immediately, as he descends, he observes the area carefully and comments that this is the second floor of demon suppression, until he hears a laugh announcing he has finally matured enough to stand before someone who has waited for him for so long. A voice inside a cage summons him to bow and says it will dictate 3 decrees. But Xiao widens his eyes upon seeing a tiny, chubby child and asks if that kid is really the powerhouse of the second floor, wanting to know if he is some kind of ginseng doll. The little one snaps back, saying he must be blind, and tells him to look at his aura, garments, and flames. And Xia asks if he is a gourd. The chubby child becomes enraged and introduces himself as the great sacred child king of the fire cloud, the legendary Red Boy, while Xia calls him Holy Brat and remarks that he is indeed the brat famous for that title, irritating the creature even more. The child then transforms into a gigantic demon, proclaiming he will massacre every living thing, burn the entire world, and silence all existence, erasing Buddhas, immortals, and the very notion of being. The energy he unleashes fills the entire prison, but lightning immediately crashes down on him, and the demon roars for it to strike harder, claiming to be the eternal king impossible to finish off until more lightning violently hits him and forces him back into child form. Xia comments that this is exactly what one expects from the second floor of that hellish prison, and that the first prisoner was already shouting about destroying the world, so imprisoning him was no mistake, and he realizes that his own soul force has reached stage 6 and can still grow. He keeps walking as laughter echoes through the shadows and a devastating energy creates suffocating pressure, making Yan unleash flames as he remembers that everyone there had once been masters and were imprisoned for countless years, and that even maddened by the chance to escape, they should not have corrupted themselves. Su bows, saying he pays respect to the Guardian, and Xia orders that on that second floor, anyone who calms down first and is willing to talk should call out to him, and otherwise, the lightning will continue until they learn, and DG acknowledges the order. Red Boy grumbles that Jia is just a lucky brat for inheriting the Yangxia lineage and asks why he should bow, while Su urges everyone to speak carefully and not underestimate the warden, reminding them that serving sincerely is the only way to stay alive. For losing face is tolerable, but losing one's head is not. In the Yuan family hall, the patriarch states that thanks to their ancestors, they have been the premier family for centuries and survived the apocalypse by stockpiling resources under ancestral guidance. However, the promise made by them has not yet been fulfilled, and the ancestral wrath draws near again, and he asks who has a plan. A young man answers that the ancestors demanded 3 conditions: 100 boys and 100 girls, 10 level 3 ability users and 3 level 4 ability users, as well as digging into the spiritual vein until finding the golden coffin. They already sacrificed 100 pairs of children and gathered 10 level 3 users, but now the ancestors demand 1 more level 4 as an offering, and reaching level 4 costs a tide of resources. Even with the entire foundation of the Yuan family, they only have 5 users of that level, and sacrificing one would bring immediate relief. A woman agrees, saying the stored water is saturated with power and can raise abilities, but it is so contaminated it turns anyone who drinks too much into a bestial corpse. Another man comments that even sitting atop a mountain of treasures, they are powerless. Regarding the golden chalice, they explain it is deep within the mine where contamination is brutal, and demons have taken everything, and any incursion costs lives. Dozens have already died, but they were only outsiders seeking refuge, and to them it is no great loss. The elders affirm that even if the ancient ancestors attempt to act against them, they will still grant a bit of time, and someone must take on this task to gain a few more moments. And, if necessary, they will sacrifice a level 4 to appease the ancestral fury. The old woman asks where they would find someone that strong, and whether they truly intend to offer one of their own users, because if they do that, they will have no way to survive the apocalypse. Ying interrupts, saying that if the problem is finding a level 4 individual, she knows one very well, and the patriarch wants to know how she learned of him. The third miss answers it was coincidence since she intended to turn him into her personal toy, but because the ancestor is furious, she will have to give him up. And the patriarch considers it excellent, though he warns that because he is of the fire type, he may cause havoc if not bound during the ritual. He orders Sheng to accompany her and bring the offering to the altar, and both, as mid-level 4 users, accept the mission. The old woman celebrates, saying that this time the ancestral wrath will be calmed, and the man beside her says they must continue sending offerings until the sacrifice satisfies the ancestors, and the patriarch assures that with this, the Yuan family will rise above all others. In another chamber, the protagonist sits watching the energy ahead and concludes that only the Yuan fortress could contain such a dense source of power, probably the ancient core mentioned, and that the living flame must be the ancestor referred to. The bear says he heard everything and that they plan to sacrifice him, and Su comments that his wind manipulation skill is good for spying, but what matters now is real support. And the true enemy is approaching, suggesting they enter the game pretending weakness before striking. Xia states that was exactly what he intended. Su vanishes as the third miss enters, asking what his decision is, and Yan answers that he chose to join her, but because he was poisoned, he does not trust her. So if she wants him to believe her, she must give something first, otherwise he will authorize evacuation of the area and take half the fortress with him. Ying tells him not to get upset, says the family is generous, and shows him an ore, and the protagonist asks if it is mineral ability, and she says he may choose 3 users of whatever level he wants to prove her sincerity. Xia takes the ore and considers it acceptable, while Ying thinks he has no idea the ritual will require far more power and that the sacrifice will be worse than he imagines. But thanks to the purifier, that minor pollution means nothing. The ore shines, releasing intense pressure, and Yan feels his ability power increasing, imagining that if the entire mine is like this, it must be overflowing with energy. The third miss smiles, thinking outsiders understand nothing, and a few stones already buy loyalty, and she says he has decided to join the Yuan family within the ritual in the ancestral hall, and that he must honor the family, for the head will be satisfied, and once it is over, she will release the control and hand over the antidote. The protagonist warns her not to try tricks. Sheng orders them to move, and Ying instructs him to follow. They advance into a dark, enclosed area where a voice says that the sacred land of the Yuan family is anything but ordinary and orders them to bring the offering at once. The guards shiver, saying they heard the 3,000 temple warriors kneel before the ancestors, until they see the young master and the third miss bringing the sacrifice. Xia asks if that shaking is an earthquake about to collapse the place, and wants to know where the ancestral sanctuary is because it looks more like an improvised mine. And Ying responds that since it belongs to the family, it is obviously not ordinary, and tells him to look more closely. Yan notices it is a rare type of ore, even if its purity is low, and asks if the entire cave is filled with it. And Ying says, this is the depth of the Yuan, their true inheritance, and the protagonist finds it impressive. He then raises the essential question, asking whether she really brought him alive all the way there without fearing he might disappear afterward without leaving a trace. And Sheng laughs, asking if he intends to rob the Yuan family, saying they will have glorious memories in both their futures, while Ying says that when they pay respects to the ancestors, they also will have glorious memories of their two futures. Xia concludes that indeed the Yuan family's ancestor will receive his respects very well. Yan walks forward while the two watch him, thinking he is an idiot unable to realize his execution is imminent, until the protagonist stops before the sanctuary lit by candles, and they both announce they have brought the offering to pay respect to the ancient ancestor, receiving a satisfied praise in return. The third miss asks if he sees the depth of the sanctuary, but notices he did not kowtow, and Jia asks whether she really wants him to kneel before that being and be called an official immortal of Yuanwu, and asks whether such an entity is even worthy. Sheng becomes irritated and asks how he dares disrespect the old ancestor, and the young master tries to force him to kneel by grabbing his shoulder, while Sheng releases power against him, but Yan remains completely unmoved. Ying coils her whip around his leg, trying to drag him toward the altar, and the young master attacks from the other side, but the protagonist does not move at all, and the third miss, shocked, says he was poisoned yet is still resisting, while Sheng states that even without the poison, he is still going against all of them. Yan releases flames and asks who said he was only 4th rank, blasting the two of them away with an impact that slams them into the wall, leaving the young master groaning as he realizes Yan is not level 4. Ying, stunned, asks if he is level 5, and the flames around the protagonist intensify as Sheng tries to understand, saying that reaching level 4 already requires absurd resources, and ascending to level 5 is like climbing the heavens, something even the entire Yuan family combined could never cultivate, demanding to know who he is. Xia answers that he's not worthy of knowing, and the young master introduces himself as an assistant heir of the Yuan family, wielder of water power and impurity marks, while Ying claims that from the strength of his strike, he intended to destroy the family's great fortune. The third miss then summons a magic circle, saying his plasma will be the sacrifice, and Sheng comments that the stronger the user, the more satisfied the ancestors will be, while Ying asks the ancestor to accept the offering. The ancestor manifests, saying it is excellent and that such a fine sacrifice pleases him, introducing himself as the Lord of the 7-star, leading waters of the Upper Purity Grotto, claiming that his descent is a great blessing and asking why Yan is not bowing yet. The young master rejoices, saying the true ancestral form is descending and asking if Yan is so terrified he can barely breathe, while Ying finds it strange how calm he looks. The protagonist asks if they have even heard that title before, and the bird explains that the 7 stellar waters of upper purity govern all water paths of the world, while the bear says it would be stranger if he had not tasted that power already. Su appears, saying there are signs everywhere, countless fragments of time flowing through the environment, and the bear calls the ancestor a mere minor water lackey and asks how he dares claim authority in the name of the Upper Purity Grotto, declaring that such blasphemy should be erased. The ancestor looks at the group and asks what kind of human with a bird's body commands wind and thunder, and whether he is the Thunder Marshal Lei Zhenzi, questioning why he is here if ancient gods should not appear. The bear is surprised at being recognized and introduces himself as the Great Black Wind King, but the ancestor says he has never heard that name, and the bear tries to strike him, calling him ignorant. The ancestor roars, asking what filthy beast dares run wild in this mortal domain, and claims that the Waterlord has already been eliminated, so the seat of merit now belongs to him, saying he ruled the water court with effort and devotion, and how dare they challenge him, stating that a beast spirit is perfect divine food, because that formation does not even allow the soul to escape. Sheng marvels, saying that is exactly what they expect of an ancestor, subjugating the enemy the moment he manifests, congratulating him and saying such nourishment will help him advance even further, while Ying remarks that many wild gods and beast spirits dared invade the Yuan family, but the bear smashes the ancestor violently, throwing him to the ground, and when the being tries to rise, asking why he was not suppressed by the formation, the bear strikes him again, saying he only reached the Shuri level by stealing someone else's merit jade, and asking how someone so insignificant dares think he should follow such a laughable creature. The bird releases its own power, and the young master notices the shift as spiritual chains close in on Ying, and the protagonist comments that it is as fragile as paper and crumbles with a touch, asking who is really being presumptuous there. The ancestor panics and calls for the 3 generals, saying he was careless and meant no harm, but the bear jumps, saying it is too late, lands on him and releases a disgusting stench, leaving both members of the Yuan family horrified. Xia and his beasts gag and start vomiting, and the ancestor begs them to spare him and show mercy. He tries to flee, but the bird blocks the path, asking whether he really thinks he can escape. A colossal burst of energy explodes in the air and strikes the ancestor, making the two Yuan youths lose their breath and ask who that man is. While Ying thinks she must warn the patriarch because someone with that level of power is a threat to the Yuan family itself. The ancestor is hurled far away and looking down sees the two Yuan youths, opening his enormous mouth as they fall into terror, asking whether he really intends to devour them. The ancestor swallows both of them and orders silence, saying he tended their bloodline, and now it is time to collect payment, for they were two fourth-rank offerings. The spiritual pressure rises and he begins transforming, becoming even stronger. Su comments that for years they managed to keep the water under control, but now, by absorbing such high-level abilities as offerings, he has truly reached the position of general. And the bear says they should join forces and crush him. Xia tells them to hold on, because he has just crossed the cocoon's sand and inherited the ancestral memories of the craftsman, asking them to circle around one side while he goes around the other, wondering if that will give them a chance. The ancestor calls him an ignorant child and says he will devour them first, because once he breaks through again, no one there will stand a chance. Xia smiles and releases overwhelming flames. In India, zombies attack while people inside a church scream on their knees for help until the door collapses and the monsters rush in, biting everyone. A bald ability user fights among the flames as other users try to protect the rest, telling them to run. A group of kneeling young men raise their hands, crying out for glory, and a female warrior watches, saying they have gone mad until a massive zombie appears. The users fight the giant while the kneeling ones keep insisting the gods will save them. Outside, 3 lights descend from the sky, Shiva, Indra, and Kali, and people scream in joy, saying the gods have arrived. Shiva drags the giant zombies in and crushes them with a single blow, and everyone thanks him, believing they are saved. 2 crystals appear and Shiva hands them to the other 2 gods. Kali eats one with a smile, saying the taste of thousands of souls is rich, and Indra says it is acceptable, but he prefers another flavor, leaving people confused. Shiva says they are merely taking what is theirs, and suddenly the human warriors begin being pulled toward them in terror. Shiva drags them in and crushes them just as easily. Crystals emerge from their bodies and the 3 gods feed on them, saying the taste is far better than that of the dead. Shiva says the number of Gauls and humans who fought together with the memories etched within them were all extracted from their spiritual essence, and Indra says it is foolish to call that duty, a war fueled by greed under the disguise of humanity. While Kali says that not only in Vanya but across all realms, the peak gods only sought to fight each other to the end, even after 1,000 years of prayers. Shiva says that even now, when people try to resist, the divine power remains strong and that the place is unworthy of such a struggle. Kali laughs, saying that in the 3,000-year war, she followed Aegon into the lands of Vanshia, and Indra says he understands and that they must wait for good news. Shiva calls the 2 to leave and they vanish, leaving everyone horrified until they notice another group of zombies approaching in the distance. Deep in the Yuan fortress mines, soldiers order everyone to dig faster, and workers complain that they have already gone too far and ask about the promised fair treatment, mentioning monsters deeper below. Then Yuan Rui, a 4th-rank ability user, appears, saying someone entered the Yuan mansion, drank their water, ate their food, and even stole ore, and now they have 2 options: dig or cut open their bellies to return everything. He says everyone must take the superior purity pills to cleanse the poison contaminating their bodies. People ask about poison, and Rui answers they are already contaminated, and that both digging and refusing will lead to death, and taking the pill or not is their choice. They call him heartless, and Rui says to relax, because once they take the pill, the contamination will vanish, and their cultivation will even rise, so they have nothing to lose. A soldier comments that a few words are enough for him to control them, and adds that the ancestral golden coffin must be close. A tremor shakes the mine and an explosion echoes. Elsewhere, the ancestor is hurled away with heavy wounds, and the protagonist approaches, telling him to keep going. Jia rushes again, surrounded by flames, while the ancestor tries to flee, calling him a maniac, and Yan releases another blast of fire, making the ancestor run in panic, begging them to stop, while the protagonist orders them not to let him escape. More explosions occur, and a voice asks what is causing so much chaos. The soldier replies that he heard Ying capture a 4th-layer user to sacrifice to the ancestor, and that, judging by that sound, the ancestor must be absorbing the power now. It is an extremely overwhelming force, and the ancestor will certainly reap immense benefits this time. Such dominant energy can only mean great gains. And that is excellent because the ancestor is an ancient god who commands the water element. And with such a powerful god as backing, the Yuan family will be able to rise and rule the next era. With young Master Yuan as the brightest star, once the Yuan family takes the throne, he will become the crown prince, and everyone swears eternal loyalty to his highness. A young man tells them not to take it so seriously, then asks what that thing ahead is. Another voice states that the earthquake must have shifted the rocks and revealed something, and the warrior confirms there is no mistake, saying that the golden coffin must be inside. With the help of several men, a door is about to be opened, and the instant it opens, an extremely strong light is emitted. The warrior asks what that is, because something is shining intensely ahead, and a voice answers that it is the golden coffin. That water is pure energy water without any impurities, and no matter how much is absorbed, there is no corruption at all in addition to existing in absurd quantity. It seems that the entire vein was formed by the water that flooded the place, and he asks how many powerful users could be nurtured there, stating that not only 4th layer users, but even 5th or 6th layer ones would be possible. Truly, fate favors the Yuan family. Everyone then notices something and sees the ancestor near the coffin. It really is the legendary golden coffin, and with so much water from the spiritual source present, once he absorbs it and opens the coffin, he asks what that cursed little brat could possibly do against him. They say that a god has descended before their eyes and ask whether that will be the true foundation of the Yuan family, unparalleled in the entire world. Suddenly, someone strikes them, but they do not know who it was. The protagonist approaches, shrouded in a terrifying aura, and strikes the ancestor directly. Everyone looks on in shock. The pressure around the area rapidly intensifies, and the ancestor is struck once more and falls to the ground. Everyone shouts for the ancestor, asking who dares to attack him, saying that this is impossible, that it cannot be real and must only be a hallucination. They question whether he is truly attacking a god and ask who he is. Zia comments that pursuit battle from a moment ago helped him understand that memory fragment. Yan uses the fire steps and explains that when the soul body Yangxia dispersed, it left behind a memory fragment treasure, and that it was necessary to keep fighting and leveling up to unlock them. The fallen ancestor calls him a little thief for daring to act so wildly and orders him to obey, stating that once he absorbs that water from the spiritual source, his injuries will be completely healed and everything will become his. The protagonist moves a finger and the beast prison appears, ordering them to gather. The waters begin to move and converge, while the ancestor shouts for him to stop, saying that all that water belongs to him and that this must cease immediately as the people around cry out for the ancestor. The soldier asks how he dares steal from the Wayne family, and the warrior beside him says that this is extremely dangerous, that they must not approach and need to attack using a treasure. The soldier activates the mirror and a mirror soul light is emitted. He bites his finger, pours his own blood onto the mirror, and orders the Jade Beauty to emerge, commanding her to eliminate the boy and save the ancestor. The Jade Beauty moves at high speed, but the protagonist summons several flame birds, and the birds charge straight at her. The Jade Beauty begins to shatter. Then, some items start to move and the warrior summons the Lotus platform, which appears before them. Xia observes and realizes they are coming toward them, but Yan blows them up with ease and says that this is fun and exhilarating, stating that even without holding back, he will drain every last drop of that water. The warrior orders all the seeds to attack at once. The seeds rush toward the coffin and the ancestor shouts for them not to damage the golden coffin. The pressure in the area continues to rise. The protagonist watches the seeds approach the coffin and incinerates them completely. Then Xia burns the artifact in the warrior's hand with seething flames. Meanwhile, all the water continues to be drained into the tower, and the ancestor remains fallen on the ground, desperately crying out for his source. The coffin begins to tremble, and the warriors ask what is happening, questioning why it suddenly became so cold. Yan asks what exists inside that coffin, and the ancestor replies that, according to legend, inside the golden coffin are the bones of a celestial being, and that whoever obtains them can enter the gate of heaven and attain the title of golden immortality, which is precisely why, all these years, it has been so coveted. The coffin continues to shake violently, emitting a strange sound. The protagonist asks where he heard that legend, and the ancestor counters by asking whether it was not he himself who told it to him in the first place. Then insects begin to pour out from inside the coffin, and there are many of them. The insects crawl into the mouths of some of the men, and their bodies begin to undergo strange reactions until they are reduced to nothing but bones. The others panic and start to flee, but they are also caught by the insects and end up reduced to bones as well. The warrior activates a barrier and tells them not to come any closer, stating that it worked and that the insects cannot enter. They remain still for a moment, until the insects begin to break through the barrier, and the warrior is devoured by them in the same way. The protagonist observes and remarks that they are vile and venomous. Some insects approach from behind him, but Jia immediately notices and releases his flames, asking whether they possess resistance to fire. More insects continue to approach in terrifying numbers, and a voice murmurs about plasma and spiritual energy. Yan states that if those insects are allowed to spread, the consequences will be disastrous, and that they must find a way to stop them. The bird envelops itself in an astonishing aura and charges at the insects, releasing the soul-destroying thunder of the heavens and striking them head-on. Even so, the bird senses something is wrong and watches closely, because despite the attack, the insects are still able to advance. The bear asks what kind of cursed insects those are, saying that not even heavenly lightning has any effect, and that their resistance to lightning has clearly increased. The bird then uses another ability, 1,000 thunder cages, unleashing absurd power and overwhelming pressure. People who were fleeing from the insects are struck by the lightning, as are soldiers on the other side, and the mine road is completely sealed by electricity. A soldier says they need to report the situation to the clan master, while another voice claims that something abnormal is happening inside the mine. The insects continue to move until they are struck by the lightning, and the remaining ones pause for a moment before advancing toward the mine. An arrogant voice declares that they dared to resist and that all will be devoured. The insects enter the mine, and even as they pass through the lightning, remain completely intact. The bird asks whether those insects truly can consume its lightning and urges them to act quickly, saying it cannot hold out much longer. The bear replies that it will help. Meanwhile, the ancestor lets out a sinister laugh, and insects continue to pour from his mouth. The protagonist releases flames at them. The bear charges straight at the ancestor and declares that the body of that cursed guardian has become a breeding vessel for insects and that he will eliminate him first, but the ancestor blocks the attack. The bear keeps pressing forward, his eyes beginning to emit power, and he finally manages to strike the ancestor, telling him to look at himself and declaring that he will sit on him and crush him. The ancestor asks how he knew the legend of the golden coffin and declares that this is the true legend of the golden coffin. A woman is summoned and releases a tremendous aura. The ancestor remains fallen on the ground as the woman causes explosions all around, looks to the side and smiles, revealing herself to be the goddess Kali. An item approaches the ancestor's head, enters his forehead, and he reveals that it was she who implanted the insect egg into his body, controlling his will ever since. He never realized this and continued searching for the magical artifact she left behind until the long-awaited day finally arrived, the breaking of the coffin. The ancestor releases mana around his body, gathers insects in each hand, and declares that although he cannot withstand even a fraction of the power of the original body, this is already more than enough to eliminate a small fry like that. The protagonist comments that no one would have imagined that the insect mother Kali of Shindu would hide there for 1,000 years using a double, and states that if he had not encountered her by chance, she would have caused an immeasurable disaster in Yanxia. The bear reacts furiously, asking whether he dares insult the director and vowing to tear his mouth apart. He charges again, and the ancestor asks whether someone like him truly dares to block his path. The bear calls him a pervert and says he will eliminate him once and for all. Daji explains that the mother insects do not fear water, fire, or lightning, that they devour their own energy and are extremely evasive, but that they are not insects without weaknesses. Jia asks what the proper method is. The fox replies that it is the triple flame of transcendence. The divine flame of the great Lao Jun's furnace is a supreme fire, capable of melting not only insignificant insects but even stars and galaxies, and it can also summon the Red Child, the natural nemesis of that insect mother. However, the Red Child is arrogant and rebellious, one of the great demon disciples, and it will not be easy to subdue her. Yan states that thanks to the spiritual lamps he ignited, he can absorb everything that happens in all sectors of the prison whenever he wishes, and that after observing the Red Child, he has already found a way to make her obey willingly. Inside the Beast Prison, within the second level, Daji states that this is true, that the director really can make the Red Child kneel. But she emphasizes that madness is something childish throughout the world and that even threats to life may not work, then questions how he intends to deal with her. The protagonist says that he is starting over, and the fox asks what he means, questioning whether he goes crazy at certain moments. She looks to the side and the child says that now it is his turn, asking why he is still not moving and whether he wants to lose his life. Beside them, demons with an absurd aura appear, bringing a hand close to her head. Daji watches in silence until the demon reveals a card. The fox is surprised when she sees it. The child comments that he drew the Joker, and the two begin laughing loudly together, while Daji realizes that they were playing cards. She asks what this means and whether he really thinks that with just this he can make the red child submit. The child says that now it is her turn to draw a card, but then notices someone large approaching, and it is the protagonist, commenting that he has ended up reduced to playing Joker tag with some incompetent soldiers and asking whether that is not boring. The child asks how he dares spy on her, and Zia provokes her by asking whether the sacred baby king is afraid of being watched. The child asks what he is doing there, how he dares enter that place, and whether he is not afraid of being reduced to ashes. Yan tells her to relax and not get so angry, saying that he also plays with fire, that his fire is different, but that in the end, they are both artists of flame. The child asks what exactly he wants. The protagonist answers that he already said it and states that he only came to play a little with her. The child, irritated, asks who would want to play with him, orders him to leave immediately, and says that she is not like those useless brats and will never bow to anyone. The fox comments that this is not good at all because the child is clearly irritated. Demons are summoned with a terrifying aura, and the child threatens that if he does not leave now, the consequences will be severe. Meanwhile, Shah is playing on his phone. Daji watches without understanding. Yan, holding the device, says that the triple finisher performed by his hand will now go straight to shatter the enemy's central crystal. The child asks what that is, and the protagonist replies that it is just a mobile game, asking if she has never played before and whether she would like him to teach her. Inside the cave, lightning spreads in all directions. The bear says that he cannot hold on any longer, while the bird continues dealing with the insects. Injured, the bear asks to be saved, and the ancestor asks whether that is that human and whether he really thinks he can save him. The ancestor says that he had prepared an enormous amount of spiritual energy, planning to absorb it as soon as he left the coffin to recover his strength, and questions how everything disappeared without leaving a single drop. He states that he does not care, because those two general rank beasts are more than enough to feed on, and that after that he will devour every living creature there, wanting to see how that boy will dare to face him. A powerful aura is summoned. It is the red child with her demons, who advance and manage to defeat the insects. The demons attack together and the bird watches, realizing that the insects did not even manage to react. A violent explosion occurs, and the men inside the mine comment that there are lightning, thunder, and even fire, asking what is happening inside the cave. The ancestor questions whether that is real, asking if they are yakshas, incarnations born from true fire, and before he can do anything, he is struck head-on and states that this is impossible. While the child continues playing, she comments that they dared to steal her crystals and that she will shatter them all, saying that no one will escape, while sucking on a lollipop and commenting that it is very good. She also comments that besides that, there are many delicious snacks, such as spicy Chinese sticks, chocolate, and potato chips. The protagonist replies that, of course, saying that this was how they got rid of that bastard and that things have calmed down outside, stating that he will bring them for her to try. The child asks whether, besides this medicine, whatever it is, he also said that he has fun games, like Super Mario and Plants vs. Zombie, commenting that this is truly incredible. A demon asks what they are waiting for, orders them to sacrifice that trash as an offering, and commands the followers to attack the body that still carries traces of spiritual worm eggs and a soul mark, saying that they must follow the trails and show who controls it as proof of power. Anyone who dares to cause trouble in that territory will have to pay some interest before leaving. In the city of Chengdu, a woman relaxes inside a bathtub and comments that it has been a long time since she felt so at ease. Subordinates bring drinks, while outside several people are silently eliminated. The goddess declares that all the fruits of Chengdu are now under her control and that among them some have already ripened and are worth observing. She then senses something and smiles, saying that the spiritual worms have hatched, which is excellent because in the land of Yangxia, nothing can contain these worms. She comments that they can advance and devour every living creature and every trace of spiritual energy, wanting to see whether the boy dares to stop them, questioning how much strength he truly possesses, and saying that she wants to find out personally. Using the ancestor's body, the woman decides to observe more closely, only to be surprised when she realizes that there is a bear in front, a bird behind, and demons all around, making it clear that the ancestor is about to be defeated. In the bathtub, the goddess suddenly stands up and asks what that was just now, saying that luckily she cut the connection quickly, otherwise she would have been burned as well. Immediately after, she senses something wrong and begins to scream when she realizes that she is also being struck. The demons surge forward and attack everything ahead, easily defeating their targets and causing enormous explosions. The goddess asks whether they managed to trace the spiritual mark to that place. A demon replies that someone has grounded him to deliver a message to her. The protagonist, speaking from within the demon's mouth, tells her not to stretch her hand so far or she will end up getting burned. The demon bursts into laughter, while the woman becomes visibly irritated. A voice comments about the wave of energy from earlier, and the woman states that it can only be that boy, because he is the only one capable of summoning the true fire that disappeared long ago. The ancestor beside her remarks that it seems he noticed her tricks from the very beginning. The goddess flies into a rage and says she will tear him apart. Someone nearby observes that his hidden cards are being revealed one after another, and that they should not confront him with brute force. The ancestor agrees, saying it is better to observe the movements of the other gods. The goddess says there is no other choice and that her face will never return to what it once was. Inside the cave, the child comments that the message has already been delivered and that she is going back to playing. Xia asks her to wait a moment, but the child tells him not to waste time, as her patience is limited. Yan summons a juice. The child shows interest, and the protagonist comments that there is still a game outside that is fun, and that they should take the opportunity to go. The child replies that it is fine and says she will shine brilliantly. Outside the cave, an old man asks what exactly is happening. People around say that Yuan and Sheng offered sacrifices to the ancestor, and that after that, disturbances arose inside the cave, stating that no one knows what truly occurred inside. They wonder whether, after devouring the offerings, the ancestor ascended to the rank of Golden Immortal, or whether the golden coffin was found. They say that now that the tremors have ceased, the ancestor must be about to emerge. The old man states that they held a grand outdoor celebration, following the ancient rites of the immortal's descent, to welcome the ancestor's return to the seat of honor, and people comment that they have received the ancestor back to his rightful position. Elsewhere, pressure builds and intense lights appear. The elder remarks that it is said the immortal walks upon a golden lotus, and that this has become reality, with the ancestor indeed emerging. Everyone begins to welcome his appearance, with countless people gathered. The protagonist is seated on the throne and declares that since his dear descendants have shown such sincerity, then this throne as divine emperor of the land should be accepted without hesitation. A boy asks if he really is the ancestor and says that he looks even younger than himself, truly like someone divine. The elder reacts, saying that this is not right, stating that he is not the ancestor and asking who he really is. Jia asks what the problem is and whether he still does not recognize his own grandfather. A young man says that he knows him, stating that he is that 4th rank ability user whom Miss Yuan brought back, who has been acting mysteriously and insulting the ancestors, and that he should be eliminated. The elder asks for calm, telling them to wait, saying that he has just come out of the cave and must immediately explain what happened inside, which could spare his life, and asks about the great ancestor. Yan replies by asking if he is referring to the thief, saying that stealing the divine throne of the Lord of the Stars of the Water Virtue was already serious enough, but that on top of that he was bewitched by an external god and almost became a tool to destroy the land of Yangxia, stating that his elimination was more than deserved. He adds that the false ancestor was stripped of divine status, with both form and soul completely erased. Everyone is shocked. An elderly woman says that this is impossible and asks who he thinks he is to dare claim he defeated the great ancestor, telling him not to spread lies. A boy comments that the object in his hand truly belongs to the great ancestor, and that there can be no mistake. A young man asks whether that means the ancestor was truly finished, and if so, what will happen to the Yuan clan. The old man, consumed by irritation, declares that this man deserves to be executed for spreading rumors, saying that the great ancestor is a celestial god and could never be annihilated by his hands. People surge forward, trying to eliminate him. The protagonist asks if they are really that impatient, and Xia, releasing an absurd power, flings everyone away at once. A young man comments that he must be a 4th rank ability user, perhaps even 5th rank, and that they are no match for him. The elder declares that then they must all attack together, since he is only one person while the clan has hundreds of specialists. He states that in this collapsing world, numbers always prevail and orders them to advance together to crush him. Yan releases his flames and asks whether numbers truly always win and whether that makes any sense. He says he will show who really has more numbers. Demons are summoned and begin fighting the people present. Cries of pain echo as some beg for mercy and plead for their lives to be spared. The elder asks if he is dreaming, and the old woman asks whether this means the ancestor was truly eliminated. The old man insists that this is impossible, saying that it was generations of planning by the Yuan clan, and asks how everything could collapse at that man's hands. He declares that Yuan Li, also a 4th rank ability user, must eliminate him and that he himself will become the clan leader. Yuan then asks how he could face him and says that even under orders he does not dare disobey. He transforms into a stone man and declares that only a true man does not retreat before death. The stone man charges to attack, and the protagonist comments that he has a bit of courage, but that it is a pity. Xia strikes him and states that those who ally themselves with tyrants are not men of honor, but clowns. The stone man is defeated. The woman says this cannot be true, and the elder states that the clan cannot fall. Then the clan leader is struck head-on and instantly finished. A demon comments that all of them are annoying and are only wasting time, and Yan agrees. He orders everyone to kneel and surrender immediately, otherwise they will be finished. The people still alive say they surrender, since the leader has been eliminated and the great ancestor as well, asking what else they could do. The protagonist says that this is great, stating that they still know how to read the situation, but that not everyone is qualified to surrender. The fox says she knows exactly what to do, and comments that the gentleman may follow her into the dream, where she will check what good deeds they committed and whether they have the right to continue living. They begin to report what they have done. One says he killed some children because he was very hungry. Another claims he did nothing wrong. Another says his partner dared to harass his sister. Another confesses that he failed to protect his own parents. Yuen asks how the clan leader could feed zombies with human flesh, questioning what happened to himself. Gradually, they begin to question what happened to themselves. The fox states that she reported everything to the director and that the guilty took their own lives within the dream. A young man asks who exactly he is. Xia introduces himself and declares that from now on, all their lives belong to him. And Daji asks whether they have not yet greeted the new master. Everyone salutes the new master. Yan introduces himself again and states that Yuen will, from now on, be the temporary leader of these people. He orders that immediately, in the name of the Yuen family, invitations be sent to the leaders of ability users in the neighboring cities to participate in a meeting. Later in the city, a voice comments whether they heard that the Yuan family has changed, saying that the family head was executed and that now someone called Xia has taken control. 3 people are sitting and talking, and one of them asks whether hundreds of Yuan family members really submitted so easily to a stranger. The partner replies that, moreover, the Yuan family sent invitations to all the leaders of special ability users in the neighboring cities, stating that it is an invitation to a grand meeting at the Yuan family estate. An elder says he would like to see with his own eyes what abilities that boy possesses. Another voice warns him to be careful, saying that it could be a banquet or a trap. The elder replies by asking what he would have to fear, stating that he knows his own power well and that he will not be able to restrain him. A woman approaches and asks that if that is the case, why they do not go together. The men quickly move away and ask when she appeared, warning each other to be careful. The master asks who she is, and the woman replies that her name is Zhang Yue, leader of Amber City. The master asks why he should go with her, and Zhang replies that the Yuan family controls superpowered minds, monopolizes Qing Dan pills, and possesses all kinds of magical treasures, stating that if not for Jia Yan's sudden interference, the Yuan family would have swallowed the entire South sooner or later. She flies into his hall and asks whether, now that the Yuan family is in crisis, this is not a golden opportunity, questioning whether he truly intends to let such a juicy prize slip away. The master remarks that this is getting interesting. In Haiyao City, a warrior fights zombies while a voice tells him to keep it up, since the day's goal of eliminating 100 zombies is almost complete. He informs the chief that a message has arrived saying the Yuan family invites him to a meeting at their residence. The chief asks about the Yuan family and says those scum are not worth his time, ordering them to refuse. The young man agrees but comments that they say the family head has changed and is now someone called Xia, finding it strange that the Yuan family would allow an outsider to become master. The warrior asks about Yan, delivers the final punch to the zombie, and immediately leaps to the young man, telling him to hand over the message. After reading it, he realizes it really is Xia and orders the carriage to be prepared at once, saying he is leaving immediately. The subordinate asks what happened, and the warrior grabs a jacket and replies not to call him chief because he is going to meet his true master. In thanks, someone places a letter on the table, and the woman asks if that is the Yan they have been talking about. She says she found the proposal to develop the port pleasant, but as for what they said about him, she wants to personally confirm whether he is truly a partner worthy of cooperation. On another day, near the mountains, the protagonist is cultivating at the summit and thinks that the mountain range filled with mines stretches for kilometers, and that although all the ores are contaminated, his demon-suppressing tower can purify them completely. A powerful energy is released around Xia's body and spreads outward, while Yan begins to absorb it. The energy grows increasingly intense, mixed with flames, until the protagonist finishes absorbing it and comments that it is extremely refreshing, as he has never absorbed energy with such pleasure. After absorbing all the energy of the mine, he advances once more and reaches the peak of the 6th stage. His body becomes impenetrable to magic, immune to blades and spears, approaching a near-divine state. However, even as energy continues to flood him, he cannot break the shackles to cross that threshold, realizing that the transition from the 6th to the 7th stage is a true dividing barrier. Xia wonders whether he needs to find a specific opportunity to break these limits, and how he can ascend further. At that moment, Yan senses something and asks what that is. Thinking that, as expected, Yang Xia's memory fragments have awakened. The fragment lights up and reveals the method to break the barrier, showing that the key is to undergo a battle of life or execution, because only that can connect body and soul and allow ascension to the 7th stage. The 6th stage is equivalent to the power of ordinary immortals, comparable to that of high-ranking generals. After absorbing the essence of Chen Shui and the remaining spirit of the Water God's card, another soul lamp within him ignites, and he then decides to check who is imprisoned in the next cell. On the 2nd floor of the cells, a voice complains that the jungle game is trash, saying he only steals lanes throughout the match and asking whether he is not going to help the mid lane. It is the child, playing on a phone, irritated that things are not going as desired. In the game, she chats with other people. The protagonist thinks that the red child is using his father, the Bull Demon King, to climb the hierarchy, and that it makes perfect sense. Undoubtedly, the being imprisoned on the 2nd floor must be an existence even more terrifying and powerful than the red child. Inside the demon-suppressing tower, he has already suffered an ambush by Jing's son and nearly perished from the red child's Yaksha attack. And the further he advances, the more powerful the entities he encounters, realizing that he must remain cautious. That blazing barrier should be enough to block any damage. Shea continues walking until he notices something to the side, seeing someone writing and reciting the conduct of a virtuous man. It is a young man who says that through tranquility the body is refined, through moderation the spirit is nourished, that one who does not understand detachment cannot reach the goal, and that one who does not understand stillness cannot go far. Cultivating virtue is based on a single word, stillness, and he comments that if he had understood this truth during the imperial examinations, everything would have been different. Yan assumes an attacking stance, and the young man says that it is the director's arrival, apologizing for the inadequate reception. The young man stands up coughing, and the protagonist thinks that he imagined he was heading into a fierce battle, asking if he is all right. The young man replies not to worry, saying that he is just a useless scribe, frail since birth, and asks for forgiveness. Xia asks how someone imprisoned on the 2nd floor could not be an important figure, saying that calling himself weak sounds like a joke, and asks for his esteemed name. The young man continues coughing and replies that the past can never return, and that whenever this thought arises, he apologizes, as he needs a bit of rest. Then he quickly falls asleep. Still there, the fox comments that this person shows no fluctuation of energy in his body, and that his appearance is exactly that of an ordinary student, saying she could not discern his true identity and questioning who he really is. Yan replies that in ancient legends, many mythical figures were connected to scholars, and that this was only discovered much later. Huan Li runs over and reports that the leaders of the superpowers from the neighboring cities have already arrived and are waiting in the conference hall. The protagonist comments that they came quickly, that this is very good, and says they should go meet them. In the conference room sit Hu Yanqiang, Zhang Yue, Wan Hao, and Zhang Ruo Feng. Zhang releases her insects, which spread throughout the room. Wan asks what she's doing. Yue says that they are now on Yuan family territory, and that it is natural to fear that the walls have ears, explaining that the room is soundproof and that everyone can speak freely. Jiang asks what she wants to discuss. Zhang replies that it is naturally about interests. She says that since entering the Yuan family territory, she has already sent demonic spirits to investigate, and discovered that they have only one level 4 superpowered user, while the rest are below level 3. She states that although the warehouse guards are strict, it is not difficult for them because inside there is a huge amount of hongbao, qingdan, and other materials, enough to be divided equally among everyone. She adds that she has already allied with brother Huo Yan to split the family and asks what the two of them think. Wan asks if she is talking about dividing the Yuan family and whether they intend to turn against Xia Yan. Ruo comments that even though he is young and not even a plasma Yuan, he still managed to take control of the family, making it clear that he is not an ordinary person. Yue says that no matter how strong he is, in the end he is only level 4, and that if they attack together, he will not be able to resist. Huo states that in the end times, resources always belong to the strong, and that if Xia cannot protect them, they will go to someone else anyway, asking why they should not take them and whether he will join the deal. He thinks it is almost certain, 9 chances out of 10, because with such a weak UN leader, even a fool would know what to choose. Hao says that this is foolishness. Zhang asks what he means by that. Wan tells her to shut up and says to stay out of this as much as possible. Huo asks if he does not want to get involved, and Ruo replies that whatever he decides to do will not be stopped, but that she does not want to be involved in his affairs and that he can act as he wishes. Yan thinks that he expected at least one of them to be eager to join the plan but did not expect both to refuse, and wonders why. At that moment, a voice announces that the clan leader has arrived. Huang Li Zhang and Huo think that a level 4 superpowered user, apparently truly the head of the Wu family, possesses a truly terrifying strength, but believe that if they work together, even at a cost, they should still be able to defeat him. Huang and the others bow in respect to the leader. The protagonist enters through the door enveloped in an immense aura, and everyone looks on in surprise and alertness. Xia asks about the soundproof barrier. Yan releases his flames and burns the insect responsible for activating the barrier, destroying it completely, and asks if they can now talk calmly. Zhang and Huo say that they cannot even perceive the extent of his power and ask what his true level is. Yue steps forward, says that the reputation preceding him was indeed not false, and greets him, thinking that by touching his body she will be able to probe the true extent of his supernatural abilities. Wan stands up quickly, visibly excited upon seeing him, and says that it is really him, stating that he missed him greatly. The protagonist dodges the embrace and Hao ends up hugging Huang instead, asking if he has forgotten him and saying that he was the one who saved him at the auction. He claims that since that sudden farewell last time, he has been thinking about him constantly and remarks that he did not expect the tattooed man to turn into a zombie midway through the process. Xia asks whether that is not loyalty enough. Wan replies that the moment he heard the family leader was him, he rushed over immediately, asks who he wants to fight, and says he will be the first to charge into battle. Yan comments that he is a tough man among the digital ability users of Huber City, but did not expect him to behave so cowardly in front of Xia. Zhang asks whether the two of them already knew each other. Hao says it seems those two are plotting something, as if conspiring against the leader. Wan rips his Hulk-style shirt and says they should teach them a lesson first. Zhang releases her power toward him, and the two exchange blows at the same time. Huo also takes an attacking stance, transforming into a wolf and unleashing a strike that generates tremendous pressure around them. Yue watches and advances, while herbs appear in front of her. A woman appears asking why there is such a rush to leave. Zhang looks back, summons a leaf, and begins to fly, saying that if she wants to leave, no one can stop her because she is safe. Meanwhile, the others continue fighting, and Li comments that if the fight goes on, the entire house will be destroyed. The protagonist calls everyone and releases his power, emitting an extremely intense light that makes everyone fall to the ground at the same time. Xia asks whether they are already tired of falling to the ground. Huo, shocked, asks whether that was his doing. The woman beside him thinks that with a single move he made all four completely lose the ability to fight, while Yue wonders how strong he really is. Wan says that enough playing around, it is over since they were summoned, and asks what the orders are. Yan replies that the territories of all faction leaders are within Hanzhou, and that from now on, Hanzhou will be under his administration, with all laws and rules decided by him, asking if there are any objections. Wan asks what those laws are, and the protagonist replies that in this dark world filled with zombies and with supernatural abilities emerging more and more, it is necessary to unite everyone and establish clear rules. First, all ability users must be officially registered, with their powers and histories documented, and must obey orders when necessary. Second, labor must be organized in a unified manner to gather resources, protect ordinary humans, establish bases, and take responsibility for clearing zombie-infested areas. Third, a special squad of ability users must be formed, responsible for investigating strange events and powerful supernatural entities. Fourth, contact must be established quickly with capable leaders from the other provinces until the 5 provinces are united under a single leadership, with him as the supreme commander. Everyone looks on in shock. Zhang asks whether he does not intend to rule only Shangzhou and whether he wants to place all of China under his control. Huo comments that his ambition is enormous and questions why they should waste their lives serving that. The woman says that if he wants their loyalty, then he needs to show something truly valuable because the strength of ability users has already reached its peak, and even in the apocalypse they can still live well. Xia replies that this is natural. Something is summoned, and everyone is stunned to see an enormous quantity of pills, dozens of times greater than the stock of the family shops. Jiang realizes and thinks that the idiot who bought an absurd quantity of Shangqing Dan at the port was Xia himself. Yan moves his hand and everyone appears in another place. Jung says that it must be fake, takes an apple, bites into it, and realizes it is real, a true fruit. She kneels and says that everything she said before was wrong, that she was blind, and that from now on she can follow him, even if only as a servant at his feet, doing whatever he wishes, asking only to be able to keep tasting that fruit. Huo says that this is shameful. The protagonist moves his hand once more and they appear in another location. Wan observes and says that spiritual energy is pure essence, 100% free of any pollution, and that with just a single drop, it would be possible to advance without pain. Hao perceives its value and says that he is willing to become a loyal servant, asking that he be granted 3 drops of that liquid, since even a single drop would already be enough to reach the 5th stage. Everyone is completely shocked and kneels before him. Wan calls the two of them bastards and asks whether they still want to steal his place as followers, ordering them to stand up immediately. The two reply that if the leader does not acknowledge them, they will not stand up. Huang says that he never imagined a clan leader could be so terrifying, stating that he not only possesses abundant energy resources, but also the ambition to unite the country and revive China, saying that this is the bearing of a true man. Xia asks whether those things are valuable enough to them. Ruo falls silent for a moment, recalling 2 people, and the time he asked them whether that boy everyone talked about was truly capable of saving the world, receiving the answer that he was. Jiang thinks that, unfortunately, he had always been pessimistic, believing that humanity had already reached its end, and that what they were living now was merely borrowed time. But upon looking at him, he finally sees hope. Ruo sighs and says that, starting from the port of Fengqi, he will give everything he has to complete the mission. Huo and Zhang state that from the cities of Heiyao and Chiti, they are willing to serve the leader. Wan says that he himself, from Feikui City, is ready to serve him. All the other members of the UN family also step forward, saying they are ready to serve him, crossing fire and water without hesitation. The protagonist says that this is very good, summons a chest for each of them, and states that everyone there knows how to distribute these resources. Yue says that she will take on the task of contacting the other provinces and will carry it through to the end. Wan comments that the two of them are even more excited than he himself is. Yan says that he knows, of course he knows, and states that he will return immediately to carry out the orders, gathering all ability users, rewarding merit and punishing faults. Jiang comments that this is a matter of utmost importance and that, to carry it out properly, a clear system will be required, saying that he will prepare a report later for the king to review. Huang recalls that earlier the clan lord mentioned the desire to seek out strange phenomena and powerful beings in different regions, and that during this period the Yuan family had been searching for treasures and happened to find something unusual that he would like to report. Yan asks what it is. Elsewhere, near a mountain, the area is overrun with zombies near a new sanctuary. The zombies spew smoke from their mouths and roar deafeningly. The protagonist is hidden with his team, and Wan says that there are many level 4 zombies there, stating that if they are surrounded, they will be torn apart. Xia asks what place that is, and Li replies that it used to be a temple dedicated to Lady Hutu, and that before the apocalypse it was extremely popular, considered highly efficacious. After the apocalypse, however, it mutated and began to release a constant, sinister energy. A terrifying pull draws all the zombies within a 10-kilometer radius to the location, raising the question of what kind of monsters might have mutated during all this time. Yan observes carefully with his ability and states that there must be something extraordinary inside. Wan says that his greatest dream has always been to fight side by side with him, and asks to be allowed to lead this time. Hao gathers his strength and leaps onto a zombie, drawing the attention of the others, who begin to chase him. The protagonist comments that his strength is not bad at all. Li says that there are many zombies and that he will also go down to help, adding that he personally selected 30 promising disciples of the clan to take part in the battle. Xia replies that in that case, he may go. Huang begins to transform into stone, leaps together with his partners, and launches the attack against the zombies. Yan jumps down to the ground and heads toward the pavilion, observing with his ability the incredible energy present there. He notices that the sinister energy is spreading faster and faster and wonders what is inside that place, deciding to enter to investigate. The closer he gets, the greater the pressure becomes, until he notices something and wonders if that is the statue of Hutu. Around the statue there is an overwhelming aura, and its body begins to crack. Xia comments that an evil wind is blowing from inside the statue and questions what is happening. The fox warns him to be careful. The statue's eyes turn red, it turns its head, and says that there is a very pleasant smell. The body continues to fracture and the statue advances to attack. Yan blocks the strike and the statue begins to shatter. The statues begin to repeat that they are hungry, while others continue to emerge, all smiling sinisterly and saying the same thing. Jia takes an attacking stance and begins to strike them, splitting them in half. Extremely loud noises echo until all the statues are destroyed. Daji asks her master to look around as there are some spirits there, and Su observes carefully to understand what they are. The pressure intensifies more and more, and Yan releases his power. One of the spirits states that this is useless, saying that they are already in the underworld and that anything done there is futile. Daji declares that there is no doubt that those are malicious souls of the underworld and explains that the Red Lotus Fire Seed can harm evil spirits and stabilize the universe. The protagonist asks about these underworld souls and says that in that case, he will send all of them back home. The spirits begin to scream that this is impossible and ask how he can do such a thing. Shia starts burning everything around, causing a huge impact, while thinking that all those malicious souls were formed by the malignant energy emanating from the statue and wondering what it really is. One of the statues observes him and says that it has finally found him. Yan stops immediately and his soul leaves his body. The protagonist, confused, wonders if his own soul really left his body. The soul enters the statue and is destroyed instantly. The prison beasts appear and the bear asks what happened. Daji explains that this is the underworld and the bird comments that Niang Niang oversees the underworld, questioning whether she invited the master to depart. The bear asks if the master was taken to the underworld, what they can do, and whether that is a place meant only for the dead, stating that they cannot go there. Su asks them not to worry, explaining that the master's body is fine, that only his soul left his body, and that he can still activate the great demonic prison. If the other side wishes, the master can escape through it. The bird looks to the side where the zombies are still fighting, flies in that direction, and says that before the master's return, they must protect his body well. Then Su asks if he wants to train the master's troops. The bird replies that he wants to see whether they can endure it. Meanwhile, in another place enveloped by a terrifying and absurd aura, the protagonist's soul appears and begins to walk, questioning whether that is the underworld. Before him, there is a huge pit at the center of the scene, filled with skulls and clear marks of battle. Ahead, there are countless skulls and soldiers already engaged in combat, and Jaya is surprised to see underworld soldiers fighting, asking whether their opponents are an army of the undead. Skeletal mages appear next, releasing spells against everyone around them and producing a deafening noise. An elder nearby, accompanied by his partner, comments that the person in black robes is extremely arrogant and, being a kind-hearted individual, claims he will repay evil with good by offering a few copper coins. Soldiers and skeletons clash head-on, and the elder says that since they accepted the money that allowed them to buy their own lives, they now need to fight on their own and eliminate them. The partner beside him responds that he can let them come, saying he has already massacred many ghosts, and asks whether the other is still trying to copy his black cloak. They also charge into the attack, while the protagonist wonders how Western undead managed to invade the Fengdu underworld and thinks that, apparently, this war has been going on for a long time. Xia runs out of the area and looks to the side until suddenly he is pushed and ends up slamming his back against a stone that begins to emit light. Wolves appear and in front of them stands a child. Yan notices that they have 3 heads and asks whether that is a Cerberus. The child asks where he came from and tells him not to interfere. Immediately returning to the center of Fengdu, the dog slams its paw on the ground and the child stares at it, asking whether it wants to cross the bridge and enter the city, stating that as long as she is there, the dog's paws will be torn off. The child strikes the monster, leaving Yan surprised. She falls to the ground but quickly gets back up. The protagonist watches her fight and wonders whether that little lowly is Meng Po. The dog begins to release absurd mana and enormous power from its mouth, but the child blocks it. Even so, she is struck and falls injured to the ground. Xia asks if she is all right, and the child responds by asking why he is still there, telling him to leave quickly, because with that body, if the monster so much as touches him, his soul will shatter. The dog approaches, and flames begin to emerge, released by Yan, who enters directly into the dog's mouth, enveloped in fire. The child asks whether he was devoured until an explosion occurs inside the monster's mouth. The protagonist smiles and says he was just wondering how to fill its belly with fire. Xia leaps back to the ground and comments that he did not expect him to be so cooperative. The dog roars, and the 3 heads, wreathed in flames, fall to the ground as the body begins to burn. Then Yan advances and attacks again. The child says that this human soul is extremely fierce enough to have severed Cerberus's head, and states that he must hurry and cut off the other heads as well, because only then will the monster be completely eliminated. A crystal appears after one of Cerberus's heads is finished, and the protagonist realizes it is pure soul power. The other 2 heads remain nearby, and Jia calls to continue, but both tremble in fear. Yan draws his weapon and advances. They begin to flee, and the protagonist asks where they think they are going. The child states that he cannot cross the bridge. She explains that the underworld territory on the other side of the river Styx has been jointly controlled by the king of the underworld and Hela's army, and that retreating to Fengdu is the only option. She also says that the underworld stretches for 129,600 miles, and that now only the inner city of Fengdu has not collapsed. The child asks whether it is his first day in hell and whether he has no idea about such an important event, commenting that he seems quite strong in combat, unlike a novice ghost, and asks who he is. At that moment, lightning begins to strike, and the child says it is him. Powerful booms echo. The child grabs his hand and tells him to follow her immediately into the city. The sky releases thunderbolts, and a knight is summoned, along with numerous horses, revealing his presence beside a girl. The king of the underworld, Hades, at king level, and the daughter of the underworld, Hela, at commander level. Shia asks whether that is Hades, the king of the underworld, together with Hela, and the child asks whether he knows that or is pretending. A voice echoes, ordering all underworld citizens to enter their homes and not wander the streets. Otherwise, their souls will be scattered and no one will collect their bodies. The citizens quickly hide. Yan observes and wonders whether those are truly the citizens of the underworld and whether they usually live in the city of Fengdu. The child tells them to leave that place, stating that this time the king of the underworld has truly come in person. The protagonist comments that he certainly seems strong, and the child confirms it, saying that the king of the underworld, Hades, commands 100,000 undead and is a king-level ruler at the peak of his power. Moreover, she states that this time he is allied with Hela, bringing a combined army of 200,000 to attack Fengdu. Hades and his allies planned for 1,000 years, and at the end of the mortal world, launched a ferocious attack. The Fengdu Emperor and Hutu Nyang were caught off guard, 7 of the 10 Yama kings were annihilated, and the soldiers of the underworld suffered severe losses. Although 100,000 undead were destroyed, everyone is now fighting merely to survive, and if this battle cannot be won, Fengdu will be completely annihilated. Xia asks whether, at the end of times, the underworld was attacked, and then, if it truly falls, what the consequences would be. The child returns the question and says that from now on, the dead of the land of Yangxia will no longer reincarnate and no new life will be born, asking what that should be called. Yan thinks that their objective is to sever the people of Yangxia and extinguish their lineage. The child says that Hela has already launched the army in 2 previous attacks. The Fengdu Emperor and Hutu Nyang are gravely injured, and with Hades personally arriving this time, she fears that a large-scale assault is about to occur. The 2 most powerful figures face each other from a distance. Hades raises a goblet and says he will toast to a world where the Fengdu underworld no longer exists. Hela watches with a smile, while behind them, countless knights surround the pavilion, releasing a terrifying aura. The people hiding inside the pavilion feel a deep fear. A little away from the city, the elder and his partner observe everything, completely astonished. A barrier is activated, but the knights advance together and are repelled the instant they touch it. An intense light explodes in the air. Someone appears at the front with absurd mana, the Fengdu Emperor, the Monarch Emperor Zhuantian, and beside him stands Hutu Nyang, both inside the barrier, releasing immense power. Zhuan declares that evil gods from the outer realm who cross the threshold will be annihilated, and Hutu responds that they will respectfully obey the decree of the Monarch Emperor. The child explains that they are the Emperor and the Empress, and the aura they emit is overwhelming. The protagonist thinks that he entered the lower world through a crack in the statue of Empress Hutu and wonders whether it was she who pulled him inside. The Empress begins to stare at him, and Jia notices this, thinking that she truly knows who he is. The child comments that the Empress is looking at herself and seems excited, because Hutu Nyang is her idol. King Hades states that she is already gravely injured and that almost all the ghost generals have been defeated, asking what she intends to fight him with. Hela adds that if those blazing summer gods had not insisted on defending Fengdu until completion, they would not have managed to eliminate so many people, finding this interesting. She says that if she breaks a nail and crushes her face, asks whether that would not be fair, stating that today she wants the divine soul to experience this. Hutu speaks of life and completion, asks why one should care about that, and questions whether she truly believes she has already won. Hades asks whether they still have any hidden cards that he does not know about and decides to lay out what he sees. 10,000 soldiers, 300 ghost generals, black and white impermanents, Mungpo, and 3 half-completed Yama kings. That is all the remaining military strength. He asks whether this lord truly does not understand how he could lose to 100,000 undead at their peak. He adds that Zhuantian and Hutu are gravely injured and can only exert 70% of their combat power, and that unless Yang Xia resurrects and crosses into the lower world, this battle will certainly be won by him. The Emperor stares at him and asks how he knows this, questioning whether Yang Xia is not in the lower world. The two face each other in silence for a brief moment. Hades says he heard that Yang Xia was always known for the empty city strategy, and that, seeing today's situation, it truly lives up to that reputation, asking whether he thinks that with just that sentence he would not dare to attack Fengdu. The Emperor replies that he can try. Yahello laughs and says, "This is a joke. Moreover, Yang Xia has been completed for 3,000 years, and even if he were alive, she asks how he could cross life and completion to reach the underworld, telling them not to be deceived. Hutu says that since the daughter of the underworld is so confident, she asks why she does not come herself as well. Hela thinks that this calmness is far too strange to be real. King Hades declares that the allied army has been preparing for many years, and that they cannot retreat just by hearing the name Yang Xia, stating that no matter the cost, Fengdu must be destroyed today. Even if Yang Xia truly crosses into the lower world, he will make him disappear along with all the troops. Hela agrees, saying that Fengdu's formation depends on the Fengdu Emperor, and that he is already gravely injured and cannot sustain it. Hela advances, and the Empress steps in front of her, ordering her to stop. Hela replies that with only her, she fears it will not be enough to hold her back. The Empress watches in surprise as overwhelming powers are unleashed, and the Emperor keeps the barrier active. The skeletons are unable to attack, and are instantly eliminated the moment they touch the barrier. Hades remarks that sacrificing oneself under the guise of a god to protect useless Yin citizens of a city is ridiculous, then advances to attack and asks how much longer he can hold out. The Emperor stares at him. An attack strikes the barrier and it shatters. Zhuan spits blood plasma, and Hades laughs, saying that, just as he expected, he only barked and did not bite, that he tried to scare him with Yang Xia, but in reality did not last long, and that once they decapitate his head, all defenses will collapse, and victory will be theirs. Hades approaches, and the Emperor says that he has finally been waiting for him. Hades' eyes widen, and Zhuan orders the formation to be activated. A circle appears, releasing terrifying mana. At Zhoujue Yintian Palace, Taisha Liangshi Palace, Minchen Naifan, Tianzhou Zuki, Zhongling, and Ganxi Palace, formations are also activated simultaneously. Hades senses something strange, while the Emperor continues to release intense power. Hades asks what kind of formation that is, capable of truly restraining him. The Emperor explains that the formation is based on the 6 ghost gods of the Luotian heavens, that time inside it flows more slowly, and that it retroactively bears the weight of 7 generations of sins, asking whether he confesses his crimes. Hades falls into despair and begins to scream. Zhuan says that all of this is a conspiracy, a trap, stating that Yang Xia and the gods are cunning and treacherous, and that in war anything is permitted, having deliberately shown weakness only to lure him there in person and capture him in one stroke. Hades grows even more panicked and continues screaming while overwhelming power is released and destroys part of the surroundings. The Emperor spits more plasma, and Hades says that he will not last much longer and cannot eliminate him. The Emperor replies by asking who said he wanted to eliminate him, and states that the one who can truly resolve this crisis is not the king. Yahello watches and calls out to her partner, but a light appears before her, and beside her stands the Empress. Hela curses her, and the Empress, holding a mirror, comments that she accidentally hurt her face and that next time she will be more careful. The Empress releases her power, Hela tries to flee, and the Empress looks to the side toward the Emperor. Then she closes her eyes and raises the mirror, emitting an intense light. Meanwhile, inside the pavilion, everyone watches. The child comments that this is excellent, saying that Emperor Shandu managed to contain Hades with an armor formation. The protagonist thinks that this is only a temporary solution, since Emperor Shandu's injuries are now even more severe, and wonders whether there is an alternative plan. The light approaches the pavilion, enters it, and the Empress is summoned inside. The child asks whether she was not fighting and how she came to be there in person. Everyone kneels before her and offers their respects. The child lowers herself and pushes Xia to do the same, asking what he is waiting for and telling him to pay homage to Hutu immediately. The Empress asks them not to be rude. Everyone remains frozen until a light begins to emanate and the Empress says, "Little God Hutu," and pays her respects to Emperor Xia. The child and everyone around are shocked and ask whether he is Yan. The protagonist replies that he is not that Yan, that he is merely someone who inherited the will, and says that Hutu Nyang does not need to bow to him. The Empress explains that she was scratched by Hela and that because the situation in the lower world was critical, the golden statue in the human realm ended up cracking, becoming the point through which yin energy began to leak. This overflowing energy attracted zombies and caused mutations, and she knew that this would certainly draw the attention of the gods of the human realm. So she simply went with the flow and waited for his arrival. That was when everything happened. The Red Lotus fire seed and his power could not deceive her, because even though he is not the original, he is deeply connected to him. Otherwise, she asks, how could he have taken possession of that tower? Jia asks whether she can see the demon-suppressing tower. Hutu replies that its construction involved the participation of the Lord of the Prison to help Shandu save this critical situation. The protagonist thinks that, then, this tower was built with Shandu's involvement, and wonders what other powerful beings and factions were also involved, concluding that the gods of Yangxia know very well how to keep their secrets. He says that since she is so certain that he can help, she should explain the details, and states that he will do his best to assist her. The Empress thanks him and says that inside the demon-suppressing tower there exists a person and an object capable of resolving this crisis. The protagonist looks on completely astonished. In the prison, Jia walks in silence. The bear says that he missed him greatly and asks whether he was all right in the underworld and if it was dangerous since they were unable to reach that place, while Daji also shows joy at his return. Yan keeps walking without saying a single word. The bear comments that he has no idea that the Birdman is still roaming free outside and that the old bear cannot persuade him to let that fellow escape without punishment. Sue asks what happened. The protagonist replies that Shandu's underworld was jointly attacked by Hades and Gila and is on the brink of destruction. The two are shocked upon hearing this. Sue asks how they can provide support, and the bear agrees, saying that even if they cannot reach that place, they also cannot allow the lower world to be destroyed, because after completion, where would they reincarnate? Shia says that Hutu sent him to the demon-suppressing tower to find a person and an object capable of resolving this crisis. They ask who it is. Yan stops in front of a set of bars where a young man is held and says that knowing where to rest brings stability, stability brings tranquility, tranquility brings peace, and peace brings contemplation. Between heaven and earth, gains and losses are predestined. Challenging fate and changing it is foolish, and it is better to lie down, rot, and enjoy the remainder of one's life. He asks what the Lord of the Prison thinks of this, and whether these words of the sages are correct. The protagonist says that he sees him as a hidden dragon in the abyss. The young man replies that he himself, a humble scholar, was banished to prison, now without power or influence, unable even to tie up a chicken, and that the Lord of the Prison is merely teasing him. Jia says that Hautu has already told him about Shandu's past and that, back then, in order to secretly construct the demon-suppressing tower, he sacrificed far too much, and that now he has come to repay all of that. Yan releases mana toward him. The bear asks what is happening and says that this is an extremely powerful divine energy. Daji closes her eyes before the intense light. Around the protagonist, violent flames begin to spread. Xia floats up and begins releasing power through his eyes. The young man watches everything with a smile. Yan declares that, in the name of the Lord of the Demon-Suppressing Tower, he temporarily exercises the authority of the human emperor and, by means of this decree, grants that the ghost general Zhong Dao claim the divine position of true monarch of exorcism and temporarily assume command of the military power of the underworld. Su asks whether he is the legendary Zhong Dao, and the bear is also stunned. Zhong releases overwhelming power. The protagonist watches as the prison becomes enveloped in an imposing aura. Xia takes an item, observes it, and throws the scroll toward Dao. Zhong catches it, summons a mask, and puts it on, becoming even more powerful. This is the true monarch of exorcism, Zhong Dao, a marshal of supreme rank. The bear comments that the yin wind is terrifying and that the title truly lives up to its grandeur. Daji recalls that, according to legend, Zhong Dao was upright in life and, after completion, caused a great stir in the lower world. Emperor Shandu, valuing his talent, personally appointed him as the true monarch of exorcism, ordering him to capture ghosts in the human world, and never imagined that he was hidden within the demon-suppressing tower. Long before the start of the War of the Gods, Zhong Dao was already secretly working with Hutu Nyang and Emperor Shandu. On the surface, he violated the laws of the underworld and was stripped of his divine position, suppressed and destroyed by the Emperor himself. But in reality, he entered the demon-suppressing tower and waited for today's counterattack. Such a grand plan, of which he is only a small part, makes Daji wonder what exactly the gods are plotting. Zhong laughs and says that the true monarch of exorcism will eliminate ghosts and eliminate gods. The protagonist asks whether he is no longer reading the books of the sages. Dao replies that, for these beasts, a blade is better. Zhong draws his sword, and Xia declares that, by imperial decree, the true monarch of exorcism, Zhong Dao, answers the call and is released from prison to purify the lower world and defeat the evil god. A light explodes all around and Dao begins to walk forward, enveloped in a crushing aura, telling them to receive the decree. Yan informs him that the army of Hades and Hela numbers 100,000 and asks whether the true monarch has a plan to deal with this. Zhang replies that of course he does. Dao rises into the air and begins to summon spirits. 100,000 night-patrolling divinities appear and charge forward together. Elsewhere, the Empress continues fighting, powers being unleashed incessantly. Hutu thinks that as long as they can restrain her, they will gain more time. Hela says that she has angered her deeply. The daughter of the underworld releases bone ice spikes of the underworld, and the Empress watches carefully. Hades, consumed by fury, declares that his patience has been completely exhausted. The king begins to unleash his power and starts shouting, growing even stronger, saying that he is the king of the underworld, the master of completion, and that when his Dharma manifestation appears, all things are undone. The emperor continues spitting plasma. Hades laughs and states that no matter how much they prepare or how many helpers they bring, everything is useless because strength is everything. The king of the underworld advances until the prison is summoned beside them. The two from the underworld observe and ask what that is. The empress and the emperor grow excited when they see it. Everyone watches, frozen, upon noticing a gigantic shadow, and the protagonist asks whether the king and queen of the underworld are not going to confess their sins. The aura around them becomes terrifying. Hela questions those difficult words about confession and asks whether he cannot clearly see the current situation, saying that they possess 100,000 underworld soldiers and that the others are nothing more than remnants and defeated generals, ordering them to stop pretending to be gods and simply eliminate them. The skeletons surge forward, and the battle resumes. Two elders, watching from afar, say that he controlled their fear and made them fearless, but that they will not last much longer. A voice calls the two of them useless and says that they have made no progress at all in 1,000 years. One elder comments that the voice sounds very familiar and wonders whether this is possible. They sense a power beside them. An explosion occurs and Zhang appears, saying that he is well and asking whether those petty, opportunistic creatures dare to run rampant in the underworld, declaring that 100,000 night-patrolling divinities have been dispatched for salvation. The two elders are attacked. Dao begins to laugh loudly and says that this is exhilarating. Zhang and his divinities clash with the skeletons, exchanging intense blows. As he fights, Zhang smiles. Dao also releases his power and defeats several enemies at once with his sword. Zhang pauses briefly. The divinities continue fighting and eliminate the skeletons with ease. The two elders watch from afar and ask how that man, who had been stripped of his divine position, could appear there, saying that he is still so ferocious and that they are now saved. The battle continues with an overwhelming aura, causing violent impacts. Suddenly, a colossal explosion occurs. Everyone looks on in shock. Zhang remains motionless for a moment, looks around and begins to laugh again, saying that this is refreshing. An elder asks whether he really took that blow from Hades' Dharma manifestation. Hela asks how this is possible. The Empress says that Zhang is someone who wields power through belief. As long as there is belief, he will not be defeated. Hades wraps himself in an intense aura. The Emperor is encouraged when he sees Dao return, and Zhang says that after annihilating the underworld soldiers, they should follow him and continue the attack, advancing straight into the underworld to make them experience what it is like to have their lineage cut off. The divinities continue fighting against the soldiers. Hela says that this is a joke and states that if Hades had not been imprisoned, and if the Dharma manifestation could attack more than once, he would not be alive, adding that a mere general, an insignificant god she has never even heard of, dares to act so wildly before the god of the underworld. Hela notices a light and turning back sees that it is the mirror. The Empress holds it and tells her not to be in a hurry, that this is only the beginning, and to watch carefully what everyone has waited 1,000 years for. How-To stares at her and Hela asks what she said. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hades laughs loudly and says that so this is how it is. 1,000 years ago, he was already conserving his strength, merely waiting for everyone to gather in force and fall into the trap, stating that this is excellent and that they think too highly of themselves. Zhuan continues spitting plasma. Power is released along with lightning and Hades grows even stronger, saying that in the battle 1,000 years ago, Yanxia and many powerful celestial gods sacrificed themselves to seal the 6 paths of the gods beyond the heavens, which left their gods extremely weakened. Now, 1,000 years later, the 6 paths have returned, but the gods have either died or been destroyed, leaving only a few minor and insignificant divinities. He claims that Jia is already finished, and that no matter how much he struggles, he will not be able to stir anything, because no one can change the current situation, and Shandu is doomed. The protagonist smiles and asks if that is really so. Everyone is stunned, and Hela asks who he is. Jia advances riding his flaming bird and declares that the king of the underworld, Shandu, will endure forever, and that is for them, the day of judgment has arrived. A violent impact occurs. Hades observes and asks whether he is Yan. The king of the underworld begins to tremble and says that something is not right, that he is not Xia, asking whether he is merely a level 6 human, but then questioning why he exudes such a sinister feeling. Hades wonders whether that tower is comparable to a divine artifact, and, even so, is controlled by a weak level 6 human, and whether something like that can truly exist. The king of the underworld also thinks that regardless of who that person is, they are a formidable opponent and must be eliminated with all available strength. He then says that this ridiculous soul should enter the embrace of the river Styx and allow the spirit to fully manifest. The child inside the pavilion shouts for everyone to be careful. Hela thinks that, as he is merely an insect, Hades is giving this far too much importance. One of the elders asks whether Hades is truly using all his power and says that this person will certainly be completed. Zhang comments that a mantis trying to stop a chariot is ridiculous and pathetic. The elder says that, in truth, he is only a human. Dao states that Hades is the one who will be completed, and the elders ask whether he is saying that Hades is the mantis. An absurd power is unleashed, and the protagonist watches, saying that this is excellent. Xia approaches, wrapped in flames, riding his powerful bird. Yan makes a gesture with his hand and orders the advance, saying that this is exactly what he was looking for, a battle between life and completion, and that he wants to see whether the king of completion, who controls the underworld, can truly judge his fate. Successive explosions occur, generating enormous impacts. The child watches in fear. The emperor and the empress observe attentively. The elders watch, as do the two from the underworld, until they notice something different. Hades smiles and declares that he has been completed. The stones attached to the protagonist's body shatter, and Jia says that he won the bet and that Hades cannot eliminate him. The king of the underworld becomes indignant and asks how this is possible, while Hela questions whether he not only survived, but even leveled up. Xia says that only by passing through the battle between life and completion can one fully master the power and abilities of the soul and break through the barriers of the 6th level, thanking Hades for the help, because these spiritual sources could finally be absorbed. Now Yan has reached the 7th level. The elders ask whether he truly advanced to the 7th level and whether this is equivalent to already having one foot in the position of marshal. The protagonist thinks that, after advancing to the 7th level, he can access more information from Yan's memories. Hades watches in confusion, wondering what this means, because he took a full-force frontal blow, did not lose his life, and even leveled up. How can this be possible if he is merely a human who was at the 6th level, while Hades himself is a king at the peak of the underworld? He wonders whether this human, the mentioned variable, could be the reincarnation of the human emperor. Zhuan says that heavenly secrets must not be revealed. The king of the underworld watches and thinks that this child is tied to the fate of the entire land of Yan and cannot be left alive, and that this tower must hold the most terrifying secrets and the most valuable trump cards of the gods. He orders his partner to release all her power, saying that this will trigger the end. Hela replies that if she does so, all citizens of the underworld will lose half of their vital force. Hades says that the success or ruin of the underworld depends on this, that they can no longer hold back and must eliminate him there and destroy everything, because otherwise, when he becomes even stronger, all 6 outer gods of the paths will be completely annihilated. Then they advance. The skeletons begin to tremble and release smoke, being defeated as they lose strength, because Hades is pulling all the energy from them and from everything around that he can reach. The protagonist watches in silence. The king of the underworld smiles and orders him to tremble and be crushed. The divinities watch along, and everyone becomes worried about Xia. Yan remains standing still, observing, and says that although Hades appears sinister, his judgment is quite accurate because, as long as Yan himself lives, he will definitively destroy the outer gods of the 6 paths. But unfortunately, it is already too late to eliminate him now. Yan advances, wrapped in intense flames. The two from the underworld ask about the banner of the human emperor. The protagonist releases an overwhelming aura and an absurd power. Everyone watches in shock and pays their respects. A voice orders them to respectfully follow the decree of the human emperor. Everyone remains motionless as particles begin to move. A dragon of absurd power is summoned, and it was Jia who called it. The dragon approaches the scroll and enters it. Yan points his finger and orders it to attack. Hades watches nervously as the protagonist releases a terrifying power toward him and smiles. Hades screams and an explosion occurs, causing a gigantic impact. The skeletal soldiers watch, as does Hela. The king of the underworld is still alive. The protagonist watches and smiles until Hades begins to burn alive, is struck again, and is left with a huge hole in his chest, finally collapsing to the ground. The king of the underworld asks in shock how this is possible. Hades spits plasma and asks whether he is lost, whether the underworld is doomed, and why. The protagonist says that karma and reincarnation have always been predestined, and also states that the banner of the human emperor was born at the beginning of heaven and earth, when the imperial capital was first established, capable of mobilizing the power of the ghostly souls of the imperial capital. For thousands of years, the evil gods of the Six Paths slaughtered countless beings, and he asks how many tormented souls suffered in the river of forgetfulness, adding that the banner of the human emperor accumulates all of these grievances and sins. This, he says, is the fundamental reason for their defeat, because the evil gods of the Six Paths must be destroyed. Jan draws his sword, severs Hades' head, and declares that order has been restored. Hela watches in shock along with the skeletal soldiers, as the head of the king of the underworld falls to the ground with a terrified expression. The protagonist steps forward and Hades still says that he will regret this. Jia raises his foot, crushes the head, and states that he is a loser, then calls for the next one, saying that now it is her turn. Hela tries to curse him but is struck from behind. Plasma spills from her mouth as the Empress strikes her and says that she too must return to completion. Hela begins to scream no, claiming to be the daughter of the god of completion, but she vanishes, and the Empress says that it is over. Zhong laughs loudly and declares that the two main enemy leaders have been eliminated and that the remaining soldiers have less than half of their vital force left, ordering the Night Wanderers to advance and wipe out the rest. The two elders leap into the battlefield and command the assault against the skeletal soldiers. Meanwhile, the child continues beating the Cerberus, saying that she will teach it how to be happy, how to get beaten up, and asks whether it still dares to resist, while the protagonist comments that she is a completely unhinged lowly. Xuan approaches and pays his respects to the human emperor. Xia replies that the emperor of the imperial capital does not need to be so formal, saying that he is merely a young man who inherited the will of the human emperor and took on this responsibility, and that under the gaze of the evil gods, he and Empress Hotu protected the imperial capital for a long time, something worthy of admiration. The emperor says that in their position, they are merely fulfilling their duty and doing the best they can. The Empress asks what the next plans are since the situation in the mortal realm is critical. Jan answers that instead of waiting for news of Hades' completion to spread, causing panic and provoking a massive assault by the six evil gods, it is better to use this time gap and take the initiative to attack. The Emperor asks where they intend to strike, and the protagonist replies that the closest divine territory bordering the lands of Yan is Zindu. Previously, Kali's clone caused chaos there, but the main body was marked with the mark of flames, which can be used as a teleportation platform, enabling a surprise attack. The Emperor says that this is a blitzkrieg, a brilliant plan, but regrets that as a ghostly spirit he cannot participate in the battle in the mortal realm because if he could enter the divine palace of Zindu, he would certainly be able to take Brahma's life. The Empress wishes the human emperor a triumphant return, and everyone bows, echoing the wish. At the Hautu temple, there are still many zombies attacking. Wan continues fighting and tells them to move forward, saying that however many come, that many will lose their lives. The bird approaches, observes, and orders them to form a battle formation. The warriors organize themselves, the black tortoise advances 3 steps, the heavenly pivot retreats 2, and a combined attack is executed, striking several zombies at once. The bird lands and comments that the battle formation is beginning to take shape, but still needs much practice, because 30 people being able to unleash the power of 100 is truly something worthy of a thunder general. Daji asks where, and beside her, Wan and his partner attack together, finishing a zombie with a single strike. The bird comments that after 7 consecutive days of battles between life and completion, those 2 children finally reach the peak of the 4th stage. The bear says that of course they did, recalling how they were beaten by zombies, and when they finally thought they could rest, he electrocuted them, and that if they had not worked hard, they would have ended up as charcoal. Eventually, all the zombies are defeated. Daji remarks that this team has now become a powerful fighting force and that the director will certainly be pleased to see this. The bear says he would like to know how the director is doing and when he will return, since 7 days have already passed. The bird smacks him and questions what he means by 7 days, asking whether he does not know how to speak properly, while Su comments that he is asking to get beaten. Daji comments that, however, the power of the yin wind emanating from Empress Hautu's stone statue is weakening. Presumably, Empress Hautu herself has already taken control of the situation, and the Guardian should return soon. The protagonist releases his power toward the statue, terrifying mana spreading all around. A loud boom echoes as energy coils around Jia's body and an intense light explodes at the sight. Everyone watches. Yan walks down the stairs and everyone bows to greet him. The protagonist asks whether they have already reached the peak of the fourth stage and says that this is excellent as everyone has made great progress. The bear says that he has finally returned and that he missed him greatly. Daji says that it is good to have him back. The general worked very hard to train those people. The bird comments that he has advanced again. Jia says that he managed to advance a bit there, that he did well, and that to launch a surprise attack on Zindu, those combat forces are indispensable. They ask about the surprise attack on Zindu. Yan says that before tonight they must immediately gather the heads of all ability users from other regions of Yan. If anyone dares to resist, they know what to do. Huang and Hao say that they understand. The protagonist extends his hand, releasing an energy, and everyone is surprised to realize that these are spiritual sources, commenting that with them they might be able to reach the fifth stage. Wan says that he already knew it, that following the chief always brings good fortune, and everyone gives thanks. Xia says to divide them among everyone, explaining that they are pills of supreme purity. Everyone becomes extremely excited and expresses their gratitude. Yan states that before setting out, they must do their utmost to raise their combat power and gather energy in order to deliver a devastating blow to the enemy. The people respond that they will follow the patriarch and fight until completion, fighting to the very end. Daji comments that the Guardian's talent for leadership is truly extraordinary. A surprise attack on Zindu, although bold, has an incredibly high success rate. The protagonist says that this battle is a group battle. Besides high-level gods, Zindu also possesses many elite ability users, cultivated by the gods themselves, because as long as faith remains, Brahma can be reborn. Initially, he only thought of a surprise attack to eliminate a single god. If that person had not advised him, he would not have had the confidence to initiate a group battle. This surprise attack is not only a clash between high-level combatants, but also requires military command, and that person happens to be a master in this field. The bird says that she is not only skilled in military strategy, but also knows Brahma's weaknesses well, and asks exactly whom the Guardian is referring to. Jia says that as his soul power advanced to the seventh stage, the third cell on the second floor of the demon-suppressing pagoda was lit up. They will know when they arrive there. In the prison, a noise echoes. They walk and stop in front of a gate, standing still as they observe. The protagonist smiles as he looks ahead, and the bird says that it is exactly as he imagined. Daji states that with this person in command, the battle for Zindu will certainly be victorious. The bear says that it is invincible. The child appears and asks what invincible means, asking whether they are really going to Zindu to fight, saying that she is already tired of little games. She then says that she will go there and be the commander to stretch her muscles, stating that when the time comes, everyone must listen to her and victory will be guaranteed. Su says that this needs to be discussed more carefully. The child asks what he means by that, saying that he does not believe in her strength, commenting that she heard everything and asking whether he thinks the people inside are stronger than her, stating that she wants to see who can surpass her. When the child looks through the bars, she becomes completely frozen. Elsewhere, there is a woman mounted on an extremely powerful bird. The child looks and immediately steps back, asking who she is. The woman begins to speak, saying that the world usually calls her, when a sound echoes, and Daji says that she is the Great Supreme, the profound lady of the 9 heavens, Yuen. The woman says that she specializes in military tactics and that, since the Battle of Zhuolu, she taught strategies to the Yellow Emperor. After defeating Qiyu, she withdrew to devote herself to cultivation, and that the Queen Mother of the West ordered her to wait for the right moment, perhaps precisely this one. The Great Supreme steps forward and says that she requests to participate in the mission, asking what the next steps are. Meanwhile, near the mountains, a man speaks on the phone, telling the Lord of the Underworld that he and Zhang completed the mission and captured all the regional leaders of Shizhou. On the other end of the line, the Lord of the Underworld says that this is excellent. The man continues the call while beside him several people are bound. Some threaten, saying that their people will not let him go unpunished. Zhang tells them to calm down, saying that they are from Nanzhou. They are taken aback, and one of them remarks that they are the weaklings of the south, saying he has heard that region was unified by someone with a certain name and that this is ridiculous. He claims that this person even tried to unify and govern all espers and asks who he thinks he is, saying he is not worthy. The guard strikes one of them and asks how he dares insult the king. The warrior observes and asks whether he also intends to conquer them. The man replies that Zhizhou is vast and its people are fierce, with men and women alike unyielding and resilient, and that it is nowhere near as simple as Nanzhou. The fallen man agrees and says that their strength is insufficient, since they are only at the middle of the 4th level, while she has already reached the peak of the 4th level, is highly respected and is also the clan matriarch, making surrender even more unlikely. The warrior states that with the Great Witch Amma in command, Jizhou cannot be swallowed by ruthless ambition. A voice asks about ruthless ambition, and it is Jiang, who also tells the Great Witch that he has already explained all the details. The old woman replies not to worry, saying she has not yet grown senile, and orders them to detain everyone, as the sharp fangs have already decided to follow King Xia. The warrior asks whether she was coerced. The warrior replies yes, saying she is an elder who understands fate and would not surrender so easily. The partner beside him wonders whether the Great Witch is feigning retreat to advance. He thinks that, upon closer observation, those people are all espers at the peak of the 4th level, while the 3 of them are only at the intermediate stage of the 4th level, and that the Great Witch alone cannot bear this weight. Thus, the Great Witch pretends to agree, but in reality is buying time and entering the game, because there are few truly powerful individuals in Shizhou and each one counts. By buying time, even if those 4th-tier soldiers are strong, they will not escape being surrounded and completed if everyone attacks together, which will open a path. The young man activates his ocular ability and thinks that with it, the king's eye allows him to control zombies using spiritual power and share their vision. The clans have already hidden a large number of zombies in the heart of the forest, including some of the 4th category, to lead the assault in cooperation with the clan and the Great Witch, eliminating the ambitious invaders from Nanzhou in one stroke. The zombie's eye transmits the order to the zombie king, who begins to roar and sends the zombies forward. The warriors take up attack positions. Huo observes and says that there is a massive horde of zombies there, asking when they hid them in that place and stating that this could cause an accident. The warriors advance and easily eliminate the zombies. The eye wonders how this is possible, saying that those are all 3rd category zombies, and questions who those people are. The man looks around and thinks that it might be possible to escape, deciding to take advantage of the chaos to flee. He bites something and activates his transformation, turning into stone and freeing himself from the rope. Yan notices and says that the brat is trying to escape. The stone man enters a hole and thinks it worked, since the forest is full of rocks and he can move underground, believing that no one will catch him before he finds his clan companions. He keeps moving until something appears in front of him. Looking up, he sees Huang in his stone form. The man returns to his normal form and thinks that this stone man is actually a 5th level esper. Huang strikes the ground and says that this path is blocked. The man panics, asking how this is possible and how a 5th level esper can exist in the world. He tries to flee and realizes he is far from everyone, asking whether anyone else is nearby. Juan approaches, dragging zombies bound by a rope, and asks whether it is still working. The man is indignant and asks whether he is also 5th level. Hao appears and says that it is time to gather everyone. The man panics as more people approach, saying they have already finished on the other side. Surrounded, he thinks that all of them are 4th level espers, even if only at the initial stage, and wonders how many 4th level espers exist in all of Jizhou for such a large group to suddenly appear. In addition to 2 5th level powerhouses, questioning what kind of situation this is. He collapses to the ground defeated, having completely wet himself. A bound young man comments that he even peed his pants and says that there are many powerful people here, asking again whether, judging by their clothes, they are also from Nanzhou, concluding that there really are 5th-tier powerhouses in this world. If they had known this earlier, they would not have resisted, avoiding all that trouble. The partner beside him agrees, saying that this is the 5th level, a divine existence. Zheng tells them not to learn from them. Huo wonders how many days have passed and whether those two have already reached the 5th level, thinking that, as expected, he needs to stay close to the chief to have any chance. Jiang reflects on whether absolute power makes people submit and concludes that there is no reason for it to be otherwise. The witch asks about the 2 great 5th-level specialists mentioned earlier. Then the Great Witch, who already knew of the existence of 5th-level powerhouses, immediately declares her willingness to cooperate, realizing that it was all nothing more than a performance. A young man steps forward and confirms it. Huang asks him not to be rude, saying that the king is the reincarnation of a celestial god and the emperor among men, questioning how anyone could compare themselves to him. The young man comments that those two also reached the 5th level, something truly unexpected. The warrior wonders whether those 2 5th-tier powerhouses are subordinates of the king, and how terrifying King Xia himself must be. The witch apologizes for her rudeness. Jiang says that those two are also generals under the king's command and that, beyond them, the king still has countless other cards up his sleeve, far beyond what anyone could imagine. Huo declares that now he wants everyone there, as well as all the espers of Jizhou, to submit to the king's rule and asks whether there is still anyone who opposes it. The witch states that she is willing to follow the king, and the others agree as well. The strong are respected. There is nothing more to discuss, and the warrior thinks that, at least this way, she will not be used as cannon fodder. The young man who had wed himself also agrees, but thinks that the king is nothing more than someone with ambitious plans to seize territory, recalling that he has seen many people proclaim themselves emperors during the apocalypse, and questioning whether anyone truly believes that brute force alone will make everyone submit. The witch thinks that in the apocalypse everyone becomes individualistic, and that as long as they can protect themselves, they are capable of abandoning anything. Until the warrior notices something different. A divine bird approaches, carrying the protagonist and Hutu upon it. Recognizing the king, Huang immediately bows and salutes him. Everyone watches in surprise and asks whether that is King Xia. The Great Supreme replies that this location is only 500 li from Xindu, making it the best rendezvous point, and asks how many combat forces are available. The blonde man states that it has been verified that there are hundreds of third-tier espers in Jizhou, including 4 fourth-tier espers who can control hundreds of zombies. His partner also reports that 145 third-tier espers from Nanzhou are accompanying the army, and that King Xia's combat power is immeasurable. The protagonist then asks about the combat intelligence for Xindu, and Guo explains that the collected information indicates that Xindu is filled with zombies, and that as soon as espers grow stronger, they are devoured by evil gods, while those who remain are brainwashed by the gods, receiving the power of evil and becoming even stronger. She also says that at present, Xindu has 3 fifth-tier espers, more than 100 fourth-tier espers, and thousands of third-tier espers. The pretty girl says that the evil gods active in Xindu are Kali, Shiva, and Indra, but that in the shadows there may be more unknown divinities hidden. Hearing this, the Great Supreme smiles, explaining that the first strategic objective of this battle is to kill the supreme god Brahma, and that, as long as he dies, the 6 paths of the evil gods will lose a finger. Everyone shouts excitedly, saying that they will exterminate Brahma and secure victory. However, one of them is left in shock, wondering whether these people are putting on such a spectacle not to seize territory, but to kill their supreme god. The warrior, also stunned, wonders whether they truly believe they can kill Brahma as if he were an old chicken. Meanwhile, the young witch wonders why they are so confident when the enemy is more powerful, and the old woman, astonished, thinks that this information is even better than what Jiang Yilan revealed. Suddenly, someone kneels. It is the man in the suit, saying that everyone there had been blind, that they had only heard about the evil gods of Xindu harvesting espers, and that there are also some refugees who escaped from there. The young witch concludes by saying that, however, they never thought about why their land does not have such powerful evil gods committing harmful acts, nor why those gods of Xindu never dared to set foot in Yanxia. The protagonist observes and listens to everything in silence, beside the Great Supreme. Then the young witch bows, as does the warrior, saying that they now understand that it is not that Yanxia lacks evil gods, but rather that they have the great King Xia, and from now on they are willing to follow Xia, enter Xindu, and kill the evil gods. Everyone bows before the powerful bird, declaring that they will follow King Xia. Observing the scene, the Supreme says that she admires this about the people of Yanxia, and that, for this reason, she is willing to protect them. The protagonist, filled with fervor, says that gods are meant to help people, and that people are willing to believe in gods, asking how evil gods who feed on humans could ever be worthy of the people's faith. And with that, he orders everyone to prepare for the great battle. In Xindu, at the Kali Palace, someone screams loudly while holding her own face. It is a woman, and a liquid is released onto the men beside her, causing them to collapse to the ground. The woman looks on irritably and says her eyes are starting to hurt again. Since that burning accident, she has not had a single peaceful night of sleep, and she declares that she will eliminate him. A power is then released over the fallen men by someone else. It is a healer, who comments that creating God-favored beings is not easy, and that if she keeps consuming them so carelessly, Brahma may end up becoming angry. The woman glares at him and asks where exactly Brahma is, questioning why he continues creating those useless human espers instead of helping her cure her eyes. The healer remains silent for a moment and then replies that both he and she are gods created by Brahma, so how could they neglect their own creations, and says it is better to leave that aside. A sound then echoes and the healer asks her to accompany him. He walks through a portal and the woman follows. The place they enter has a dark aura, and something seems to tremble inside. Several people sit with their eyes closed and hands joined in prayer. An elder says that those fourth-tier, God-favored beings as soon as they are born. The elder sits atop an elephant and states that Brahma continues to create them continuously. The healer says they have certainly already entered war with Yan, and that stockpiling these warriors has also consumed the power of faith that Brahma accumulated over so many years. The woman says that as long as there is a God-favored being and there are still believers who worship Brahma, he will exist forever. As long as Brahma lives, no matter what suffering they endure, even if they lose their lives, Brahma can recreate them. By then, all creatures of Yangxia will be crushed. Furthermore, Brahma is also creating even more interesting things. The elder tells them to be patient because the day of revenge is not far away. The three laugh together, roaring with laughter as they are summoned to the earth. The healer says that soon they will march to the east. The elder adds that the destination is Yangxia, and the woman remarks that this is truly exciting. In another place, several people kneel before the woman, and she orders them to bring some babies to pair with her drinks, saying that tonight she will drink to her heart's content. Thinking that soon she will be able to tear that brat into 1,000 pieces personally, she declares that she will crush him completely, eliminate him, and cook him as soon as they arrive there without wasting the plasma. At that moment, someone approaches. Kaylee looks and realizes it is only a child who asks if she really said she wanted to eat him. Kaylee does not understand. The child says the most outrageous thing he had ever heard before was someone wanting to eat Tang Monk's flesh, and he never imagined he would one day encounter someone who also wanted to eat his flesh. Compared to a scumbag like her, he says Tang Monk even seems like a person of high moral character. Kali looks at him coldly and asks whether all the prepared guards have already left, questioning who exactly he is. The child asks whether her eyes hurt and whether she needs him to give them a little more heat. Kaylee becomes furious and releases her chains with skull heads toward the child, but the child blocks the attack and comments that the timing was perfect. Kaylee opens her mouth and begins releasing her power, but the child easily dodges and asks if she still has not learned her lesson, reminding her that he is her perfect counter and saying he will roast some insects for fun. The insects are burned instantly. The child then changes appearance, assuming a terrifying form, and rushes toward her. Kaylee says she had been worried she would not be able to find him, but he came to her of his own accord and she promises to torment him properly, saying she should not finish him off too quickly. The child charges forward trying to punch her. Kaylee retreats while thinking of unknown extinction, and energies begin to move throughout the place. Kaylee counterattacks, but the child blocks again and says that is interesting, asking her to try something better. The child then releases an absurd and terrifying power. Even so, Kaylee remains alive and asks if he came from the land of Yangxia, secretly infiltrating Zindu, questioning what his intentions are. The child replies that it is obvious, saying he came to slaughter gods and destroy Buddhas, turning her Zindu completely upside down. Kali stares at him and begins laughing loudly, saying that is ridiculous, asking how a mere commander rank dares to speak such wild words, reminding him that all gods of Zindu possess a psychic connection. She explains that the moment they began fighting, all the gods of Zindu had already been alerted, and asks whether he truly believes he will escape so easily. The child replies that she is very slow, saying she has not yet realized what is happening outside. Kaylee freezes and senses something strange. There is no sound at all. She thinks they have been fighting for so long and causing such a huge disturbance, and wonders why Indra has not come to help her. Then Kaylee notices something in the sky, a strange circle, and asks what it is. She watches carefully and asks what kind of formation that is. Her eyes widen when a bird approaches, and atop it stands the Grand Supreme, who calmly says, Pawn 7, Advance 1. An extremely loud sound echoes across the place. The Grand Supreme presses something in her hands while the child begins to laugh. The child's aura grows even more and demons begin to be summoned. The energy released there is simply surreal, and the child says they will cut down that pawn. Kaylee is shocked as she sees that terrifying energy advancing and covering her face. The Grand Supreme remains atop her bird, smiling as she moves the pieces again and says, Cannon 2, Advance 4, check. Another massive explosion echoes, the pressure increases, and some people are instantly eliminated. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the king sits atop his elephant drinking something and remarks that the plasma of a virgin is indeed more suitable for winemaking. He says humans are not completely useless and thinks that when they conquer the land of Yangxia, his cellar will gain many even finer wines. The king notices something approaching and remarks that he has long heard Yangxia also has gods capable of controlling wind, rain, and lightning. A bird appears surrounded by lightning and asks if he wants to fight a little. Soon after, a bear also appears, saying the elephant looks quite cute and wondering what it would taste like roasted. The king observes carefully and notices something in the sky. There is a huge circle above them. He asks what kind of formation that is and questions whether it was created without his knowledge, realizing it seems to be a formation from Yangxia. The plasma the elder had been drinking falls to the ground. The king draws his weapon and asks what kind of demon dares set up a formation to ambush the important training grounds of Zindu. All the men stand up. The bird looks around and asks if that is really called training, commenting that If that is how they train, then those so-called wild gods are truly laughable. He extends his hand and declares that if someone cannot even defeat this trash, produced by divine power, then they should leave the special training squad on their own. People begin cheering. Huo laughs and says they can eliminate enemies, and if they eliminate enough, the King Xia might even reward them with a drop of advancement spirit liquid. After that, they will see what those two braggarts still have to boast about. Zhang comments that it is a coincidence because he was thinking exactly the same thing. One of the men says he never imagined he would fight right under the nose of a god of Zindu. If it were before, he would have doubted his ability even to remain standing before a divine being, but now he feels no panic. Actually, he is even more excited. The bear stomps the ground heavily while the bird observes and comments that she did not expect King Xia to have such powerful great demons under his command. The adventurer asks why he is so stunned and says King Xia has countless trump cards. They only need to obey orders and complete the mission. Her partner agrees, saying exactly that, and reminds them that this is also the sword of the ability users of the Western continent. Whether they can attract King Xia's attention depends on how hard they work. Huo says he will certainly make King Xia look at them differently so they cannot lose. The adventurer runs her finger across a symbol on her forehead, releasing a surreal energy that spreads across everyone there. Another adventurer agrees and then uses his hidden blade to break obstacles with a slash of the snow domain. The men charge forward while Zhang summons his wolf and asks whether the guys from the Western continent are taking the lead, telling everyone to hurry because they need to form a battle array. They advance together. The king watches everything and says they are merely a group of third-tier ants with only a few fourth-tier ones, while his entire army consists of fourth-tier warriors and even greater numbers. In his mind, believing they can win is simply a ridiculous illusion. Suddenly, however, the king notices his men being attacked and is shocked to see his soldiers being defeated. He asks how that is possible, questioning how ability users created by Brahma could be so vulnerable. The bird replies that the reason humans are powerful lies in the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Ability users are merely beings endowed with power, and, although they do not fear death, before a truly powerful army, they are nothing more than clay chickens and ceramic dogs. The king smiles and says disputes among insects seem to make them very proud, but reminds them that what truly determines the flow of battle is power, asking whether the two dare face him directly. The bird replies that the difference between a commander and a king is not an insurmountable abyss. The prison master has surpassed stronger opponents many times, using enemies stronger than himself as whetstones. Lei also says he wants to follow that example, tempering his soul in battle and advancing when cornered, and the bear declares he thinks the same. The king then calls them to fight. Energies begin to surge as they face each other. The bird remarks that it is a good opportunity, saying both of them play with electricity and they can compare their abilities. The two charge together, unleashing their full strength, and the surrounding pressure increases more and more until their attacks collide violently. After the clash, both retreat at the same time. The king looks aside, but at that moment, the bear charges toward him and reminds him not to forget his presence. The bear attacks the elephant, injuring it, and comments that, not bad. The plasma of elephants really does have a different taste. He manipulates lightning while saying he will ambush him with his black wind, and that they will play with him until he is finished sooner or later. The king thinks that both the lightning and the storm abilities of those two seem to share the same origin as his own power, which could complicate things. Observing the formation more carefully, he realizes they did not just set up a blocking formation but are also restraining him at every movement. All of this was clearly planned in advance. He begins wondering who would be so bold as to scheme against all of Zindu and starts shouting repeatedly, demanding to know who is behind it. The Grand Supreme watches the scene, smiles faintly, and says the chess situation has already been decided. The protagonist comments that the 9 Heavens Zhuan scale is truly extraordinary. The Grand Supreme explains that during the ancient divine war, the scroll of rivers and mountains was shattered, and the gods melted it using the 5 brilliant seals in the Tai coiling mechanism map, finally forging that unparalleled artifact. She then calls him to begin the 3rd game, and Xia replies to start. The Grand Supreme says she understands and then declares, Chariot 1 advances too. We must seal the point. The formation around them expands even further. The healer sits on the ground with his eyes closed until he senses something. Daji approaches and says this humble maiden boldly asks him to lend her his head. The healer asks who she is. The fox suddenly attacks, slicing him in half in an instant. Daji watches with a smile, wondering if he truly lost his life. A surreal energy begins spreading around the fox. She closes her eyes, assumes her true fox form, and devours the enemy's body, swallowing it. When Daji approaches his head, about to devour it as well, the healer senses something strange and thinks something is wrong, that all of this is an illusion. The moment he realizes it, he understands he had indeed been trapped inside an illusion. The fox remarks that she was discovered. The healer replies that an illusion can also eliminate someone, but unfortunately he can heal himself. His body begins regenerating and his belly returns to normal. He then states that he presides over fertility and creation, and that to eliminate him, one would need to exhaust his entire life force. With the power of a small demon like her, he fears even 100 years would not be enough. Daji admits he is truly formidable and says she heard that even if he is finished, as long as Brahma is alive, he can resurrect at any moment, asking whether that is true or false. The healer replies that Brahma is the mother of all gods of Zindu since they were all created by him. Brahma granted them authority and power, so anyone who dares harbor ill intent toward Brahma must disappear. At that moment, the fox notices something, and water begins moving around her until it completely covers the entire area. The healer laughs and says that is ridiculous. A mere commander-rank demon daring to attempt to eliminate him. Even Kaylee would be severely injured by such an attack, so how could she possibly endure it? Suddenly, the healer notices something moving beneath the water and becomes confused. A massive turtle slowly rises and comments that after lying down for so long, he can finally come out to get some fresh air. Daji is standing atop the turtle. The healer wonders if that creature is one of Yangxia's 4 sacred beasts, Zhuanwu. The fox explains that since she swallowed Orochi's snake soul, this is her debut, and that now her life is in his hands. The turtle tells her not to worry, saying that even a king like Shiva, even the previous king-rank Susanoo, he could endure 100 blows from them. Besides, when it comes to water control techniques, he knows a few himself. He then tells the evil god of Zindu to try as much as he wants and asks if he can break the defense of this old man. The healer begins feeling that something is wrong, that none of this is right. A light appears and an eye emerges in the sky above them. The healer wonders when those demons of Yangxia managed to infiltrate that place, because his divine sense had always been active and yet he had noticed absolutely nothing. He also cannot understand why Kaylee and Indra still have not reacted. Looking at the sky and seeing the formation, his eyes widen. He asks what kind of formation that is and realizes he is actually trapped inside it. At that moment, he is struck in the back by a water attack. It is the turtle getting his attention. The healer closes his eyes and thinks that formation is enormous, and that this is probably only one battlefield. His 2 companions must also be trapped somewhere else. He begins suspecting that all of Zindu is being ambushed by the people of Yangxia, and then he thinks that if they discover Brahma's location. At that moment, the turtle strikes him again, knocking him to the ground and advancing while the pressure around them increases. The healer assumes a combat stance and faces the enemy. Daji also advances and attacks with her claws, telling him to be careful. Shiva looks at the wound on his chest and realizes his defense is extremely high. Eliminating him would require a long time and an enormous price. With the blessing of that female demon illusion spell, even if they cannot eliminate him, he is trapped within that formation. Their goal, he assumes, is only one: keep him trapped and attack Brahma. If Brahma loses his life, all the gods of Zindu will naturally lose theirs as well. He concludes it as a ruthless strategy. Shiva opens the eye on his forehead and says it is a pity because their plan has been completely seen through by him. The fox replies that he is truly wise and says she admires him. The turtle asks what it matters if he knows, and states that he cannot break the formation nor eliminate that old man, so he can only go with the flow. Shiva admits that indeed the situation seems like a dead end. Suddenly, an explosion occurs. The waters churn violently and particles of plasma begin falling. Daji asks if he's self-destructed, commenting that an arch-immortal Kong rank really sacrificed his own life to attempt to eliminate a king rank. The turtle remarks that since he presides over fertility and creation, there must be seeds of spiritual source in Zindu. By self-destructing, the true body might indeed lose its life and escape the control of the 9 heavens scale formation. After that, he can resurrect anywhere outside. The fox says that is a pity, so all that remains is to share equally and waste nothing. The turtle begins swallowing every drop of plasma to evolve a bit more, while Daji says she also wants to evolve and asks them to leave some for her. Meanwhile, the Grand Supreme continues controlling the formation and remarks that Shiva self-destructed and managed to escape. The protagonist simply smiles. Elsewhere, an egg begins moving until a hand emerges and breaks the shell. Shiva appears, commenting that after being pushed into that state, his power was exhausted by at least half this time. Even so, at least he managed to escape the formation's control. He thinks Yan is truly bold, but throughout Zindu there are already skilled ability users created by Brahma protecting the place, so with only those few great demons, the situation should not become too serious. Suddenly, Shiva notices something strange and asks what that is, using the eye on his forehead to observe. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the child continues attacking Kali. She declares she will eliminate him and that this time she will certainly succeed. The child pulls out a dagger and asks how many times she has said that, saying he is absolutely tired of hearing the same threat repeated. He says it is better to shut her mouth forever and charges again. Meanwhile, Shiva watches everything from afar and becomes increasingly horrified. In another place, the bird continues attacking the elephant, wounding it repeatedly until finally finishing it off. The bear moves quickly as the king releases his power, but the bear manages to dodge. The bird comments that the time is almost here and he can already feel it. Today, with that enemy's plasma, he himself will pave the path for her advancement. The bear says that lunatic has completely lost his mind and remarks that the blue-skinned monster of Zindu should be more careful. The king then charges, creating a massive impact with his attack. Watching everything, Shiva thinks it is absurd that he was pushed to that point by only two commander-rank beings. Moreover, apparently there are no other great demons there. Brahma created countless fourth-level ability users, more than enough to resist any enemy. At that moment, several soldiers begin to be eliminated and try to retreat, but someone appears blocking their path. It is the Stone Man. Shiva immediately realizes he is 5th tier. The Stone Man attacks only once and already knocks down several enemies. Seeing that, Shiva is stunned and begins wondering whether young Shia truly possesses a 5th-level ability user, because he cannot believe that is possible. Guys, if you enjoyed the video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss new content. Thank you.